everyone in the neighborhood and in Somalia in general to support people like Abdurrahman because they spread love and kindness.
Somalia lacks an effective animal organization dedicated to the needs of stray animals, and the country lacks robust policies to protect them. Abdurrahman, a proud dad to 3 cats, aims to address this issue by creating an organization to support stray animals and extend his efforts nationwide. Jamal Ahmed Usman, VOA News, Mogadishu, Somalia.
Hello and thanks for joining me on today's edition of Global Matters. I am Shola Jai-Simi. Today commemorates the 27th anniversary of Nigeria's return to civil democratic rule. Few will remember that Saturday morning when the military junta led by General Abdul Salami Abubakar handed over power to Olusegun Obasanjo. Some countries had kept Nigeria at arm's length due to the prolonged years of military rule prior. In fact, the Commonwealth had suspended Nigeria in 1995-96 for not directly being under a military rule, so to say, but for the Abacha regime's execution of some environmentalists, Ken Saro-Wiwa and co. Bilateral and multilateral doors have been opened 25 years since the restoration of democracy.
The third year centered on practical issues and bringing external engagements towards domestic realities, domestic advantage. And
that's the Senior Special Assistant to President Tinubu on how the current administration has fared diplomatically since it came on board 3 years ago. I had that chat with Mr. Oshodi, and the issues of non-appointment ambassadors by Tinubu for 2.5 years, the treatment of Nigerians abroad, and Nigeria's standing at a time of global realignments were part of the talking points. We'll get to the interview in the course of the program, but first let's touch on some global issues. United States Vice President J.D. Vance said Washington and Tehran are close to finalizing a deal to extend the Middle East ceasefire, though President Trump, he says, has yet to sign off. Vance said negotiations are still resolving around issues, but significant progress has been made.
We're going back and forth on a couple of language points. I do think that we've made a lot of progress here. It's very clear that I think the Iranians, they want a deal, and they want to open the Straits of Hormuz. We want them to open the Straits of Hormuz. There are a couple of issues on the nuclear stuff, the highly enriched stockpile, and also the question of enrichment. So, we're going back and forth with them. We do think they're negotiating, at least so far, in good faith, and we're making some progress. Hopefully, we'll continue to make progress. The president will be in a position where he can endorse the agreement, but obviously, that's still TBD. Well, these ceasefires are always a little messy, and sometimes the guys at the lower level aren't communicating with the guys at the top level. Sometimes people make mistakes, but even when the ceasefire is holding, as we've seen, not just in Iran, but all over the world, sometimes these things have little flare-ups. I think to enforce the ceasefire, to defend ourselves when fired upon, the president's been very clear that if we're fired upon, we're going to fire back. But if you compare the conflict now to where it was 5-6 weeks ago, I think the president's ceasefire is very much holding.
Meanwhile, it's all calm in Iran, which marked the Eid al-Kabir, with citizens trying to move away from the uneasy calm that has been experienced in that country. There you have them on your screen, remembering their late leader, and of course, standing patriotic to the issues with which their country is faced. Iran has said the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed until those negotiations are finally sorted. Earlier on Thursday, U.S. officials had said that the two countries had agreed a framework of a deal known as the Memorandum of Understanding pending the approval of President Trump and the Iranian leadership. Now, according to reports, the framework could allow unrestricted passage through the Strait of Hormuz and give Iran 30 days to remove mines from the narrow shipping pathway. And the U.S. will lift its blockade and issue sanction waivers to allow Iran to resume selling oil. So that's part of the things we have, because let's not forget that 1/5 of the world's liquefied natural gas and oil normally pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and its closure has really impacted, global fuel trade. It's our president also said that so many things are affected by what is happening in Iran. So the waiting game continues with regards to the deal expected between the U.S. and Iran on this war. It's in its 8th month now. Yes, they made it the 8th month, rather the 3rd month. And let's not forget there's another war, that between Ukraine and Russia. We know about the situation in Sudan and the war in the Middle East. Israel seemingly just going all out against the Lebanese. He said he's pursuing Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon, but it has occupied swaths of territory in southern Lebanon. Now, to the chat I had with Mr. Demola Oshodi, President Tinubu's Senior Special Assistant on Foreign Affairs. I began by asking Mr. Oshodi whether his boss had lifted Nigeria's profile out there in the last 3 years as the occupant of the Aso Rock.
The 3rd year centered on practical issues and bringing external engagements towards domestic realities, domestic advantage. And that's what we've seen as the things we should celebrate in the 3rd year of the president's tenure in government. Everybody wants to hear about America, wants to hear about UK, and who is the United Nations Nigerian ambassador. There are many career ambassadors that have been sent, and they've resumed work. The last few days, I spoke with an ambassador in Oslo. He's in charge of the Nordic countries of Sweden, Norway, and also Finland. He's right on seat, and he's taking his accreditation. The media focuses on the shiny, bright ones that everybody can relate to: America, UK, UN, whatever, France. I assure you, if you do your findings well, a lot of the heads, missions, ambassadors, and foreign missions, high commissioners have already taken seat, and many of them have gotten their accreditation in most of the countries they've been sent to. We should not focus on the 3 or 4 people that Nigerians or countries Nigerians go to for either studies or residency or for any other reason. They are far more or less, I would say, sexy countries that Nigerian ambassadors and high commissioners have been sent to and have resumed work. Demography is obviously the youth population and the culture in which they promote and exhibit, whether it's in music, whether it's in arts, whether it's in sports, and also, of course, in Nollywood. I think that's where it focuses on. And also Nigeria's booming youth populations, one of the fastest growing populated countries in the world. Nigeria will be probably top 3, top 4 in the next 25 years or so. So demography is a big aspect of the focus of the government. The government is to ensure there's things in place for the booming youthful population, employment for them, opportunities for them, whether in the creative industry, whether in employment, whether in a formal employment, or whether they decide to go back to school or being engaged in other, constructive aspects of the society. But the young population, I think Nigeria's average population is between 18 to 19 years old. It has to be a factor, and the government has recognized this and ensure that there's a focus on that. It's an ongoing process. Obviously they need to ensure that documentation is there, whether it's a passport valid or expired. They need to ensure they put things in place while they leave. So some of them have property, some of them have businesses, some of them have family, some of them maybe have changed their mind. So all this is in place to ensure that all these things have to be in place to ensure that when they depart, they have all the right means and everything to leave the country. Some of them have spent well over 20 years in South Africa. All this has to be looked into and respected. I can assure you the Diaspora Commission is looking into all that and has a list of Nigerians that desire to return back home. There's even more. We suspect there's even more Nigerians that will take on that opportunity to return back home. But there's legal reasons. South Africa also has to check on the people leaving, whether some reason there's a legal impediment of their, whether there's outstanding issues regarding them. So it's not just like quick grab and take out. There's a process which the government of Nigeria has to respect, South Africa's legal requirements, and also the people that do want to leave, ensure that all the things are put in place before they depart the country they've known for some of them many decades. As much as we want our citizens' our rights to be respected, their life to be protected also, we need to ensure that the overall good of both countries are not just thrown away. So as they say, don't throw the baby away with the water. This is an ongoing, repeated issue with xenophobia in South Africa. Nigeria stands ready to fight for the rights of its people. We're not going to allow, I can assure you the Nigerian government is not going to allow our citizens to be dehumanized in South Africa. So in the same regard, we need to ensure that there are also all the benefits that in that relationship. We're not just going to cancel everything right away. We will take procedural measures. We will take measured incremental steps to express our grievances and to hold the South African government to book. It's very important that we understand how much both countries have evolved since the end of apartheid. Nigeria has a very, very strong relationship. There's even this biannual conference with Nigeria and South Africa that both heads of state meet up on a regular basis and meet and talk about issues of trade and immigration and whatever concerns them. I think it's a
Binational Commission.
Binational Commission. Sorry, thank you very much. So it's very important. Ghana doesn't have that. Ghana is a very small economy. Ghana doesn't have interests that it has to protect and ensure that all the issues are brought into play. Nigeria has that, and we have to be very sensitive about that. But also prioritizing the lives and property. I will emphasize prioritizing the life and property of our citizens in South Africa. Nigeria takes a strong leadership role in the African Union. We're head of the political desk in the African Union in Addis Ababa. We have a very able ambassador there. Nigeria's position, especially with the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, takes a very practical approach. We want issues that would help the reforms of the government. We moved away from the idealistic freedom fighting, ensuring that Black Africa is respected and countries are liberated. All African countries are politically liberated. They may not be economically, but they're politically liberated. So we've done our bit. We have the medals to show for it. Now to ensure that the reforms that we have, domestic reforms, are in many ways supported by our external engagements. We need loans. We need security support. With the Sahel is going through its massive security challenges. There's insurgents and bandits going across the border. We used to have pirates on the coast of Nigeria. Now that has been decimated. We no longer have that threat. We have countries in West Africa that have left ECOWAS and are fighting, insurgents. We have military coups, even attempted military coups in Benin Republic. Nigeria needs to ensure its borders are secure, and it needs to ensure it's a very secure, stable place to trade with its neighbors. Trade will bring employment and will bring more economic prosperity to the country. That is the meat, the bread, the meats that we seek in Africa, not just in Africa, but even in West Africa also. So we're taking that steps, and we're quite successful, I believe, towards that. We need to support the reforms that are put in place. Those reforms are the priority. External affairs is to support internal affairs, actually, I should say. So the president has pushed things on the ports, our infrastructure on the ports, food production, citizen mobility, protection of citizens in foreign countries, power issues in Nigeria, trade, and of course, security, ensuring that we have partners either with Americans or the Turks, Turkey, or French, or any country that can give us that kind of support, intelligence and arms. So it's very practical, and we have seen tremendous support. The Americans are dealing with the insurgents, with our assistance, with our collaboration. The British are giving us facilities to revamp and fix our ports in Lagos. We have the issues of power with Siemens. The German government is also in partnership with that and ensuring that we fix our power infrastructure. And we also have issues around food production. Brazil is giving us a $2 billion facility for agricultural issues, technology and tractors, things like that. So we want to make a success of our domestic reforms, and that's where the foreign affairs comes in. It's centered. So it's centered on moving Nigerians from the external engagement towards a domestic delivery. That's really where it's at with the foreign affairs. Mr. Joyce, the one word the president should is focusing on, and should focus, I think, more on, is security. We need to be able to have a strong hold of our security. We have external forces that are coming into our country, running from border to border, the Boko Haram bandits. We have, our security forces that need support, our intelligence forces, intelligence agencies that need support. So we have the Americans, we have the Turkey, we have the Brits, we have French, we even have Israel. Collaborating and supporting. So everything, a lot of the focus must be on security. And once we secure our borders, once we secure even within our borders, it gives opportunity for people to have a more prosperous and good well-being. They can go back to the farms, they can go to school, they can move around with ease, and we can have investors coming into other parts of the country beyond places that are safe. So that is the first priority of any government, which is security. That's, I think, when the president fully resolves that matter with assistance of foreign countries and partners, we will have a more successful, I believe, fourth administration. So it's obviously a lot of these security challenges is political. The rumors that the election factor brings it in, and just ethnic issues, there's climate change, all this have to be looked into and kind of bring it in a very kinetic approach to dealing with that also. But security is the biggest emphasis, and that's where I think the success of this administration will lie on.
Mr. Demola Oshodi, President Bola Tinubu's Senior Special Assistant on Foreign Affairs and Protocol. So we'll definitely be examining what the administration is doing on the foreign scene, its international philosophy, its diplomacy, and the kind of networks and connections that it's making bilaterally and multilaterally. That's what we'll keep doing on this program. The fourth year of the administration starts right now. So we'll check up, we'll look up, we'll ask those in authority the questions with regards to foreign policy. Before we go, the issue around xenophobia in South Africa. Nigeria promised, Mr. Demola Oshodi alluded to it, that look, Nigeria is trying to ensure that it makes its, it does what it needs to do to get its citizens back. But Ghana has already done the needful. Ghana said we're bringing our citizens back from Wednesday, that's 2 days ago. And indeed, it began the evacuation of its citizens from South Africa. He says he has over 100 nationals who have decided that they want to come back home to Ghana. And they were received at the airport by Ghana's Foreign Affairs Minister, Mr. Abakwa. Let's play this clip courtesy of my friends in Ghana, Joy TV News.
Today's welcome ceremony is fully packed. You are going to receive psychosocial support. We have psychologists, we have medical doctors, we have nurses here to take care of you. That is not all. President Mahama says that all of you should be given 2 special allowances. One for your transportation. So there will be a transportation allowance to wherever you live, wherever your homes are, whoever you are going to connect with.
Samuel Ablakwade, the Foreign Affairs Minister of Ghana, assuring the nationals who have been brought back from South Africa, the first batch, I would say, that the authorities in Accra are favorably disposed to ensuring that their return is not something that they will regret. So we're looking at Ghana, and we're encouraging the Nigerian authorities as well. The first early part of this month, the authorities said that we're going to get them out. Mr. Oshodi has said there's a lot to getting Nigerians out. What lot can it be than to just ensure you get a plane there and get them out? We know we don't have an airline, but we have carriers which belong to private companies. And not a few of them have ensured that when we have issues like this, that Nigerians are brought back. So the expectation is that Nigerians in South Africa who want to leave South Africa are provided and given the opportunity to leave South Africa. That's the diaspora aspect of the foreign policy thrust of the Tinubu administration. So, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Presidency, Nigerians Diaspora Commission, team up, close the space, and ensure the Nigerians who are in South Africa. And from the reports I have, not of them have faced lots of interesting things. And on this program, for 3 straight editions, we looked at the issue in South Africa. And we just told ourselves the truth about the whole thing, that South Africa needs to do a lot more to preserve foreign nationals in that country. That smile between President Ramaphosa and President Tinubu, we want others to have the same smile. It's on this note we call it a wrap on today's edition of Global Matters. The program will come to you next month, of course, by next week, Friday, another month. I thank you for watching. Do have a lovely weekend. I'm Shola Jaisimi. Bye for now.
Therefore, armyworm has caused devastating crop losses across Africa since it arrived in 2016 in Malawi at Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Biotechnology research scientist Kingdom Kwapata is leading studies in 2 varieties of maize whose genes have been modified to resist the pest. Such engineered crops are considered genetically modified organisms or GMOs.
We needed a solution because our farmers are suffering. Our main purpose and aim for the research is to establish whether the gene that confers resistance against fall armyworms and other lepidopteran insects is effective.
The trials are expected to take about 5 years. They are conducted in a fenced and confined maize field 500 meters away from any traditional crop to avoid possible contamination with the traditional varieties. In the meantime, lawmakers, traditional leaders, and farmers have visited the trial site to observe its progress. Some farmers are excited about the trial, which is in its first year.
This will solve the problems of lack of money to buy pesticides to kill fall armyworms, which have affected my maize harvest for many years. And I am now a happy farmer because these trials are providing solutions to the problem.
Another subsistence farmer, Esther Ganjawala, is skeptical about the technology. She notes that replacing local maize varieties with high-yielding hybrids has created new troubles.
These new varieties are not good at all. You can't harvest anything without applying fertilizers, and they are easily attacked by pests. That's why there is growing poverty. But with our local varieties, we can harvest even without applying fertilizers.
Researcher Kwapata says genetically modified crops have been introduced safely elsewhere, including the United States, Brazil, and Argentina. But many in Malawi are concerned about possible health and environmental impacts.
So even though the target is to make sure the stalk borer doesn't attack the maize or the armyworms, but actually the introduction of this GMO will affect other beneficial insects such as bees and other birds. So that is something that we don't want. We don't want to disturb that cycle.
Ganier also fears that once introduced to farmers, the GMO maize would keep other local crops from growing. Kwapata says there is no evidence that would happen, but he acknowledges that people are concerned.
There's a lot of skepticism. There's a lot of political anxiety. But in the final analysis, as researchers, we are saying that the nation needs to give us a chance to do the research diligently, independently, without due influence.
Kwapata says the researchers will present the results of the trials only to government authorities so they can decide whether the GMO maize should be introduced in Malawi. Lamek Masina, VOA News, Lilongwe, Malawi.
19-year-old Hussein Abdurrahman comes to this butcher shop every day to buy 8 to 10 kilograms of meat for Mogadishu's stray animals.
He is such a kind person. It's wonderful to show compassion and kindness to those who cannot afford it. He deserves support for this initiative.
Nearly 70% of Somalis live in poverty, making it challenging for many to afford food for their families, let alone for their pets. So Abdurrahman is filling that gap.
My goal is simple, to spread love and kindness throughout society. It's not just about animals, it's about reaching every corner of our community, from humans to animals, with compassion.
There are no official numbers for the stray animals roaming the streets of Mogadishu, but they are part of the urban scenery. Feeding the animals demand both time and money. Abdurrahman, who works at a commodity shop, dedicates a significant portion of his modest income to this cause. He learned his compassion from his grandfather, who also fed stray animals.
When you spend your money on good things, surely you will get back more, and your good deeds are already recorded by the angels.
Each day, Abdurrahman feeds 20 dogs and 30 cats along with some birds. The animals recognize him and rush to him. And every day he has a crowd of human admirers.
If all Somalis were like him, we would live in a better country. I encourage everyone in the neighborhood and in Somalia in general to support people like Abdurrahman because they spread love and kindness.
Somalia lacks an effective animal organization dedicated to the needs of stray animals, and the country lacks robust policies to protect them. Abdurrahman, a proud dad to 3 cats, aims to address this issue by creating an organization to support stray animals and extend his efforts nationwide. Jamal Ahmed Usman, VOA News, Mogadishu, Somalia.
A very warm welcome to you. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Environment Today on Africa Independent Television, your show where we x-ray environmental and public health issues that confront you and I daily, and we also seek experts' views on how best they can be addressed. My name is Nkoli Omodu, your environment diva. As usual, I'll be your guide throughout the program. But first, let's take you around the world for environment and public health issues that made the round in the last 1 week. I will be right back. As the sun rises daily, our environment changes. Shall we say human, technical, and the world of what is happening in our society, how we can improve our environment culture. I speak to newsmakers, environmentalists, activists, and game changers. The bold moves, big issues, solution topics is all right here. Make Environment Today on AIT your weekly watch.
Did you know that it's against the law to trade endangered species in Nigeria? Did you know that animals like pangolins, crocodiles, sea turtles, and many more should not be hunted, bought, or sold? The best thing for them and the safest thing for us is to leave them to play their role in their natural habitat. Say no to illegal bushmeat. Keep them wild. Keep us safe.
New Jersey health officials say at least 25 people are suspected to have died from the extreme heat, with many victims found inside homes without air conditioning. Others were discovered outside their residences, on the streets, and in parked vehicles. The deadly heat coincided with temperatures climbing into the high 90s and triple digits across much of the eastern United States. New Jersey Governor Mickey Sherrill described it as the hottest stretch in more than 14 years, warning that extreme heat remains the leading weather-related killer in the country. Severe thunderstorms later swept across the state, knocking out power to nearly 200,000 utility customers as wind gusts of up to 80 miles per hour toppled trees and power lines. In neighboring Illinois, a woman was killed when a tree fell onto a camper trailer during the storms. Forecasters say heat advisories remain in effect across parts of the East Coast and South, while severe storms and flash floodings continue to threaten several states. Temperatures are, however, expected to ease across parts of the Northeast as the holiday weekend comes to an end.
In Portugal, more than 1,200 firefighters, supported by nearly 400 vehicles and 15 aircraft, are battling a wildfire that has been burning since Thursday in the Valzila area. The blaze has scorched about 12,000 hectares of land, with Spain and Italy deploying firefighters and aircraft to support the response. In Greece, authorities urged residents and parts of Thessaloniki to remain indoors and keep windows and doors shut after toxic smoke from a burning recycling plant spread across the city during a wildfire. Another major blaze erupted west of Athens, where 210 firefighters, volunteers, and 29 aircrafts, including water-dropping planes and helicopters, were deployed to prevent the fire from spreading through nearby pine forests before nightfall. Portuguese officials later said the wildfire had begun to ease, with major fire fronts brought under control, although crews continued working to extinguish remaining hotspots.
Against the backdrop of growing global demand for cleaner and more secure energy, industry leaders gathered in Abuja for the 25th NOG Energy Week to chart a new course for Nigeria's energy future. Delivering the keynote address, NNPC Limited Group Chief Executive Officer Bashir Ojulari said collaboration across government, investors and industry players is critical to unlocking Africa's energy resources and driving sustainable economic growth.
We must move beyond transactional relationships towards strategic partnerships. We must move beyond isolated projects towards integrated value chain. We must move beyond exporting raw resources towards building industrial economies, powering those resources. We must move beyond fragmented national ambition towards truly collaborative Africa energy agenda. We must strengthen the link between research and industry so that our universities become sources of solution rather than merely centers of learning. We must ensure that our regulatory framework remains stable, transparent, and investment-friendly, and we must accelerate the development of indigenous technical capacity capable of competing anywhere in the world.
Presenting his first one-year scorecard, Ojulari said crude oil production has climbed to 1.71 million barrels per day, the highest level in 5 years, while gas production has increased to 7.5 billion standard cubic feet per day, supported by major infrastructure projects, including the AKK gas pipeline and the Anor gas processing plant. He also announced landmark gas supply agreements valued at more than $20 billion, alongside the resumption of monthly remittances to the Federation account and improved corporate transparency through regular performance reporting.
This is why we increasingly view NNPC Limited not merely as an energy producer, but as an ecosystem builder, connecting capital, technology, policy, talent, and markets to create lasting value for Nigeria and Africa. We're moving away from situations where the refinery are taking loans based on barrels and not linked to the productivity and performance of the refinery. We are changing that. Our solution has to be that those refineries are able to work, raise their own, and deliver, not more contractors coming to take value. That's the strategy. That's sustainability. And that's what will leave beyond us.
As the conference continues, stakeholders say stronger partnerships, sustained investments, and policy consistency will be essential for Nigeria to achieve its target of producing 2 million barrels of crude oil per day, while accelerating industrial growth and energy security.
For commercial drivers, traders, and millions of households,
Every naira added to the pump price of petrol means higher transport fares, more expensive food, and increased pressure on already stretched family budgets. Although international crude oil prices have eased in recent months, many Nigerians say the relief has yet to reach filling stations. That concern formed the basis of a stakeholders meeting on cost-reflective pricing of petroleum products. Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil, Henneken Lukwebiri, told marketers that while several factors determine petrol prices, temporary gains from old, higher-cost inventories should not be used to keep pump prices artificially high after replacement costs have fallen.
But the regulation doesn't mean excessive profit sharing. The PIA also, vests a responsibility on NMDPRA to ensure that we, check steps that could be taken by some marketers, to avoid unnecessary profit sharing. And that was why I discussed with the ACE to invite all of you so that we can discuss and find a way to see how we can, build consensus on how we can bring the prices that will be reflective of the current realities. All of you will agree with me that, Brent crude went as far as to $118 per barrel, but it is now down to below $70. So there is no justification why the price, will not reflect, will not reflect that. And so we believe that instead of government, to go out and then, try to enforce what may be practicably impossible, it's better for us to discuss.
The chief executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, Rabiu Umar, said the decline in cooking gas prices demonstrates that market adjustments are possible. He urged industry players to work with regulators to address the gap between lower replacement costs and retail pump prices.
As a responsible regulatory authority, it is our duty to step in alongside you, our valued partners, to interrogate the market forces, understand the operational bottlenecks, and directly address this disconnect between falling replacement costs and sustained retail prices. His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has laid a resilient foundation for a deregulated, competitive, and investment-driven market. But let me be clear, deregulation is not licensed for market distortion or unfair consumer pricing. It is intended to drive efficiency, maximize value, and protect the public interest. Sustainable profitability for marketers and consumer welfare are not mutually exclusive. We need to build a transparent ecosystem where the benefits of market improvements are passed down to the Nigerian consumer in a timely and fair manner, whilst protecting the sustainability of businesses.
We are trying to encourage our local refinery. So let the government allow the local refinery to function properly and assist those who intended to do refinery too. Even the time when the price is being increased, if you see we didn't increase the price at the same time. Likewise, now we have started reducing the price, if you observe very well. So the price is coming down, and I assure Nigerians, independent petroleum marketers are ready to crash down the price at a required rate, provided that if we can match our margin and get a profit, at any rate we can be able to sell to the populace.
Key industry players here believe that the meeting will result in a balanced pricing framework that keeps petroleum businesses sustainable while ensuring Nigerians benefit more quickly whenever global market conditions drive fuel costs down. For most of our history, humans lived in harmony with nature.
But we have shared in the balance, exploiting our planet for product and wealth.
Creating a climate catastrophe, driving species to extinction, and polluting our land, sea, and air.
The sight is clear. Time is running out.
We must go from harming our planet to healing it. We must protect what we have and bring back what we have lost to have a more sustainable future where
everyone can survive, because there is only one Earth, and so we must protect it.
There's a massive desertification that's just coming in.
If you keep eating pangolin, you will not even see pangolin. And that means at the end of the day, we'll end up telling our children. We see open storybooks.
Join Nkoli Modu every Wednesday, 5:30 p.m. on Environment Reports.
Less pollution, more life.
This is the grand finale of the project Breathe a Clean Air Abuja at the Buhari Area Council of the FCT. Launched in November 2025 by the Health Services and Environment Secretariat of the FCT administration, the initiative is designed to reduce smoke-related illnesses and household pollution by replacing the use of firewood and charcoal with liquefied petroleum gas, LPG.
It is cheaper, it is healthier, it is cleaner, and indeed it is sustainable to cook with gas. This is not a one-off intervention, and we are happy that we are seeing results.
It falls within 2 of our 4 sustainability pillars at the company, the first being climate change and the environment, which speaks to what you were talking about. But the second is also people and communities. We operate across the country with our towers, and we appreciate the communities that allow us to operate within them.
Present at the event were government officials, the traditional rulers and women drawn from the 6 area councils of Kwali, Abaji, Gwagwalada, Kuje, Abuja Municipal Council, and Buhari, who were presented with the cylinders and gas refill voucher, as well as maternity packs for the pregnant women. The participants were further trained on the safe use of cooking gas and educated on emergency safety procedures to promote proper handling and prevent accidents.
It reduces the use of charcoal and firewood. With the use of clean gas, it prevents public health and also the environment at large.
We are very, very grateful and happy. We are not going to use firewood again, neither we are not going to use charcoal.
By replacing firewood and other polluting fuels with clean energy, the FCT administration intends to reduce smoke-related illnesses, improve air quality, and of course empower rural households. And as the awareness campaign comes to a close, the focus now shifts on how to ensure that these interventions translate to lasting behavioral change and of course healthier communities. For these women, hope came in practical form, not just words, but the tools to build a better future, as they were presented with sewing, grinding, and point-of-sale machines to help them become financially independent by strengthening existing businesses or starting new ones. At the 2026 Annual Consultation and Women Empowerment Program, organized by Sea Hope Nigeria, with support from Mal and Carol, more than 200 women benefited from the practical economic support that has become essential as many families grapple with rising living costs.
This is one of the ways by which we ensure that when women thrive, the communities thrive, the children thrive, the nation thrives as well. So an empowered woman makes an empowered nation.
You can see how happy these women are. In a week's time, you'll see that some of them would have covered the cost of even the machine, even though they are expensive, because they will have good rate of turnover, the economy notwithstanding.
Executive Director, Sea Hope Nigeria, Betty Abba, says when women have access to sustainable sources of income, they become more equipped to care for their families, make independent decisions, and are less vulnerable to abuse and exploitation.
We're supporting them to be economically buoyant so that they can have a voice in their their various spaces, especially women. So we're really happy about today.
I'm very happy. I've been wanting to get one, but today I got one free.
Stakeholders at the event called for regular monitoring of the beneficiaries to measure the program's long-term impact and ensure the support translates into sustainable livelihoods. Nigeria became a party to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification in 1997, joining more than 190 countries committed to combating desertification, restoring degraded land, and advancing Sustainable Development Goal 15. This national reporting workshop, organized by the Department of Desertification, Land Degradation and Drought Management in the Federal Ministry of Environment, focused on strengthening Nigeria's reporting process under the convention, a key tool for measuring progress in addressing land degradation, desertification and drought.
We bring all the stakeholders together and then urge them to provide the data they have so that we can collate them together, clean them, and then use them for the reporting process to ensure that Nigeria presents quality data to the international community.
That is the whole purpose of this exercise, is to make a map of land degradation and make a national estimate that can be trusted so we can make decisions on this data specifically and decide where the priorities need to be put to combating land degradation.
Minister of Environment Balarabe Lawal, represented at the workshop, highlighted ongoing government initiatives, including the Great Green Wall Program, afforestation and reforestation projects aimed at restoring degraded landscapes, improving livelihoods, and promoting environmental sustainability.
The data you are presenting is going to indicate the challenges you have, and allocation will be found will now be based on justification for addressing the challenge.
Participants acknowledged progress in several frontline states and expressed confidence that stronger collaboration among government agencies, research institutions, development partners, and the private sector will enhance the quality of Nigeria's reporting, strengthen evidence-based decision-making, and accelerate the country's drive towards land degradation neutrality and sustainable development.
Hello, we're welcoming you to our social media platform for more information about our program, Environment Today. On Facebook, you can reach us on Environment Today. On YouTube, subscribe, like, and share every of our episodes on Environment Today. Instagram, it is Environment Today. On Twitter, @Environment Today. And on WhatsApp, you can reach us on +234 8033 356 388. Catch up and do interact with us, and don't miss any of our environmental issues. Like, subscribe, and share. Thank you.
And up next is our feedback segment. This is where you get to hear your views and your comments regarding the program. Do not forget to hook up with us on all our social media handles displaying on your screen. We've got a WhatsApp number through which you can reach us. You can also just drop a WhatsApp message for us about any environmental hotspot within your locality that requires immediate attention. We are the bridge build. That's the link between you and the government. All right, after that, we'll bring your environment quotes for this week. All right, this is where we will be wrapping up Environment Today for this week. We appreciate your time with us, for allowing us space into your living room once again. We do not take that for granted. Please join us again, same time next week, right here, when we bring you a fresh package. But until then, please remember that environment is life. So do your bit. We'll do ours from this end so we can all preserve it. From everyone on the Environment Today crew, we wish you the very best. Bye for now. My name is Nkoli Umodu.
Again, Iran lashes out at Gulf Arab states as U.S. launches attacks over ship hit in Strait of Hormuz. China evacuates nearly 2 million people as devastating typhoon makes landfall. And at least 2 people killed in gunfire at street festival in Toronto. It's good to have you join us on the World News. My name is Sadiet Dusumu. Welcome. We begin the news from the Middle East crisis, where the United States has attacked Iran early Sunday morning over an Iranian strike on a vessel in the Strait of Hormuz that set the container ship ablaze and forced its crew to abandon it. Iran responded with attacks targeting several countries in the Gulf, including Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and Oman. The outburst of fighting raised new questions about efforts to reach a permanent end to a war that began on February 28, 2026.
The Strait, a key transit route for oil and natural gas, has become the key sticking point in negotiation, and repeated fighting over the past week has left negotiations in danger of collapse. The U.S. Military Central Command said it hit some 140 targets in Sunday strikes, far more than in the 2 previous rounds of attacks, and went after missile and drone launch sites, ammunition dumps, communication equipment, and other sites. It said the attacks would weaken Iran's ability to threaten civilian shipping. Iran made a poor choice. Now the pay. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth wrote online. The U.S. has launched 3 rounds of airstrikes targeting Iran in the last week over Iranian attacks on ships heading through the strait, using a route seeking to avoid the Islamic Republic's territorial waters. Iran retaliated by attacking nations in the regions hosting U.S. military forces, while insisting it alone must control the strait and potentially charge vessels for traveling through it. The era of one-sided deals is over, Mohammad Bagher Kalibaf, the Speaker of Iran's parliament and a main negotiator, wrote today. He also says, "We told you, keep your word or pay the price. Reality is knocking." End of quote. About 1/5 of all traded oil and natural gas passed through the strait before the war began. Iran's grip on it during the war led to a global energy crisis, though oil prices have sharply dropped since wartime highs of $120 a barrel. Qatar's military said it intercepted incoming Iranian fire, with explosions heard in the neighboring United Arab Emirates. 3 people, including a child, were wounded as a result of falling shrapnel from the interception of Iranian attacks, Qatar's Interior Ministry said, giving no further details on their conditions. Meanwhile, missile alerts sounded for the 3rd time on Sunday in Bahrain, an island kingdom in the Persian Gulf home to the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. Kuwait's military also said it was intercepting incoming fire. The Omani State News Agency said drones struck sites in northeastern Oman in the area that sits on the Strait of Hormuz. Iran had previously claimed attacks on Oman. The attack came after the 2 countries held talks on Saturday. Sirens also sounded in the United Arab Emirates, but the government said missiles did not cross into UAE borders. The UAE so far hasn't been targeted in the most recent round of Iranian attacks. The last attack on the Emirates, home to Abu Dhabi and Dubai, came in May when a drone sparked a fire on the edge of the country's sole nuclear power plant. Iran also made a series of claims about attacks elsewhere that were not immediately confirmed. In the Strait of Hormuz attack, a Cyprus-flagged container ship was hit by Iran and suffered significant engine room damage, and a civilian crew member was missing, according to U.S. Central Command on Sunday morning. All of the crew, including the missing member, were Indian nationals, according to India's Ministry of External Affairs. India condemned the attack and said it was working with Oman on a search and rescue operation. It called for free and unimpeded navigation through the strait. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Centre, overseen by the British military, said The ship had been traveling on a route hugging the shoreline of Oman, thus being the way ships have entered and exited the Persian Gulf while avoiding Iranian territorial waters. Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard said multiple vessels disregarded our warnings and instructions to correct their course and proceed along the approved route. One of them was struck by a warning shot and brought to a stop. End of quote. Iran said that the strait would remain closed until further notice and said it would consider targeting additional enemy bases in the region if it faced more attacks. Iranian state media reported U.S. strikes across swathes of the entire country, including southern Iran in the province closest to the Strait of Hormuz and military sites in the province near Tehran. Attacks followed more diplomatic talks about the strait. The latest violence followed Iran and Oman's foreign ministers meeting on Saturday to discuss the strait. The narrow strait sits in both Iran and Oman's territorial waters, but has long been considered an international waterway. Oman said it and Iran agreed to continue discussing the Strait of Hormuz at the technical and political levels. However, Iran offered no statement about the strait being open to all, something sought by the Trump administration. U.S. President Donald Trump suggested last week that an interim deal in the Iran war was over. But mediators,
a powerful typhoon has made a landfall in China, the second to hit a week with nearly 2 million people evacuated from areas in the path of the storm. Typhoon Bavi, which spans 1,000 kilometers at its widest point, roughly the width of France from Cam ashore in the coastal city of Terzon on Saturday evening before making a second landfall in Guangzhou around midnight.
After pummeling a chain of remote Japanese islands, it brought heavy rainfall to Taiwan as it brushed past its northern tip. Earlier landslides triggered by the storm killed at least 17 people in the Philippines. Though it has weakened to a severe tropical storm, it still presents a risk because of the huge volume of moisture within its rain bands. The storm is expected to gradually diminish in its intensity as it moves northwest. On Sunday morning, the center of the typhoon reached Hangzhou City in Zhejiang Province, Chinese state media reported. Forecasters said the typhoon would move to eastern Anhui on Monday and to the northern Yellow Sea from the Shandong Peninsula on Tuesday. More than 1.7 million people were evacuated in Xinjiang and thousands in neighboring provinces. State media said schools, work, and outdoor activities have been suspended in Xinjiang, while 400 flights and dozens of train services have been cancelled. The city of Windsor, home to around 10 million people, is close to the path of the storm, with authorities evacuating hundreds of thousands of residents. Beijing had ordered the evacuation of 100,000 people to avoid risks, officials said. Bavi began a super typhoon, battering Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands last Monday, with wind speeds of 290 kilometers per hour. As it made its way through the Pacific, weakening to 144 kilometers per hour winds, it struck the Sakishima Island, part of Japan's Ryukyu Island chain, between the country's main islands and Taiwan. At least 5 people were injured and thousands were without power.
At least 2 people have been killed in gunfire at a street festival in Toronto. Police in Canadian City initially received reports of an active shooter on St. Clair Avenue at approximately 2012 local time, where a salsa festival was being held.
6 victims with gunshot wounds were found by police, who said 2 people had been pronounced dead at the scene. At a press conference hours after the shooting, police said there had been an exchange of gunfire at the festival between 2 individuals and 2 firearms had been recovered from the scene. Police were yet to arrest anyone in connection with the shooting and investigations were ongoing. Toronto Deputy Police Chief Francisco Barredo described the scene as very chaotic and said there was an estimated 13,000 people at the festival when the shooting happened. He said police were managing 3 separate crime scenes in connection with the shooting, and the public will be updated once more information was available. People were told to stay away from the area where a large police presence remained. Anyone with information in connection with the shooting, including witness statements, have been urged to call police. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said he was horrified by the shooting and offered his prayers to the families grieving their loved ones, those who are in critical conditions.
Source of inspiration, and they're a guest whose presence becomes history. In the journey of raising future leaders, there are those who support from afar, and there are titans who stand on the front line. Last year, this occasion was graced by a giant, and today, history repeats itself as he has once again chosen to identify with the Pacesetters family to inspire our graduating class of 2026 through the representation of his wife, Chief Mrs. Titi Atiku Abubakar. Behold the distinguished national statesman, an icon of leadership and democracy, a mastermind of industry, a grand promoter of education in Nigeria, a leader whose life has been defined by vision, resilience, and service. Beyond public service, he has distinguished himself as a successful entrepreneur and a firm believer in empowering future generations. He is the grand patron of this great institution. Let us recognize the presence of the legendary former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, GCON. Sir, you are a leader who does not just speak about the future, you invest heavily in building it. Thank you for your vision, your presence, and your enduring legacy. We are deeply grateful for your unyielding belief in the next generation. When a leader of this caliber takes his time, 2 years in a row, to honor the younger generation, the only proper response is appreciation and celebration. Dancers, please take the stage.
It's articulated.
Everybody
Get articulated.
Everybody can articulate. You articulate, but you articulate.
Get articulated.
Everybody can articulate. You articulate, but you articulate.
Get articulated.
Everybody can articulate. You articulate, but you articulate.
Your Excellency, the country needs your consistency. The country needs your experience. The country needs your industry. The country needs your entrepreneurial skills. The country needs your patience. The country needs your courage. The country needs your wisdom. The country needs you. May God Almighty grant your heart's desire and make you the president of Nigeria in 2027.
Paysetters! If you know you're happy about what is happening here, can you put your hands together? I'm super excited. I don't know about you. Mr. Chairman, sir, my school principal, the Excellency seated here, the distinguished senators, my Lord, spiritual and temporal, the principals of our wonderful school. We are on item number 25 proper. We are going straight to the graduation proper. Before we go into that, I would like to make this announcement very quickly. If you are the owner of the car number FST33JK Toyota Corolla White, please kindly go outside. The security needs your attention. Thank you. I would like to invite to the mic for the graduation proper none other person than the school director, our amiable school director, the person of Mrs. Kate Maswaba. Please, a round of applause, a round of applause. Make some noise.
His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, Her Excellency Titi Atiku Abubakar, special guest of honor, David Mark, guests of honor, the chairman, Barrister Kenneth Imaswagon, all dignitaries, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. Before we proceed to the graduation proper today, I want to take time to speak my heart in a few words. I'm not someone with many words. I believe in action. I'm really deeply moved by seeing wonderful dignitaries in our midst today. Class of 2026, you are truly a special force. There are no words to speak. They've said it all. And when I'm moved like this, you know what I usually do? I've done this for 25 years and counting, and I'll continue until God says it's enough. It's to sing because I'm moved. And there's a woman I love so much that is in our midst today. And her name is, before I say her name again, she's the chairperson of Whatclef. She loves women, she loves children. And you know it's said, no woman, no nation. Her name is my mommy, Titi Abubakar. And I'm also going to appreciate everyone in this arena today. All protocols, like I said, duly observed. You're all very welcome. Welcome, Mommy Titi. So glad you shall have come. May your days be filled with cheer. We're so happy you are here. Welcome, welcome, Mommy Titi. We're so glad you shall have come. May your days be filled with joy. We're so happy you are here. Welcome, welcome, my sweet German. We're so glad you shall have home. May your days be filled with cheer. We're so happy you are here. Welcome, welcome, dignitaries. We're so glad you all have come. May your days be filled with cheer. We're so happy you are here. Welcome, welcome, my dear parents. We're so glad you all have come. May your days be filled with cheer. We're so happy you were here. Welcome, welcome, everyone. We're so glad you all have come. May your days be filled with cheer. We're so happy you were here. We're so happy you were here. We're so happy you are here. Graduation proper. Mr. Chairman, sir, Governing Council, Pesetas Schools, Abuja, might crave your indulgence to invite to this podium the principals of Pesetas Academy, Wuse School, Mrs. Adiola, the principal, Pesetas Academy, Gwarimpa Guzape School, Miss Leona, the principal, Pacesetters Academy, Gwarimpa School, Mrs. Gospel, up to the podium to invite their pupils for your inspection and graduation today. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, sir, Pacesetters Schools, Abuja, Barrister Kenneth Imasu Agbon. It is with great honor that I stand before you today to bring up to podium the kindergarten graduates for the year 2026, all the way from Pacesetters Schools Academy, Wuse, in this order, sir. Kindergartners, are you ready? Abubakar Tijani, Abida Abubakar Mohammed, Andrew Wihazo, Hanan Jamil Omaki, Junaid Abdulaziz Usman, Khadija Aminu Abdulkadir, Khalida Kasim Yusuf, Mohammed Bello Azika Usman, Olufeyikemi Olutimehin, Toluwalogo Oyebamiji Oyekanmi, Umar Aminu Abdulkadir, Sikora Awantaye. Thank you, sir.
The Chairman, Board of Directors, Pacesetters Schools, Abuja. It is my honor to present to you the kindergarten graduates of Pacesetters Academy, Guzape, in this honor. Abba Fatima, Abdurrahman Zinat, Abdullahi Rukaya, Adam Bello, Ahmad Nuruddin, Akash Sunshine, Amari Fowole, Amelia Samaila Samson, Chukwemeka Miracle, Chukwemeka Uriel, Enyeribe Talia, Erere Amone, Fidelsis Salisu Isansi, Hafsat Shehu Fari, Hamid Ishola Lawal, Hayatu Maimuna Muhammad, Ibrahim Saada, Irebami Hussein Nimat, Iwosokun Samuel, Easy Ben Pomari, Jadin Joe Tunisho, Nwaneri Favor, Sean Jidofo, Sophie Aqua Uredo, Tijani Fazila, Ugu Neto Chuku, Rebecca Mariam Bundi, Yakubu Zubeida. Thank you.
The Chairman, Board of Directors, Pacesetters School, Abuja. It is my honor to present to you the kindergarten graduates of Pacesetters Academy, Gwarimpa, in this order. Abdulajadin Abubakar Abdulaziz, Ibrahim Rahama, Kiko Hawa Nasiba, Muhammad Hassana Bala, Muhammad Husseina Bala, Ode Eliana, and Wali Aisha. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, sir, may I have the honor to graduate this wonderful kindergartners? Thank you, sir.
Attention! At ace! Attention! At ace!
We will sing like we always do before we pronounce you graduates. Ready. Up. Down. Up. Down. Up. Down. Because you are pace setters and you remain pace setters, we'll pronounce a song on you. There's no place like pace setters. Very left, right, left, right, left, right. There is no place like pace setters to me. There is no place like pace setters to me. I have traveled by land and over the sea. There is no place like pace setters to me. There is no place like pace setters to me. There is no place like pace setters to me. I have traveled by land and over the sea. There is no place like pace setters to me. Attention! With your left hand on your caps. Do you have your left hand ready? Or rather, your right hand on your caps. Hold your scroll with your left hand and place your right hand on your caps. Are you ready? By the powers bestowed on me by the Governing Council of Pacesetters Schools, I, Mrs. Kate Imasuagbon, on this 12th day of July 2026, hereby pronounce you graduate. There is no place like pacesetters to me. Congratulations. There is no place like pacesetters to me. I have traveled by land. Thank you. Over the sea. Congratulations. There's no place like pacesetters to me. Thank you. There is no place like pacesetters to me. There is no place. Thank you, children. Better to me. I have traveled by land. Thank you. Over the sea. Congratulations. There is no place like pacesetters to me. There is no place like pacesetters to me. There is no place like pacesetters to me. I have traveled by land and over the sea. There is no place like pacesetters to me. Mr. Chairman, sir, I want to invite back to the podium the principals to call 6th graders up the podium for their graduation. Principals.
Mr. Chairman, sir, it is with great honor again that I present the 6th graders all the way from Pacesetters Academy, will say in this order, sir. Abdulkadir Aminu Abdulkadir, Abubakar Idris Anisa, Adesire Adra Osindero Hene, Aisha Nuhu Bala, Aliyah Aminu Abdulkadir, Atib Abdurrahman Are, Chimamanda Christabel Ekunobi, Chimaram Chukwemeka Ikpe Amanze, Christabel C. Atieze, C. Atieze, George Izekwe, Ibrahim Abba Ibrahim, Ivy Chinyere Uzwechi, Jasmine Teresa Makama, Joseph Etim, Mariam Toko Ali, Michelle Ogeyi, Nabil Mohammed Duhu, Nneka Zoe Adana Aina, Museba Usman, Opohai Inijeze, Olatide Hilda Dada, Olive Aimoha, Olufalahan Olayode, Stefina Ifechi Akalegbile, Tamuna Belema Abigail Proforibo, Umar Shinkafi Aliyu. Thank you, sir.
The Chairman, Board of Directors, Pacesetters Schools, Abuja, It is my honor to present to you the grade 6 graduates of Pesetas Academy Guzape in this order. Abdulkadri Ali Azuka, Abdurrahman Musa Said Ampan, Adalia Gabriel, Ahmed Rashida, Andre Ojonugwa Negedu, Bato Haliru Ibrahim, Chiwendu Blessing Ike Agwonu, Chisimdi Chukwubude, Chubi Ojo Rosan Akpa, Dahiru Bashir, David Okonkwo, Ebube Chukwumak Ifadi, George Boa Samuel, Goswella Chizobadike, Grace Oga, Hafsa Aliyu, Hafsat Salihu Abubakar, Halilu Umar Farouk Muayiwa, Henry Praise Orlando, Michelle Miracle Ruben, Muhammad Alamin Babagana, Muhammad Abba Abdul, Muna Chiso, Osondu Richard, Nnamaka Sharon Rose Igwe, Ogundaye, Omanima Valerie, Olivia Ekerete Umana, Ramatalla Akorede Sadu, Rukaya Hayatu Muhammad, Sadia Umar, Chantal Jidenna Igwe, Sumaya Musa Ahmad, Umar Muayiwa, Wisdom Olashile Balogun, Yashar Yakubu, Zainab Hassan Makama. Thank you, sir.
The chairman, sir, it's my honor to present to you the grade 6 graduates of Pacesetter School Academy, Gwarimpa, in this order. Abdulgafar Lawal, Abdullahi Ahmad Rufai, Arzaki Elijah, Enoch Macaulay, Esperanza Apak, Fatima Khalid Usman, Hajara Sani Adamu, Hamza Muhammad, Awa Garba, Ibrahim Aliyu Idris, Imran Abdulaziz Abubakar, Jesse Bako, Kausa Abdulaziz Abubakar, Mahi Aminu, Misha Chinchan, Nuru Aliyu Idris, Praise Dixon, Tamara Priye, Prosper Momo, Shidabani Ethan Ataba. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, sir, do I have your permission to graduate the 6th graders? Thank you. We usually sing, right? We're going to sing one time before you go into Pacesetters College. On my Arno, on my left, right. As a Pacesetter, I will do my best. On my Arno, as a Pacesetter, I will do my best. Do your best now, do your best. You promise you will do your best. On your Arno, as a Pacesetter, I will do my best. Attention! At ease. Attention! Up. Down. Up. Down. Up. Down. With your scrolls in your left hands and your right hands on your cap. By the powers bestowed on me, I, Mrs. Kate Imaswagbon, on this 12th day of July, 2026, hereby pronounce you graduate. On my honor, congratulations. Now, as a Pacesetter, I will do my best. On my honor, as a Pacesetter, I will do my best. Do your best now. Do your best. You promise you will do your best. On my Arno, as a Pacesetter, I will do
best now. Your best. You promise you must do your best. On my earner, oh my earner, I shall present to your best now. Do your best. You promise you must do your best. They are taking oaths to do their best in life, and they can't have it better than all the wonderful dignitaries here as examples of who they will become in the future and more. Congratulations. Mr. Chairman, sir, I have your permission to invite to this podium the principals of Paysetters College, Buye, the super principal, Mrs. Charity Nalago. My God. The principal of Paysetters College, the principal of Paysetters College, Gwarimpa, Mr. Adesunday, the principal of Paysetters College, Duzape, Mrs. Nkiru, up to the podium to present our 12th graders.
Thank you, ma'am. The chairman, board of directors, Paysetters Schools, Abuja. It is my utmost honor and pride to present to you the amazing students of Paysetters College, Buye, class of 2026. In this order, sir, Abdulaziz Zaima King, Abdul Salam Al-Mustafa Abdullahi, Abisabola Deborah Adetola, Agidotan Odape Victor, Ahmed Aisha Tijani, Aliyu Ahmed Bello, Alo Annabel Runyi, Aminu Denge Omar Farouk, Asinobi Kobi Nnamdi Somto Chukwu, Atilola Olayinka Deborah, Alwal Hawa Chatao, Bala Jasmine, Dasuki Jabbar Haruna, Ebang Menbune Kate Igole, Ehana Terex Obeide, Eke Amulanu Favor, Bejoku Henry Nnabondo, Francis Awesome Olorun Feromi, Hadi Mamunu Adamu, Ibrahim Amar Suleiman, Ishaku Bernice, Iwunwa Akachukwu Divine, James Ejura Anthony, John Israel Mamza, Kokori Sadiq Abdul Samad, Kona Chedo Paul, Liadi Toluwani Michael, Meniru Brooklyn, Mohammed Sumaya Gadzama, Musa Abari Abdul Kudus, Nuhu Hajara Bala, Nwachukwu Cornelius Chimeremeze, Nwachukwu David Chimobim, Ogunleye Justin Ikechukwu, Ojiji Ojong Osaji, Okebono Henry Ebubechukwu, Ope Adole Malakai, Orim Mirabel Agbo, Osaji Blessing Onyinye-Chukwu, Osheku Raziela Kosiso-Chukwu, Penny Sharon, Salihu Saidu Salman, Samaki Sean Moses, Shehu Iman Abdullahi, Suleiman Alhaji Umar, Toko Aisha Ali, Uchenna David Chibuike, Ukwanyi Chinonso Elvis,
Ujunwa Peter Chimeremeze, Umar Idris Faith, Umoren Christabel Imabang, Osman Said Seudu Kumo, Yusuf Ahmad Muritala, Yusuf Bilyamin Ahmad. Thank you, sir.
The chairman, board of director of Peseta School, Abuja, it is my honor and privilege to present to you the graduating student of Peseta College, Gwarinpa, class of 2026 in this order. Abdulmumin Usman, Angulu, Israel, Onemesi, Honorable Precious, Enyecheku, Dalami Magaji, Dawanki Tofa Awa Darhat, Enoch Uwansu Brian Chisholm, Farouk Usna, Habib Asia Alkali, Ilyasu Shaibu Adamu, Kachala Mohammed Malam, Mohammed Peace, Michelle Marian Kama, Okonlawa Muhammadu Fuhad, Okonsu Eromosele Samuel, Shahayawu Awa Yusuf, Udurinwa Chikozurin Chioma, Uko Emmanuel Chidubin, Umar Babakano Amina, Zaga Kali Tuko, Zaga Umar Tuko, Zagi Mubarak Musa, Zagi Musharraf Musa. Thank you, sir.
The chairman, board of directors, Peseta Schools, Abuja, it is my honor to present to you the graduating students of Peseta College, Usabe, class of 2026 in this order. Abubakar Kolere Sharif, Abdallah Umar, Adama Bolajoko Saadu, Aisha Muhammad, Aisha Saad Ahmed, Alawari Favor Samuel Boas, Shiagode Patrick Chukwubude, Dominic Benjamin Use, Ebitari Joshua Logriki, Harun Bello Tijani, Kafilat Misbao, Khadija Ayomide Yusuf, Saidu Saliu Abubakar, Sulaiman Nuruddin, Tochiku Mustafa Oyekelu, Zion Abbas Bravo. Thank you, sir.
12th graders, pace setters. Remember that once a pace setter, always a pace setter. Even though you're leaving the walls of pace setter schools, remember those wonderful things you've been armed with. You've been thoroughly armed. When you get out there to your tertiary institutions and beyond, remember what we agreed. We cracked the secret code, remember? If you don't have a job, you do what? You create one. Thank you. You're well armed. Don't be scared. Go into the world and conquer. And that's why we'll sing again. I love to go to Peseta in Nigeria. And as I go, I love to sing when I'm sat on my bed. Badri, badri, That's a victory song for you. I love to go to Peseta in Nigeria. And as I go, I love to sing my love on my attention. Mr. Chairman, sir. Thank you for your permission. Down. Up. Down. Your right hands on your hats. By the powers bestowed on me by the Governing Council of Pacesetter Schools, I, Mrs. Kate Imaswagbon, on this 12th day of July 2026, hereby pronounce you congratulations and I love to sing my love song on my congratulations, class of 2026. Thank you. Thank you. Please, I need your attention. Class of 2026, lend me your ears right now. Please stop all the pleasantries now. Thank you. Now you will be going down the stage to get your gift. Then when you get it, you move this way. You have to shake number one, the representative of David Mark, the person of Tunde Ogbeya, former governor of Benue and Bende State. Are you paying attention? You will do this on a single file. Then you also have to shake Senator Waziri Aminu Tamboa seated there. So you will shake them, you get your pictures, then you now move back to your set. Is that taken?
No,
so I will appeal you follow that route so that you come this way and do the handshake. Sir, I will please appeal you stand here so that they will shake. Yes, sir. Thank you. Now you are exiting through that part. To my right, on the straight line, class of 2026. Move right now on the single file.
Don't you wanna?
You're shaking, please. I will appeal those with their yearbook. Go over there. Let them shake. You're getting your yearbook over there and you're coming straight. I hope you're listening to me. So you come straight, you get your handshake, then you move straight to your chair. Thank you. I also want to invite we have the school chairman joining the League of Entourage for this handshake. Class of 2026, are you with me? So start moving. Now, on a single file. Thank you. Please, let's move. Get your yearbook and move. Fast. Thank you. On a single file. Thank you. One line. Good job. You shake the chairman of Let's move. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs, for honoring your children, for giving them the souvenir that from 20 years down the line, it will remain indelible in their minds. Thank you, sirs. God bless you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, sir, my school director, His Excellency seated, my Lord, spiritual and temporal. We are moving straight into the next item on the program. But before I do that, permit me to make this announcement. If you know you are the owner of these vehicle numbers, please pay attention. It's obstructing a whole lot of people that want to move. Please pay attention. DKA 299AR, Honda Black. DKA 299AR, FST 333JK, Corolla White, MKA 620AM, Black Vehicle, KUJ 841MA, Honda Black, ABC 421SV, Corolla Black, ABC 0862, Honda White, ABJ 990JM white car, RSH 50CB white vehicle, KWL 310KC, and the last but not the least, PWR 891JY. Please, if you know you are the owner of these cars, please kindly go out and repart. Thank you. At this point in time, I would like to invite MC Ben. MC Ben, you come on stage and take the next item. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my co-MC, MC Tony. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are having a wonderful time thus far. Congratulations to the class of 2026. Taking us further in this program, we're going to be listening to a citation in honor of His Excellency, the former Senate President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator David Bonaventure Mark. And this citation is coming to us from none other but a distinguished pacesetter, Master Nwachukwu David Chimaobim. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage to give his citation in honor of Senator David Mark. A round of applause for him, please.
The former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, GCON. The school chairman, Barrister Kenneth Imaswabong. The school director, Mrs. Kate Imaswabong. All VIPs and distinguished guests, the super principal, other principals, the best teachers in the world, proud parents, and my fellow pacesetters. Today, we are witnessing a convergence of prominent dignitaries, and I am deeply honored to be welcoming a giant of our nation's history, a distinguished statesman, a pathfinder, a visionary leader, an exemplary patriot, a general of democracy, and the former Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, distinguished Senator David Mark, GCON. History tells us that the name David belongs to the builders. It belongs to the shepherds who became kings. It belongs to those who did not run from the giants, but run towards them. So for decades, the nations watched you. A David who stood in the chambers of power, wielding a gavel with the discipline of a soldier and with the wisdom of a statesman. You showed Nigeria that a true David does not falter, especially when the stakes are high. Your Excellency, many years ago, you were once a young student like me, full of dreams, hopes, and aspirations. But now today, your name is known across Nigeria and beyond because of a life dedicated to leadership, service, excellence, and nation building. Sir, I am proud to inform you that my name is also David, and that your presence here today reminds me that my name is not just a label for identity, it is a responsibility. It is a mandate to lead with integrity and to stand as a pillar for others. Sir, the class of 2026 is deeply inspired by your remarkable contribution to national development. When we look at you, we see possibilities. We see the blueprint of resilience, the architecture of strategic leadership, and a legacy that has changed the tapestry of Nigeria. We see what it means to serve with dignity. As we celebrate your remarkable contributions to our nation, we are equally grateful for the contributions of our school chairman, Barrister Kenneth Imaswabo, whose commitment to education continues to create opportunities for young people like us to dream bigger, aim higher, and become better citizens. In different spheres of influence, both of you remind us that leadership is ultimately about service, courage, and impact. We will build on the solid foundations you have laid. Distinguished Senator David Mark GCON, thank you for honoring our beginning. The class of 2026 deeply appreciates your presence here today as we prepare to take on our own battlefields of tomorrow. We promise to make our own mark. We will speak with clarity, lead with courage, and remain steadfast no matter the terrain. Ultimately, we will leave this world better than we met it. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in celebrating a man whose legacy has inspired generations. You're welcome, sir.
A round of applause, a round of applause. Thank you very much, Master David Nwachukwu Chimaobim. That was a powerful speech coming from one of our own, from Presetters College. Thank you very much, sir. Taking us further in this great occasion, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a goodwill message coming to us from the former governor of Osun State. With a round of applause, help me make welcome His Excellency Aregbesola. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes forth for his goodwill message. You can make that hand better, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
I recognize the chairman of the party that is committed to resetting Nigeria, the African Democratic Congress, Senator David Mark, ably represented by his twin brother, Senator Tunde Ogbeha. As I recognize the chairman of the Governing Council of Pacesetters, group of schools, I must not fail to recognize my sister, Ẹ̀gbọ́n Títí Abubakar Atiku, ikú kalẹ̀ o, kí wọ́n make. I recognize Chief Oyegun, our leader, and I extend the courtesies to everybody. I titled my small piece of goodwill message to, be agents of change. And I'm speaking strictly to the high school graduates of Presetters schools. Be agents of change. We must commend your sponsors, and by this I mean your parents, for committing scarce resources to see you to this stage of your development. We cannot discount the role of your teachers and the administrators of this school. We commend them greatly for ensuring that you are who you are. You are demonstrating to us that you are indeed well skilled and highly disciplined. I want to challenge, however, the Pacesetter Schools graduating class of 2026. Let them be committed agents of positive change in Nigeria. On the average, you will be graduating from your various colleges in some 5 years. In some 5 years, you'll be leaving your colleges, universities, any institution by the grace of God. And you will, with those qualifications you will get from those schools, be stepping into the world as professionals, administrators, industrialists, businessmen and women, and what have you. Does it end there? No. You'll just be starting and building careers. However, let me now tell you some grim facts that you must bear in mind. And on this, I'm very, very serious. Because my facts are correct. You are a tiny part of the 16.3 million adolescents in Nigeria. You are a tiny part of 16 million adolescents. Who are the adolescents? The adolescents are people like you within the age bracket of 10 and 19. So you fall sickly into that bracket. There are 16.3 million of them, of the over 200 million Nigerians that are in Nigeria. And you fall within the youth bulge of 58% of Nigerians between the ages of 0 and 30. So you constitute a huge bulk of the Nigerian citizens. However, very sadly, I very sadly must tell you that you are in the same country, and listen to this very well, you are in the same country with about 10 million Nigerians who are out of schools, who don't even know there are schools. 10 million of your type are in this country without any knowledge of schools. This is certainly not your fault, so I'm not blaming you. I'm just reminding you that there are Nigerians, over 10 million of them, that do not know schools exist. You are blameless, so I'm not blaming you. I'm just raising this for you to note. It is the consequence, and I'm bearing responsibility now. The fact that we have 10 million Nigerians out of school is the consequence of the failure of my generation and the generations before mine who failed to build an egalitarian society. And this you must reject as agents of change. This phenomenon you must reject as agents of change. You must not tolerate it. It must not continue. Because if it does, the future of our country is bleak. Your generation have the task of destroying this dangerous situation. And I use the word destroying it because it cannot even be mended. You must destroy it. How do you do this? You must adopt the credo of 3 C's and 1 D. Going forward from today, you must adopt the credo of 3 C's and 1 D. What does this mean? It means character, which is understanding yourself and realizing your productive link in the human society. You are part of one society, so you must see how you can productively engage others. That is character. You must have courage. What does courage mean? Courage means pursuing your conviction with confidence and all seriousness. Competence means excellence in whatever you choose to do. Competence means excellence in whatever you choose to do. And discipline is self-control. With these virtues, you will surely be you will surely be one of those that will rebuild our country on the path of equity, security, stability, and progress. That will not leave anyone behind. Every year, for contest, every year, the world picks outstanding personalities in all spheres of human endeavors and scholarship. One of such fields of excellence is literature. What this means is that a writer whose work has mattered most to humanity will be given the highest honor of Nobel. In 1986, that honor went to a Nigerian for the first time in history. He is Professor Wole Soyinka. His father was a school teacher. A man who had no fortune to leave his son. Only books and a belief that learning was everything. That belief took his son further than money can ever build. 40 years on, we still mention the name Wole Soyinka. You couldn't have walked this path. So I'm not asking you to just copy him. Your path is different. You have prosperous parents that could take you to Pacesetter schools. So you are different. But you are standing exactly where he once stood today. You are standing exactly where he once stood today. At the beginning with nothing, but the chance to learn. Let it be you. Let that be you. Next, in whatever field you choose to excel in. I pray that what I'm saying will get into you. Be determined to be a Nobel Prize winner in any field of your choice. Because your own starting point is even better than that of Wole Soyinka. Let your name be the one everybody will be proud to say. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
You can make that hand louder, ladies and gentlemen. That was a powerful speech coming from His Excellency Aregbesola. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you for sharing in your wealth of wisdom. I hope the graduating class, wherever they are, they find their way back inside and be on their seats. Please, class of 2026. We know right now you're somewhere trying to take pictures and all of that. Please, you're needed back in the hall. Thank you very much. Ushers, please help us and call every part of these students to return to the hall. We move straight to a goodwill message that will be coming from our own former Senate President, His Excellency Senator David Bonaventure Mark. A round of applause for that name, please. Thank you very much. He is heavily represented here today by none other than His Excellency Tunde Ogboya, former Governor Benue and Bende State. Thank you very much, sir.
The Chairman, Her Excellency Mrs. Amina Titi Abubakar. I want to stand on the existing protocol already established at this ceremony. First, let me express apology from His Excellency Senator David Mark for not being able to be personally here. He had wanted to be here, to be present. He had acknowledged he will be here, but unfortunately, exigency of other issues has made it impossible for him to be here. But he wants you to be rest assured that he's here with you in spirit and in soul. I will just try to read his advice to the graduating class of 2026. I read. It gives me immense pleasure to stand before you today as the guest speaker at this memorable graduation speech and prize-giving ceremony of Pacesetters College, Abuja. Let me begin by warmly congratulating the graduating class of 2026. Today marks the culmination of years of hard work, discipline, perseverance, and determination. It is a proud milestone, not only for you, but also for your parents, guardians, teachers, and everyone who has invested time, resources, prayers, and unwavering faith in your success. I congratulate the management, the governing board, academic and non-academic staff of Pacesetters College for sustaining a tradition of academic excellence, moral discipline, and character formation. In an age where education is too often measured merely by certificates and grades, institutions such as yours remind us that the true purpose of education is to mold responsible citizens, ethical leaders, and productive members of the society. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, education remains the greatest investment any nation can make in its future. The countries that lead the world today did not attain greatness by accident. They invested deliberately in the education, skills, creativity of their people. Every classroom is a seedbed of innovation. Every teacher is a nation builder. Every student embodies the promise of a brighter tomorrow. As you graduate today, you are stepping into a world that is changing at an unprecedented pace. Technology is reshaping every aspect of human life. Artificial intelligence, robotics, biotechnology, renewable energy, digital entrepreneurship, and the creative economy are redefining how societies work and how wealth is created. This new world demands much more than academic excellence. It requires adaptability, resilience, emotional intelligence, creativity, critical thinking, integrity, and an unending commitment to learning. Your certificate may secure your first opportunity, but it is your character that will sustain your success. Knowledge may open doors, but integrity keeps them open. Dear graduates, permit me to leave you with a few thoughts that may guide your journey through life. First, never stop learning. Graduation is not the end of your education. It is simply the beginning of a lifelong pursuit of knowledge. The most successful people are those who constantly seek to improve themselves. Second, value integrity above immediate success. Wealth acquired without honor is fleeting, but a good name remains one of life's greatest treasures. Your reputation is your greatest asset. Guide it jealously. Third, embrace hard work. There are no shortcuts to lasting success. Every worthwhile achievement is built on discipline, sacrifice, consistency, and perseverance. Fourth, dare to dream beyond your circumstances. Never allow your background to determine the height of your ambition. History is filled with men and women who rose from humble beginnings to transform nations because they believed in themselves and refused to surrender to limitations. Fifth, become solution providers. The world does not reward those who merely identify problems. It rewards those who solve them. Let your education equip you to create value, inspire hope, and improve the lives of others. My dear young friends, Nigeria belongs to you as much as it belongs to any generation before you. I remain optimistic because your generation possesses extraordinary talent, creativity, innovation, and technological capacity capable of transforming our nation. However, the future you desire will not emerge by chance. It will require responsible leadership, active citizenship, respect for the rule of law, patriotism, accountability, and the courage to stand for what is right, even when doing so is unpopular. Never underestimate the power of one honest citizen. Every great nation is built by ordinary men and women who make extraordinary choices, choosing integrity over corruption, service over selfishness, and excellence over mediocrity. To the parents and guardians, I salute your sacrifices. Raising children in today's world demands enormous commitment, patience, love, and resources. Your investment in their education remains one of the greatest legacy you can leave behind. To the teachers, I express my profound appreciation. Behind every successful graduate stands a teacher who believed in a child's potential, nurtured it, and helped it flourish. Your contribution to nation building can never be overemphasized. To those receiving prizes and honors today, congratulations. Wear your achievements with humility and let them inspire you to strive for even greater accomplishments. To those who may not be receiving awards today, do not despair. Life is not a 100-meter sprint. It is a marathon race. Continue to work diligently. Your own season of recognition will surely come. Permit me to specially commend the proprietor and chairman of Pacesetters College, Barrister Kenneth Imasogbon, whose unwavering commitment to quality education continues to inspire many. Through vision, sacrifice, and sustained investment, he has contributed immensely to the expanding access to quality private education, while complementing the efforts of government in developing our educational sector. Your passion for empowering young minds and nurturing future leaders is truly commendable. I pray that the Almighty God will continue to bless the work of your hands and grant you greater strength in continue this noble mission. As I conclude, let me remind our graduating students that true success is not measured by the wealth you accumulate, but by the lives you enrich, the values you uphold, and the legacy you leave behind. Go into the world with confidence. Lead with integrity. Serve with humility. Pursue excellence with courage. Remain curious enough to keep learning. And always remember that your greatest competition is not another person. It is the person you were yesterday. I have every confidence that the graduating class of 2026 will make Pacesetter College proud, make your families proud, and above all, make Nigeria proud. Once again, congratulations to every graduating student. May God continue to bless Pacesetter College. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless.
You can make that hand better, ladies and gentlemen. Those were the words of His Excellency, former Senate President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator David Bonaventure Mark. Thank you very much, sir. Please, a quick announcement. We will want all parents to also return to the hall. We still have awards that will go out today to encourage and reward the hard-working students. We will have overall best from all the classes receiving the awards today. So we expect parents to all be seated. Thank you very much. Taking us further in this program, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a citation in honor of our own mother, the very mother of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about the wife of our former Vice President and the wife of the future President of Nigeria. You can make that hand better as I invite Hurera Umar to give us a citation in honor of our school mother, who is also the mother of the day. A round of applause for her as she steps forth.
Good day, the school chairman, the school director, the super principal, principals, distinguished guests, staff, proud parents, and fellow students. Today, I stand in deep respect and admiration to honor a beacon of hope, a champion of humanity, an advocate for women, a lover of children, a friend to the vulnerable, a woman of passion, compassion, service, and impact. Her Excellency, Chief Mrs. Titi Atiku Abubakar, the chairperson of WOTCLEF, also known as WOTCLEF, and the wife of the former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. Chief Mrs. Titi Atiku Abubakar stands as a shining example of leadership with humility and influence guided by purpose. When kindness is mentioned, her name is remembered. When service is celebrated, her legacy stands tall. When lives are transformed, her footprints are seen. In her, we see dignity that does not fade. Her life reminds us that true greatness is not measured by position or possession, but by the impact we make on humanity. Through her advocacy and charitable work, she has constantly supported initiatives that promote education, support vulnerable families, and uplift community development. Your Excellency, Chief Mrs. Titi Atiku Abubakar, Ma, you are a rare gem, and your impact is far-reaching. Through your foundation, Whatclef, you have actively worked towards the eradication of human trafficking, child labor, and the violent abuse of the rights of women and children. By this passionate dedication to humanity, support for women, children, and the less privileged, you have become a source of hope for many. We celebrate your contributions, we admire your accomplishments, and we appreciate the values you represent. Thank you for being a beacon of inspiration and a symbol of excellence. We look up to you as a role model because your life teaches us to dream boldly, serve selflessly, and to lead with integrity. Our dear mommy, this time last year, your husband, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, was here to honor the class of 2025. And today, you're here to honor the class of 2026. Nigeria is truly blessed to have such lover of children and grand promoters of education. May your legacy continue to shine brightly and inspire countless generations. Our honorable chairman, distinguished guests, esteemed staff, proud parents, and fellow students, please join with me with gratitude and a standing ovation to recognize, appreciate, and celebrate an extraordinary woman, Her Excellency Chief Mrs. Titi Atiku Abubakar. Thank you.
The founder, the originator, the chairman of Pacesetter Schools, the director of the schools, Mrs. Kate Emaswebo, the management and staff of Pacesetter Schools, our dignitaries here present, too numerous to mention, our parents, guardians, students, class of 2026. We are all very happy to be in this hall today. The chairman, you have done a very good job. 24 years running, and these schools are still standing strong. May God, in His infinite mercies, continue to bless you, continue to enrich you with powers and knowledge, that you continue with the good work with your wife that you started. God will never leave you alone, because you are educating Nigerian children. I am here today wearing two caps, representing the grand patron of Pacesetter Schools, and as well representing myself. He said I should greet you, the graduates. Like he would have been here. He was here with you last year. But because of exigencies, he has to attend to. That is why he's not here. But the better half of him is here. Class of 2026, our ambassadors of pace setters, you have heard numerous speakers today. The key speaker was here to speak with you. You have heard all your fathers. They have spoken to you. And as a mother, I have to advise the graduates. You see my little girl that came up, one of you, that spoke to you about Wharncliffe. I will even say maybe I should engage her because she knows even more than I know myself. I'm very happy to be here for you and to tell you that you boys and girls, don't say this is the beginning of the beginning. Leaving pace setter as in the secondary school boys and girls, I will tell you that this is just your stepping stone. The sky is your limit. But most of the boys, I'm sorry to say, most of the boys and girls, the seats are very empty. It seems you are talking to empty seats because most of them are not in the hall. Anyway, those of you that are here, you should take the message to them. The world is full of so many vices. You are living today as graduates of these schools. I don't want you to be deceived by the world because the people out there are ready to deceive you with sugar-coated mouth. They'll come to you and tell you they want to help you, that they want to take you abroad. It is all lies. I have been doing this since 1999. I think I'm 27 years old in the biz. I was a lecturer and I saw it all. As a lecturer, I still want to further my education. I went to Italy as a married mother. And I saw many girls on the street of Rome. And I was asking questions. First of all, before I started asking questions, Nigerian green passports, we were the last to be checked in to go through the immigration processes. And when we got to where we had to be, to go through the immigration, we were the last to be checked. And I was asking the question, but nobody was able to give me an answer. Until when I got into the town, then I saw many of our girls, many of African girls, I will not say Nigerian girls, because I don't like, to stigmatize a state. They were in skimpy clothes, and you see many of them at the red lights. And when I started asking questions, they said some unscrupulous people in our society facilitate their visas for them, take them abroad with sugar-coated mouth. They deceive them and tell them that there are good jobs out there, especially in Italy. When they go back to, and they facilitate for them, and when they go to Italy, they seize all these documents from them, and they give them skimpy clothes, and ask them to go out there to prostitute. And these guys are subjected to their madams. They will work for the madam for 10 good years before they can be liberated. So I was pained as a mother. That was in 1986. And I said to my God-given self, if one day I'm in a position of authority, I will help these girls. And there is power in the tongue. When my husband became the vice president in 1999, I then remember the covenant I had with God that I was going to help these children. So I started They were sworn in May 1999, and I started my program October 1999. And the UN heard of what I was doing. Then they sent to me that there is going to be a Palermo conference on trafficking. I was made to go with the then Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sule Lamido. And when I got there, I told them about my experience, what I saw as a lecturer. And I think then I had even started it, and they heard about it. And, you know, they started repatriating our girls back to Nigeria. And when these guys come back, I had to take care of them because I had promised them. So when they came, you know, they went with fictitious names and so on and so forth. And many of them came back with HIV and STD and so on and so forth. So the one that came to me, I gave them soccer, I gave them schools. I don't want to take you too far because it is a very big project on its own. Anyway, I called for a meeting that all well-meaningful Nigerians should come together. The immigration, the teachers, everybody, we all came together. And I had a very big conference. Those guys that were repatriated, we saw them, and I thought of what to do with them. Then I called spirited women, the immigration, the custom, everybody, the security apparatus. And Justice Mrs. Odili, she was the chairman of that committee. And we promulgated a law. A bill was taken to National Assembly, and it became a law. That is what gave birth to NAPTIP today. And I didn't just stop at that. You know, these children are under my care. At least now I have done 14,000, even running, because I have a rehab center where I rehabilitate these children. I give them schools. They go to school from primary, those who have not gone to school. Because these children are taken as slaves, they deceive them. I have primary school, secondary school, and tertiary institutions. And I think about 14,000 plus had passed through me. And I'm still doing this. So our girls, our boys, you are the vulnerable ones these people are looking for. Don't allow them to deceive you. Don't allow them to take you abroad. And our boys, drugs, don't allow them to initiate you, to make you couriers that you should come and carry parcel for them. They are deceiving you. You have to stay in Nigeria and make it good. My boys and girls, are you listening? Girls, don't go into prostitution because there is nothing out there but gnashing of teeth. And the boys, I am begging you, don't allow women or men to come and deceive you and make you couriers that will be carrying drugs for them. You have to believe in yourself, and you have had it. That once, now you are educated, but you are still going further. That if you are educated, nobody can come and deceive you. And you must have good character. You must have goodwill with everybody. You must have humility. You have had all of this have been said to you. So I implore you, and we thank your parents and guardians for educating you, because thousands of girls and boys are out there looking for such opportunities, but they couldn't get. So I thank you, parents, and I implore you, children, that you should make your parents to be proud of you, so that you know you are going to be the next generation. And you have heard what your daddies and your mommies have told you, that we want a change, and the change has to start with Pacesetter School. You have to set the pace, and others will follow. Thank you for inviting me, and God Almighty will continue to bless the founder, the director, and the teachers of the school. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Please, let's give her a big round of applause. What a history a whole lot of us don't know about has been reviewed today on the national TVs. Wow. We thank God for her life. Now, at this point in time, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, sir, my school director, Her Excellency is seated here, and His Excellencies and the distinguished senators, the royal father in the house, my principals and our valued parents. At this point in time, we'll be having a presentation very quickly for 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Presentation title, Symmetry Dance. It is, you have not seen this before, and it's only in Pacesetter that you can get this. Help me with a round of applause. Welcome, Pacesetters, Symmetry, presenters and dancers. Thank you. Listen, well, ladies and gentlemen, we can do better than that. Let's appreciate our children. Thank you. At this point in time, while we await for the next presentation, we take straight the presentations of awards to deserving students. The first on the list, I would like to that'll be doing us the honor of giving out these awards. I want to believe that the awards are here. We have His Excellency Ogbeni Rauf Arigbeshola, former governor of Osun State. Sir, if you're in the house, okay. Okay, now we have the next. You have His Excellency Professor Soreme Osumbo, former governor of Edo State. Yes, sir, for the presentation of award to the deserving children. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you. I also want to call up the stage His Excellency Oyegun. Please, sir. Please come up stage, sir. Otie Oyegun, sir. Please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. God bless you. Basically, I'm saying either way, we about to slide. I want to believe that our children are ready. Would say you're ready. Thank you, my MCs. Would like to bring their awards forward, their certificates. Yes, please. Would say school, you're taking the first lead, please. The overall best. I would like to invite, for us to get this done quickly, it's already here. I would like to invite our principal capable, the principal of Pacesetters Academy, would say the personal principal, Adiola. Please, a round of applause. Thank you.
The overall best for play group goes to Michaela Obo Peters. For preschool, Obo Foribo Tamuno Tonye. For kindergarten, we have Oluti Meyi Olufeyi Kemi. For grade 1, it goes to Paul Roth Samuel. Grade 2, we have Shetima Usman Khadija. Grade 3, we have Pamba Nicole. For grade 4, we have Halo Keleji Nathan. For grade 5, we have Makamamim Sarah Jalia. And for grade 6, Pacesetters Academy would say we have Adieze Claire. Thank you, sir.
Coming up stage now is the principal of Pacesetters Academy.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
Iran also made a series of claims about attacks elsewhere that were not immediately confirmed. In the Strait of Hormuz attack, a Cyprus-flagged container ship was hit by Iran and suffered significant engine room damage, and a civilian crew member was missing, according to U.S. Central Command on Sunday morning. All of the crew, including the missing member, were Indian nationals, according to India's Ministry of External Affairs. India condemned the attack and said it was working with Oman on a search and rescue operation. It called for free and unimpeded navigation through the strait. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Center, overseen by the British military, said the ship had been traveling on a route hogging the shoreline of Oman, thus being the way ships have entered and exited the Persian Gulf while avoiding Iranian territorial waters. Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard said multiple vessels disregarded our warnings and instructions to correct their course and proceed along the approved route. One of them was struck by a warning shot and brought to a stop. End of quote. Iran said that the strait would remain closed until further notice, and said it would consider targeting additional enemy bases in the region if it faced more attacks. Iranian state media reported U.S. strikes across swathes of the entire country, including southern Iran in the province closest to the Strait of Hormuz and military sites in the province near Tehran. Attacks followed more diplomatic talks about the strait. The latest violence followed Iran and Oman's foreign ministers meeting on Saturday to discuss the strait. The narrow strait sits in both Iran and Oman's territorial waters, but has long been considered an international waterway. Oman said it and Iran agreed to continue discussing the Strait of Hormuz at the technical and political levels. However, Iran offered no statement about the strait being open to all, something sought by the Trump administration. U.S. President Donald Trump suggested last week that an interim deal in the Iran war was over. But mediators, including
a powerful typhoon has made a landfall in China, the second to hit a week with nearly 2 million people evacuated from areas in the path of the storm. Typhoon Bavi, which spans 1,000 kilometers at its widest point, roughly the width of France from Cam ashore in the coastal city of Terzon on Saturday evening before making a second landfall in Guangzhou around midnight.
After pummeling a chain of remote Japanese islands, it brought heavy rainfall to Taiwan as it brushed past its northern tip. Earlier landslides triggered by the storm killed at least 17 people in the Philippines. Though it has weakened to a severe tropical storm, it still presents a risk because of the huge volume of moisture within its rain bands. The storm is expected to gradually diminish in its intensity as it moves northwest. On Sunday morning, the center of the typhoon reached Hangzhou City in Zhejiang Province, Chinese state media reported. Forecasters said the typhoon would move to eastern Anhui on Monday and to the northern Yellow Sea from the Shandong Peninsula on Tuesday. More than 1.7 million people were evacuated in Xinjiang and thousands in neighboring provinces. State media said schools, work, and outdoor activities have been suspended in Xinjiang, while 400 flights and dozens of train services have been cancelled. The city of Windsor, home to around 10 million people, is close to the path of the storm, with authorities evacuating hundreds of thousands of residents. Beijing had ordered the evacuation of 100,000 people to avoid risks, officials said. Bavi began a super typhoon, battering Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands last Monday, with wind speeds of 290 kilometers per hour. As it made its way through the Pacific, weakening to 144 kilometers per hour winds, it struck the Sakishima Island, part of Japan's Ryukyu Island chain, between the country's main islands and Taiwan. At least 5 people were injured and thousands were without power.
At least 2 people have been killed in gunfire at a street festival in Toronto. Police in Canadian City initially received reports of an active shooter on St. Clair Avenue at approximately 2012 local time, where a salsa festival was being held.
6 victims with gunshot wounds were found by police, who said 2 people had been pronounced dead at the scene. At a press conference hours after the shooting, police said there had been an exchange of gunfire at the festival between 2 individuals and 2 firearms had been recovered from the scene. Police were yet to arrest anyone in connection with the shooting, and investigations were ongoing. Toronto Deputy Police Chief Francisco Barredo described the scene as very chaotic and said there was an estimated 13,000 people at the festival when the shooting happened. He said police were managing 3 separate crime scenes in connection with the shooting, and the public will be updated once more information was available. People were told to stay away from the area where a large police presence remained. Anyone with information in connection with the shooting, including witness statements, have been urged to call police. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said he was horrified by the shooting and offered his prayers to the families grieving their loved ones, those who are in critical conditions, and everyone who have been affected by the horrific event.
A British couple have been found down a ravine, badly burned and semi-conscious after being cut up in the deadly wildfires that tore through Spain's Almeria province. That's according to the local media. The pair are thought to have been out hiking when they were caught up in the blaze, which spread rapidly through the province on Thursday. They were evacuated and taken to hospital, where they are in intensive care. Hundreds of firefighters have been battling the fires, which have claimed the lives of 12 people, including 4 Britons, and burned through 6,600 hectares. The identities of those killed have not been officially confirmed. The couple were discovered by civil guard officers searching for survivors near the worst-hit village of Beda in the early hours of Friday morning. One of the rescuers, a Sergeant Pedro Parrott, said they heard distant cries for help. The rescue team followed the sound and climbed down a hillside. They found the couple in critical condition, semi-conscious, and with severe burns covering 40% of their bodies. United States Rep. Al-Kanan says he was detained by settlers and Israeli military in the occupied West Bank and released after calls to the American embassy in Jerusalem. The Israeli Defense Forces denied detaining any visitors in the incident, the latest example of escalating political tensions involving Israel and its allies, Democratic Party. The representative for Kana, a Californian Democrat who is an outspoken progressive, said the confrontation occurred Wednesday in the middle of a 3-day tour of the West Bank. As the congressman visited a Palestinian village that had been abandoned after settler attacks, masked men with guns stopped his group and refused to let them leave. The New York Times said the incident was witnessed by one of its photographers. Cannon's office said it occupied in the town of Kibbutz Kanota. Canaan said that when Israeli soldiers arrived, he was desperate to see them interact in a friendly manner with their captors and also block the exit for the congressman's party. Not until the U.S. Embassy and Israeli police were called was Cannon's group allowed to proceed. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk has announced the creation of a national memorial to the victims of the genocide committed by Ukrainian nationalists during World War II. Tusk was speaking on the anniversary of what Poland calls the massacre in Volhynia, a Polish territory in German-occupied Poland, now part of Ukraine and known as Volyn, which it says some 100,000 ethnic Poles were killed by the Ukrainian insurgent army. Many Ukrainians see the UPA as the heroes who fought for independence from the Soviet Union, as well as against the Nazi Germany and Polish authorities. Warsaw and Kiev have had decades been at odds over the events in which about 10,000 Ukrainian civilians are also estimated to have been killed. Last month, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was stripped of Poland's highest state honor over his decision to name a Ukrainian military unit after the UPA amid a diplomatic row between the two countries. Polish president has said he had to act but stressed that the row would not impact Poland's support for Ukraine as it continues to fight against a full-scale Russian invasion launched in 2022. 3 former Ukrainian presidents later returned their White Eagle Awards to Poland in solidarity with Zelensky. Africa's biggest clean energy challenge is shifting from building projects to building the institutions, markets, and regulatory systems needed to deliver them at scale. That's according to experts. This challenge is emerging even as clean energy reaches a historic milestone globally. Renewables generated 34% of the world's electricity in 2025, overtaking coal's 33 share. Together with nuclear power, renewables are expected to provide half of global electricity by 2030.
As industrialization, artificial intelligence, and electrification push demand higher, experts say the bottleneck in transitioning to cleaner energy has shifted from technology to the systems supporting it, including funding. Overcoming such obstacles is vital for securing access to power for the 600 million people in Africa who are yet to be connected. Clean energy is now cheaper than fossil fuels in virtually every part of the world. Former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg, the UN Secretary General Special Envoy on Climate Ambition and Solutions, said in late June, while announcing a new $285 million Bloomberg Philanthropies initiative to strengthen clean energy industries in emerging and developing economies. But feasible obstacles are still slowing down deployment, and with energy demand rising at an unprecedented speed, we can't allow those obstacles to continue standing in the way, he said. Rather than financing solar farms or wind projects directly, the initiative will invest in strengthening market design, regulatory capacity, technical expertise, and industry institutions, areas increasingly viewed as essential for attracting private investment and accelerating use of renewable energy. It reflects a growing consensus that Africa's energy transition is constrained less by a lack of renewable resources or viable technologies by the institutional capacity needed to turn those advantages into financially viable projects and electricity on the grid.
Investigating the alleged murder of Anne Welcombe said there is nothing to suggest it was politically motivated. Devon and Conwell Police added they were not looking for anyone else in connection with her death following the arrest of 28-year-old white British man in Rotherham, South Yorkshire on Saturday. The former MP and MEP 78 was found dead at her home in Herton, Devon on Thursday, having sustained serious injuries. Police believe she had been attacked almost 24 hours earlier. Assistant Chief Constable Matt Longman said officers remain open-minded about a potential motive and that there was not thought to be any threat to the wider public. The arrest was carried out shortly after 21 hours BST by officers at Counter-Terrorism Police North, East and South Yorkshire Police on behalf of the force. There is no information to suggest the attack on Welcombe was terrorism-related, Langman told reporters on Sunday. The family of the former Conservative minister and later Reform UK spokesperson have been informed of the updates and are being supported by specialist officers. An Indian judge has become the target of online abuse and death threats days after she sentenced 14 men to life imprisonment for lynching a man to death. On June 12, the additional district and sessions judge of a court in Madhya Pradesh state at Tabassum Khan found the men guilty of offenses including murder, attempt to murder, rioting, and wrongful restraint. The crime took place in 2022 when 50-year-old Nazi Ahmed was transporting cattle at night and was intercepted by a group of self-styled Gaur Rashish cow protectors armed with sticks and rods. Hindus consider cows as sacred and killing them is illegal in many states. The man dragged Ahmed and his two companions out of the vehicle and brutally assaulted them on suspicion of smuggling cows. Ahmed later succumbed to his injuries while his companions survived to tell the court what happened. In her judgment, Khan noted that the crime was a clear case of mob lynching, but the verdict has made her the target of religious hate. In the days following the judgment, numerous videos abusing and threatening Khan, a Muslim, surfaced online. The videos implied that Khan had acted against the men and because they were Hindu. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, a close ally of U.S. President Donald Trump, has died at the age of 71. His office released a statement saying he died on Saturday evening following a brief and sudden illness, adding that Graham's family had asked for privacy during this incredible, difficult period. Elected to the Senate in 2002, the South Carolina politician was one of Washington's most influential voices on foreign policy. He had just returned from Kiev, where he met the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Friday. There were no known health concerns ahead of his trip. In a social media post marking the senator's death, U.S. President Donald Trump said Graham was a true American patriot. Graham also served as chairman of the Senate Budget Committee. He was a strong proponent of U.S. support for Ukraine. In his most recent trip to the country, Graham was working on a vision of the Russian sanctions bill, which he said will give tools to President Trump to end this war. Graham initially crashed with the U.S. president. The Nigerian government has expressed deep condolences on the passing of His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, the father emir of the state of Qatar, on Sunday, 12th of July 2026. In a statement issued by the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kemebi Ebiefan, the government described Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, who served as emir of the Qatar from 1995 to 2013, as a distinguished and visionary leader. His transformative contributions to the development and modernization of Qatar had left an indelible mark on the nation and the wider region. The statement further noted that His Highness' wisdom, dedication to progress, and commitment to international cooperation will be fondly remembered by the people of Qatar, the Gulf region, and the international partners. You're still watching the World News. Let's take a break. When we come back, we have more reports. Please don't go away.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Thank you for still staying with us. Now, a 38-year-old South African lady, Will Jessica Ann, has been arrested by operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, after she was found to have concealed 14 large blocks of heroin weighing 5.75 kilograms in her luggage, using her 3-year-old son as a cover to beat security checks and evade thorough screening. According to the NDLEA spokesman, Femi Babafemi, the suspect was arrested by NDLEA officers on Monday, 6th of July 2026, during the inward clearance of passengers on Qatar Airways flight QR1433 from Doha to Abuja. She claimed to have traveled from Cambodia through Doha to Abuja. Intelligence leading to her arrest indicates she is a member of a transnational drug trafficking organization along with her husband, Jin Kanat D. Jagger, based in Cambodia, from where they operate their drug network along the Cambodian-South African axis. Now, in another successful interdiction operation, NDLEA officers at the Terminal 2 Arrival Hall of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, MMIA, Ikeja, Lagos, on 28 June 2026, intercepted a commercial motorcycle operator, popularly known as Okada Rider, a 48-year-old Onyechinyere Daniel Chinedu, with 87 wraps of some drugs concealed within clothes in his bag. And to some sports reports, England and Argentina will renew one of football's greatest rivalries in the semi-finals of the 2026 FIFA World Cup after both sides survived dramatic quarter-final encounters that required extra time. Reigning world champions Argentina defeated Switzerland 3-1 after extra time to remain on course for a successful title defense.
Alexis McAllister gave La Albia Celestial the lead before Dan Ndoye restored parity for Switzerland, sending the contest into extra time. The Swedes were dealt a major setback when Bril Embolo was sent off after receiving a second yellow card for simulation. With the numerical advantage, Argentina capitalized as Lautaro Martinez and Julian Alvarez struck in the second half of extra time to seal victory and book a place in the last four. Earlier, England also needed extra time to overcome Norway 2-1. Jude Bellingham inspired a comeback, cancelling out Norway's opener just before halftime to send both sides into the break level. Norway thought they had regained the lead early in the second half, but the goal was ruled out following a VAR review. Bellingham then completed his brace in the third minute of extra time, sending the Three Lions into a mouth-watering semi-final showdown against Argentina. The second semi-final will see 2018 world champions France take on Spain in another heavyweight European clash, with the winners advancing to the FIFA World Cup final. With four football giants still in contention, the race for the biggest prize in world football promises even more drama and excitement.
Well, that's the world news on AIT. I am Sadiat Dusumo. Thank you so much for staying with us.
At Shabindu Camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Mulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.
Most of the people we see show signs of anxiety and post-traumatic problems. We run 3 group sessions a day, and each group is made up of 10 people, for a total of 30 people a day. If it goes on like this, we'll need to expand the activities to try and meet as many of the needs as possible.
Psychosocial care is available to both genders, but officials say most of the people taking advantage of the services are women whose mental health challenges are impacting their ability to care for their children. Zanemneti Zaidi, VOA News, Goma.
My name is Asha Sampet. Welcome to this new edition of your weekly magazine featuring Africa on the move through smart innovations and initiatives that work. Let's get on with the show with our top stories today. 2 African women from the diaspora of Cameroonian and Congolese origin want to revolutionize the export market for agricultural products from the continent thanks to new technologies, and they also want to find new ways to make a social impact. Katia Koseke and Noéla Ligon, co-founders of the startup Fresh Africa, are our guests this week.
Today we allow French consumers to have access to products from sub-Saharan Africa, which are consumed in the same way as they can be consumed locally.
Shrubs transformed into herbal tea, a recipe that helps fight malaria in Africa. The Artemisia plant is growing in popularity.
Did you know there are areas where there is no pharmacy? The idea is to promote this plant while we develop a drug, because the ultimate idea is to manufacture the drugs locally.
How to produce and consume locally while alleviating the inflationary effect of the war in Ukraine on food products. An association in the Central African Republic is looking for the solution.
We do not produce, but we support local producers. We want Central Africans to consume what is produced here at home.
Malaria, one of the most feared diseases in Africa, continues to wreak havoc. In the face of this scourge, a plant has been making a lot of noise for years. Artemisia, a shrub which can be cut several times a year and which is transformed into herbal tea. In Africa, some have made it their mission to promote the virtues of this plant. This is the case of Sosten Masamba Kolela, founder of the Agria Loango Educational Farm near Pointe Noire in Congo. Our journalist Jean-David Mihamle and our cameraman Brice Kinhu visited it. Take a look.
We are at the HQ of the educational farm Agria Loango on the Indian Point near the seaside town of Pointe Congo. It's here that Sosten Masamba Kolelas decided to promote the cultivation of Artemisia, a medicinal plant. The goal is to help the Congolese to understand and take benefit from this plant to fight effectively against malaria, one of the most feared diseases in Congo in particular.
Did you know there are areas where there is no pharmacy? The idea is to promote this plant while we develop a drug, because the ultimate idea is to manufacture the drugs locally, but we're not ready. We don't have the means. So, while waiting for drugs to be produced locally, we are offering this alternative solution, which is Artemisia herbal tea.
According to WHO, in 2019, 94% of cases of malaria and death related to this disease are recorded in Africa. With 41% of Congolese living on less than $1 a day, according to the latest figures from the World Bank, access to healthcare is difficult. Artemisia then appears as an alternative and not a rival to conventional medicine.
There is often this misconception between conventional as opposed to the traditional medicinal approach that we offer. Artemisia is a choice that is given to Africans. The conventional, in other words the drugs, or the natural approach, which is herbal tea. There was never any question of the producers of Artemisia saying, don't take this, don't take that. Freedom is a very good thing. To live is to choose.
To carry out his project, Sosten Masamba built the Loango Educational Farm on 6 hectares. Representative of the House of Artemisia in Congo, he also aims to transmit to young people the benefit of working the land and the benefits of organic farming.
Here we are at the Agria Loango Educational Farm. At the same time, the HQ of the company Artemisia Congo. There are several activities here. We have Artemisia, where we organize both training about Artemisia, its cultivation and production. Then there is the educational farm component, where we receive schools that bring children for nature and discovery outings. Also parents who bring their children as well, and adults who wish to learn about gardening tips. We also organize training in agroecology in particular. Composting. So basically, this is what we do.
Either way, Artemisia enthusiasts say they are satisfied with the product. Artemisia, I think that's a good thing. It's a good medicine that I discovered a year ago through friends who told me about it when I was sick. Once I took it, I was completely relieved and still continue to take it. I think it's a great product to recommend to people. All in all, mastering the culture of Artemisia is a major goal for Sosten Masamba. Hence, regular training sessions on the cultivation and consumption of Artemisia.
How do you grow Artemisia?
Je creuse d'abord le poquet.
I dig the hole first. I put the manure.
Voilà.
Mixed with manure, with this compost, this is how we plant Artemisia. And then I water the plant.
Je mets l'eau.
The Artemisia looks like this, in a packet that contains 40 grams of herbal tea, dried Artemisia leaves. The dosage is indicated on the back, how to prepare herbal tea. To put it simply, as we do in rural areas, you unpack the content, you divide it into 7 parts. Why 7? Because you're going to take it for 7 consecutive days. Each portion is equivalent to 1 dose. You put in an infusion, a liter of boiling water at 100 degrees with large bubbles. You remove from the heat, you take the potion, you infuse, you cover, you wait at least 15 minutes. You filter, and the liter is to drink during the day.
Sosten Masamba, who proudly claims the status of peasant, continues to cultivate his garden, proud to have turned his passion for agriculture into a profession.
As I mentioned earlier, our 2 guests this week, Katia Kuseke and Noela Ligon, co-founders of the startup Fresh Africa, want to boost the agricultural export market to Europe to the delight of consumers of fresh and organic tropical products in France. Their mantra is transparency and traceability, requirements that they have drawn from market observation and their passion for African cuisine. How to ensure quality from seed to plate. This is what they explained to Laurent Soustras and Thierry Schiller.
Katia Kuseke and Noela Ligon. Hello. More than a year ago, you created Fresh Africa by Kano, the first 2 syllables of your names. What do you bring to the market of tropical products?
So what we can say about bringing something new is, for example, the quality of the products. Today we allow French consumers to have access to products from sub-Saharan Africa, which are consumed in the same way as they can be consumed locally. So this is the experience that we want to give back to the French people. And in addition, what we bring is the traceability and transparency of these products, because at the moment, if you go to the supermarkets, for example, it's difficult to know exactly under what conditions tropical products were produced and by whom. And that's what we're trying to do with Fresh Africa, complete transparency and traceability on the routing of products.
You're Cameroonian and Congolese by birth, but you have lived in France for 9 and 15 years. How did you come up with the idea of this food fridge between Africa and France?
Yes, I arrived when I was 9 years old. I grew up here, but I have always eaten these products at home. My mother cooks it every day. I prepare other meals, but she always makes food like from home. And so seeing her experience in sourcing the products, she goes to Chateau Rouge every Thursday, for example, because she knows that those are the days when the fresh produce arrives, and all the difficulties she encountered. It gave me the idea. I said to myself, why couldn't we digitalize this process so that the products arrive directly at her home without her having to go anywhere, by going and researching a little bit. And that's when I realized that beyond that we couldn't have any traceability on the products, because this opacity could hide the fact that there are sometimes children working in the fields or adults who are undergoing modern slavery. So we said to ourselves, why don't we go and get these products ourselves? Because it's our home. Our grandparents are farmers. We know how to get to these territories, which are a bit isolated. And that's how we set off. I went to get Noela, and there you go.
Et aussi, donc, comme vous l'avez dit, nous sommes vraiment...
Yeah, well, as you said, we are indeed children of the diaspora. And so, in fact, Fresh Africa was thought of as a circle, really. The notion of a bridge is essential between the North and the South and the North. So it's also by making multiple trips, by walking around fields on site, farms. We see waste on site because you have to know that nearly 50% of products go to waste at the farm stage in Africa. So we said to ourselves, this is not possible. These are products that have value, and there is a need here. So that's one of the reasons why Fresh Africa was born.
Donc voilà, c'est entre autres une des raisons pour lesquelles Fresh Africa est né.
Thanks to blockchain technology, you guarantee quality, transparency, and traceability from seed to the plate. In concrete terms, how is this possible?
On va faire simple, en fait.
Let's keep it simple. The blockchain will act as a trusted third party. It's like a notary, for example. The blockchain is the decentralization, quite simply, of information.
Tout simplement des informations. Donc, admettons que on est.
So let's say we have a shipment of pineapples that leaves Africa. This information will leave, and instead of being stored in a place where we could manipulate the information, if we had malicious intentions, well, this information will be distributed on several computers all over the world.
Malveillant, ben là on a cette information qui va être répartie dans plusieurs ordinateurs.
And that will prevent, actually, humans from falsifying it. This is the possibility of decentralizing information, and this is a trusted third party that remains digital.
Et voilà un tiers de confiance qui reste numérique.
And technically, how does it work? You're going to have a producer who has his pineapples ready to go. He will send us a notification saying, I have such quantities of pineapples that are ready to go. So we have someone on the field who will come and collect these products. When he comes, he checks the information provided by the producer and sends that information. It's the same thing. As long as this information is correct and fits, the process continues. If at any time you have information that is not correct, for example, the products arrive at a place and some of them are missing, or the quality of the refrigeration has decreased or is not correct, at that moment we receive that information. We can stop the process, know which batch has been affected, avoid coming to remove all the batches, and know precisely where we have to act.
Voilà, donc en fait la blockchain va intervenir.
So the blockchain secures the reliability of information so that it cannot be corrupted. And also, as Katia has just said, it's to be able to trace the information quite simply. That's it.
Voilà.
Is it not too complicated for farmers in Africa? What interest do they have in working with you? And isn't this blockchain scary for an African farmer?
Je dirais que de la manière dont nous on leur
I would say that the tools we provide, take any producer today, they have WhatsApp. We have simplified as much as possible the process they had to go through to provide us with the information. We don't ask them to do anything. We have to stick to their habits. We simplified things as much as possible so that they could send us the information. And then, in terms of the interest that it can create, we wanted to put the producer back into the picture, as he doesn't exist today in this whole import value chain. We know that the products arrive, we know that they come from somewhere, but we never know who makes them. We don't know how they were treated, paid, or what they went through to make these products. And in fact, it was important for us to provide this information. So in fact, this is one of the main roles of technology. It's to fix this problem that we had noticed.
Réparer un peu ce problème-là que nous on avait constaté.
L'agriculteur est central en fait vraiment dans.
The farmer is central, in fact, really in the project, and the blockchain is our blockchain. We are the ones building it. So the farmer, just like the transporter, is the actor of this blockchain. And all we do is store this information and make it reliable. So for them, it's an entirely transparent process. All they have to do is confirm that the product has been put in the ground at a specific time. It has been harvested at a specific time. They send us that information and it is stored. That's it. So the idea is to make it as easy as possible for everyone.
Le plus facile en fait et pour tout le monde.
Welcome back to the second part of our show. As you know, the war in Ukraine continues to put pressure on the prices of agricultural raw materials. In the Central African Republic, expenditure on wheat imports can reach 17 billion CFA francs per year. Substituting a large share of wheat in the production of bread and other foods with maize or bean flour saves money. But how do you increase local production and consume locally? Our correspondent in Bangui, Bertrand Médard-Gaimas, tried to answer the question by visiting the Yeti Kodro Association, which promotes local Central African products. Take a look.
Helped by her daughter, this street food hawker has just fried kose, galettes made from peas. It's a local product fancied by Central Africans of all ages.
These kose are made with peas that we buy on the market. It costs only 25 CFA francs and is bought by everyone, whether young or old, school children and workers alike.
Consistent and filling, kose serves as a morning sub-base. It's very popular among both national and expatriate consumers. Although peas are not grown in the Central African Republic, beans are widely available in the country. It is found on the menu of many households and in school canteens in the Central African Republic.
Let's turn on the fire to prepare the rice and beans. Soon the students will finish school and they'll be hungry. Golden and a delectable smell rising from the koses, they are appreciated for the energy they provide and are as irresistible to school children as it is to the passers-by, whether on foot or by car.
The first thing that attracts you is their delectable smell when you pass by. Secondly, they're nutritious and cheap. Just 2 or 3 of them with a drink, it's yummy and filling. It gives you all the strength you need to get through the day.
Kose are among the products marked by the Yeti Kodro Association, meaning things from the country. It is appreciated in the same way as the other products promoted by the association.
Here in this package, there are bean leaves. You won't easily find them in the supermarkets. This is millet flour made by us in perfect sanitary conditions.
The association's first initiatives were launched in 2016 in Bangui, the capital. It has since expanded its activities to 2 other cities in the country. Since the start of the war in Ukraine and the difficulties encountered throughout Africa in obtaining supplies of Ukrainian wheat, mobilization is the mantra to mitigate the situation.
We do not produce, but we support local producers. We want Central Africans to consume what is produced here at home.
In the Central African Republic, the prices of essential commodities such as flour, oil and sugar, to name but a few, are already rising.
For several weeks now, we have been witnessing a surge in the prices of essential commodities. And these are the goods that are imported, unfortunately.
The war between Russia and Ukraine is penalizing us. A bag of flour that we used to buy from the wholesaler at 30,000 CFA francs has become 40,000 CFA francs. We're forced to sell 1 kilo of flour, which used to sell for 750 CFA francs, at a retail price of 1,000 CFA francs. That's a lot.
All vendors' eyes are on the Central African Republic authorities. They are especially concerned about the situation in the country, which is known for its alliance with Moscow.
The Prime Minister, head of government, has set up an interministerial committee to propose actions that could prevent our country from suffocating. The specific action aimed by the Ministry of Trade and Industry is about reducing our dependence on imports. To this end, we are encouraging and directing our investors towards local products processing in collaboration with energy, agriculture and livestock ministries.
Yeti Kodro does not limit itself to local food production, as it is highly involved in the economic development of the country. In 2021, it was awarded the Orange Prize for Social Entrepreneurship in Africa and Middle East, designed to encourage innovative associations. And one of its initiatives has been to set up a workshop called Kaina, in which craftspeople and also the youth with some sewing skills can come and work on machines made available to them, exchange ideas, and seek advice from other experienced sewers.
The name Kaina means to share. It is the Kaba dialect of the Central African Republic. Share what? Sharing the experience between dressmakers. Right now, we have 6 young girls working from Monday to Friday.
I did not come to Yeti Kodro as a sewer, but as a marketing agent. Within Kaina, I gradually became interested in sewing by learning to knit from my sisters in the Kaina workshop.
A wide-scale presence in Bangui and the sub-prefectures of Paoa in the northwest and Buea in the centre-east of the Central African Republic, Yeti Kodro is living proof that despite economic and food crises, such as the one caused by the war in Ukraine, solutions can still be found through initiatives and the will to return to traditional local products.
Let's now get back to our guests, Katia Kuseke and Noéla Ligon. The two co-founders of the startup Fresh Africa have shared with us their analysis on the food and inflationary crisis threatening Africa. You will see they are rather optimistic.
Katia and Noéla, as co-founders of Fresh Africa, how do you analyze the current inflationary food crisis in Africa?
Paradoxically, I think this crisis can be an opportunity because it can give Africans the chance to reappropriate their wealth. After all, until now, they are unfortunately victims. Even here, we realize that wheat imports came mainly from Ukraine. But we have ancestral cereals, so I think this could be an opportunity to turn to these cereals. Some countries are self-sufficient, so I think it's an opportunity. We have to take it like that.
You are looking at traditional farmers at Fresh Africa. But should we focus on ecology or use enriched or hybrid seed techniques and fertilizers to improve yields?
Ça, c'est une bonne question. Je pense que ça, c'est une vision ça dépend vraiment.
That's a good question. I think that's a vision that really depends on the people themselves. I don't want to criticize those who do things differently, but I think we have seen here that with the European model, we have reached the end of all these seeds that are hybrids. Even here, we're trying to return to traditional agriculture. So would it be the right solution today in Africa to go towards a solution that has not worked elsewhere? I don't know. We have to ask ourselves the question. And, on the other hand, many different techniques can replace these hybrid seeds. We can talk about permaculture and agroforestry. Wouldn't that also be a way of testing? We know that other plants can be used to chase away, for example, certain small beasts or insects that will attack certain plants. Can't we use nettle as a fertilizer instead, and so on? And that's why we're going to work with small producers who still use ancestral methods, a juxtaposition of methods, food crops, and crops that are a bit more commercial. So there you have it. The question has never arisen, in fact.
And do you feel support in Africa and awareness in this field?
C'est incroyable, mais effectivement, oui.
It's incredible, but yes, I didn't expect that we would realize that people there think like over here. They need this traceability. Likewise, they are cautious about what they eat.
Ils ont pareil, ils font très attention à ce qu'ils mangent. Pour eux,
For them, the notion of organic means that nothing has been added to the products, and they want to keep it that way.
Ils tiennent à ce que ça leur reste. Et d'ailleurs, c'est
Moreover, this is one of the evolutions we're moving towards. It's that we've realized that we don't just need our products here, we sometimes need to leave them too, to bring them back to the city, as they say over there, so that the people there can enjoy them. So I think that we really have the same way of thinking as the people in this area.
Les personnes qui sont sur le territoire.
How do you see the development of your startup in Africa, given the constraints that can sometimes be found on the continent?
Alors, ce développement, il doit se faire avec la
So this development must be done bearing in mind the constraints of each country. We must not forget that Africa is above all a continent. So 54 countries mean 54 different realities.
De prendre connaissance du terrain,
It means getting to know the territory. It's about going on the field and not just sourcing producers directly. In each country we open, we have to go there, meet the administration, see where things are blocking, where there are maybe blocking points and find solutions.
Et trouver des solutions derrière.
And the willingness of countries to export still helps in combating certain obstacles?
Totally. In fact, there is this will. It comes from two sides. There too, we find it here in France. We feel that they have an increasing need to work with Africa and perhaps abandon agreements with China or other countries. And we as young entrepreneurs will be pushed by the CPA, which is the Presidential Council for Africa, which supports us a lot in the field and in some of the countries in which we're working. And on the other hand, we feel that there's a vast facility to get products out in these
challenges in TV because, whether you like it or not, I'm a beautiful woman.
Yeah.
And it was, this one, they put her in TV. She's a threat.
Yemi Pratt was one of the it girls of the early 2000s when private television exploded. She was host of multiple award-winning and hit TV shows, including AIT Jams, Primetime Africa, The Music Chat Show with Tito.
I didn't want to do TV.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I wanted to go abroad.
2 years after television, she left. I still can't get over the 2 years.
It's 2 years.
It looked like a number of years.
It's 2 years. But you know that with TV, when you do things like syndicated shows, some stations will show it longer than.
After, but not, yes.
2 years today.
Wow, that's incredible. That
is
some legacy there.
It's mind-blowing.
She left and went to become a tailor. So people tried to call her a designer, but she said,
I didn't go to fashion school.
Right.
So it's when you go to fashion school that you become a designer. So I'm a tailor.
Right.
My husband used to flip. You cannot, you know who tailors are? Tailors are those people. I said, guy, those people, they do work.
2025 would be 20 years of marriage. And because of the beauty of her life, they don't have kids, even though she wanted. And so she hasn't spent one moment worrying about it. The God who loved her before is still the God who loves her today. Yeah.
I'm so okay with it.
Yeah.
I've been told, go and adopt. Go and. But my husband wasn't. And I was like, we're living it's a family.
Right.
I can't take a unilateral decision and force it
on your partner.
But it doesn't remove from who we are.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful for that.
From Itura to one of my new favorites, Close of Business, I say, how's it like being back in the limelight, being back where she left? She says...
I would tell you that, honestly, God sent me into Nollywood. And I'm not saying that with any flippancy or...
Right.
Acting was never in the radar. Never.
And she's just getting started. This interview is about what happens when a woman, who refuses to age, by the way, insists on living life on her own terms, personally and professionally, and ends up in her 50s as joyful as ever and just rearing to go again. Yemi Pratt, one of Nigerian TV's original It Girls, with Chude today.
Come for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, is my auntie, the Yemi Pratt. Welcome on the show. I've been looking to do this for so long.
I know, right? Thank you.
Hadn't seen you in like 15 years. And we're going to talk about this because I thought you had even relocated.
Nibo. Niger for life.
Then I came into a church for my ex-assistant was doing a Thanksgiving ceremony. And I'm like, who am I seeing? And then, I'm not even trying to flatter you. I thought it couldn't be you because you still looked
the same,
like you looked. So I thought it's not even possible.
It cannot be.
But then I saw it today and I came, it was the greatest joy. And then of course, and I said, I have to sit down with you. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't joking because I think the next week or 2 weeks later, I was in your house.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
It's and you know, it was one of my best Sunday afternoon. It was thoughtful, it was warm, it was authentic. All the things that I remember from the first time I met. Anyway, this is supposed to be an interview, not a Thanksgiving. I just wanted to say, you are in Itura.
Yes.
And your picture is used sometimes as
Yes.
So I had seen that because Itura is about 2 years old, I think.
3 years.
3 years old.
Yeah.
I'd seen that, and again I thought that can't, and it's you, but that can't be you. It's this year that I realized that it is you.
Yes.
Because you haven't changed.
That is all thanks to God. It has nothing to do with me. Honestly, it has nothing to do with me. Because sometimes I'm looking at my age mates and I'm thinking, why does God love me so?
Yeah.
And it's not that he doesn't love them.
Others, yes, but then it's the way he loves you.
Why does he love me so?
Yeah.
I haven't been the best person, you know. As you get older, you realize that life is more than appearance. My sisters, in fact, they had a hissy fit yesterday when they were like, oh, so you're getting a makeup artist for... And I'm like, no. They're like, why? You are going in, today is going to interview you. I say, I will do my makeup. I say, it will suffice. They're like, hey. But you know, it's an... I'm like, it's okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
it's not you trying.
I lost my vanity matrix maybe like 20 years ago.
Why?
Because it's not important to the grand scheme of things. It's a body. God designed it to age. How long can you cheat the aging process? And why do I even want to be, why do I want that to be the center of attraction for me? I'm not interested.
Right.
It's my heart that matters. And if I speak with you and you can connect with that, then my job is done.
Right.
Doesn't matter how pretty I look.
Yeah, it's good. I agree with you, obviously, but does that still apply in this day and age of filters and Snapchat on Instagram and, you know, red carpets with 5 million naira clothes and all of those things?
So I'm more empathetic now and more understanding.
Right.
If you had asked me this question 15 years ago, I'd have told you, no, desist. But here's the thing, they're not me. It's not important
to you, right? Yeah.
But if that's where you are right now, then own it and do you. The thing about life is it will progress. There was a time when I could not do without, I must do makeup. As you know, I used to do makeup professionally.
Yes.
But one of the greatest things that drove me away from doing makeup consistently was that I had a thing with washing my face, so I would not wash my face.
Right.
And I thought to myself, I was like, you do makeup, full makeup, you know, wash face. What's going to happen in 10 years' time? So I was like, you know what? Let's just not wear the makeup. It'll be all right.
Yes.
So, I mean, do you?
Yeah.
And be comfortable with it. Be okay with it. Irrespective of the noise. As they say in Yoruba, ariwo oja. Leave the market noise. Market go make noise.
Take care
do
of yourself.
Yeah.
Let's go back. When I met you for the first time, obviously, I was working for, I think, New Dawn before me, and you were one of the hottest talents in television. Like, you know, you were doing Primetime Africa, you were doing AIT Jams, you were doing a world chart show, I think. Was that the one with Tito?
Yes, with Tito.
Star World Chart.
Yes.
You know, I mean, people need to understand. Like, you know, let me explain to people. Like now, if my clips are going viral, they're probably going viral alongside some other people's content. Then there were just like 5 stations or 3 that we were watching. Yeah. So everybody was watching you.
Yeah.
And entertainment TV was just becoming a real thing. You know, with AIT, with Keke and D1. And so it was fresh and it was exciting, and every young person who wanted to work in the media wanted your job. What were those days like when you look back now?
So I'm grateful for, I was just telling Olubori, that's my manager, I was just telling him that everything in life, God is detailed. There are no mistakes.
Right.
And if you understand how detailed God is, then you know that everything that you did is going somewhere or is teaching you something. Now, I didn't want to do TV.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I wanted to go abroad.
Right.
And I went to meet my father's friend who all his children were abroad. And I was like, I want to go abroad. And he was like, it's not easy.
And your children are there.
And to show you how bold I still, I was like, uncle, it's not easy, all your children did it. I go easy. He now said, okay, let me give you a letter, go to... I said, I don't want to work.
Right.
He said, if they don't take you,
then I will
help you.
Right.
I walked into Dark Communications, and before this, I'd met D1 because he was living across the road from me in Iwutemeta.
Okay.
And I met him through my sister.
All right.
So I already had a relationship with D1 and Kenny, because of course you meet D1, you will meet Kenny. So I didn't tell them that I was coming.
Right.
So I got there, and I was waiting at the reception. And Keke walks in, and he goes, what are you doing here? Come on, let's go. So I said, they gave me a letter. He said, let's go. So I went to his office. He was like, he sent somebody, Ladi Lawal.
Oh, Ladi Lawal.
And he looked at my resume, and he looked at me. And he said, first and foremost, we can't afford you.
Love it.
And I was like, okay. Right. In 1998, I'd moved from architecture. I have a first degree in architecture.
Yes.
I'd worked in architecture.
Yeah.
I left architecture because they were not paying well. They were paying me 2,000 naira then. It was a lot of money.
Right.
But it was not making sense.
Right.
And I was doing a lot of work. So I moved into interiors where they were paying me 14K.
Oh, wow.
So you can imagine I was balling.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
So I got to DACO and they were like, we can't afford you. I'm thinking, it was about, we're going to hire you on the spot anyway. Can we offer you 8,000? Yeah. I was like, okay, you know, I mean, this is a 30-minute interview with Ladi Lawal.
Right.
And they hire me on the spot.
Wow.
And I'm like, what is it that... So I went back home and I told my father, I said, so they've hired me. My father said, hey, my father had been telling me that you should work on TV. Because I used to read aloud a lot.
Right.
And I was like, I think you'll be a very good newscaster. I said, newscaster, reading NTA News. How? Me? I don't have a serious bone in my body. You know if you walk. So I went home, I said, they've hired... My father said, hey, I told you. And I'm like, right. I enjoyed it. One, because Kenny and D1, mentorship was not a word then, but those guys, they set me straight. I had challenges in TV because, whether you like it or not, I'm a beautiful woman.
Yeah, love it.
And it was, this one, they put her in TV. She's a threat. So everything, the rug was pulled out from under my foot at every turn. What I was relegated to doing was looking through videos.
Oh, so when you got the job, even after you got the job at AIT, then people started fighting you.
So they said, what's the work that she's going to do? Let her just be previewing videos.
Not to be on the screen.
No. So I would watch, so I would get in at 7 in the morning because I didn't want to be stuck in traffic. I was living in Ebutemeta, going to Alagbadu. So I would get in I would be the first person. The person that would come in after me would come in at 10.
Wow.
So from 7 a.m., maybe I'll snooze for an hour. From that time till when I close at 4 or 5, I'm previewing videos.
Wow.
So one day I just went into, I think, because Kenny was GM radio then. He was like, how far? Are they giving you work? I was like, no, I'm previewing videos. He was like, hey. He said, would you like to work on radio? I'm like, what would I do? He said, don't worry, you first do night shift with Sule. You will learn how to use the console. So I did night shift, I think, for about a month.
Night shift as presenter?
I know, to learn how to use the console so that I could become a presenter on radio. When I finished learning the console and blah, 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 he gave me a few tests. Then he gave me primetime belt on Friday from 12 noon to 5 p.m. I almost collapsed. I'm like,
what am I going to be doing?
I said, it's primetime. He said, yeah, I think you can do it. I said, you think? He said, yes. He said, Shebi, you know how to use the control. I said, yeah, you know music. I said, yes. He said, yeah, so what's the problem?
Right.
So, of course, that became a thing.
Yeah.
And then TV came and said, they gave her belts. How? So I had a very good conversation with my head of department then. I go cover Imashiri. I will not call him. And I said to the person, I said, when I got into university, in fact, when I started working, you probably were not in secondary school.
I love it.
I said, but you're my head of department. I said, and I was taught respect. I said, if you ever step out of line with me again, I said, you will hear it. From where you will hear it, you will not understand. I said, do I do my job? They said, yes. Am I here on time? They said, yes. I said, so
what else do you want?
I said, did I come here to take your job? I can't take your job. But the difference between me and those that were on TV then was that we had the phone-in segments.
Yes.
And they were like, oh, when you ask the person's name. I said, why should I ask the person's name on air? Shebi, when I don't answer the phone call. Shebi, we're playing adverts. I said, so let me have a conversation with that person.
Right.
So behind the scenes, I will talk to that person. What's your name? What do you do?
Before coming on air.
And then when that person comes, I'll be like, oh, John, so how are you doing? What's going on today? Why are you calling us today? So it's not, hello, John, where are you calling from?
Yes.
So
we can't hear you.
So people were like, how did she? I said, they can't see John, but they can see me. So they have to understand that John and I have a kind of relationship. It can't be stilted.
Right.
So, of course, I did a few shows on TV, subbed for a few people, and I was like, no, we can't, this girl. But I was only there for 1 year. To the amazement of me sometimes. Right. I still worked out 1 year. I spent 1 year only.
Where?
In AIT.
Right. Oh, it's just 1 year?
1 year. And I spent 1 year with Primetime.
Right.
So the total of my TV, 2 years.
Wait, the total of the TV is 2 years?
Yes.
What?
So you see that when God is doing something.
Right.
I'm walking down the street till today.
Yes, people will be calling your name, I'm
they
sure.
Just, are you not a Yemi Pratt? And I'm like, yeah. They're like, oh my God, I used to watch you when I was younger. And you know something else? And I was like, but like I said about the mentors, Keke and D1.
Yeah.
D1 said to me when I started work with them, he said, it's the people that make you a star. He said, so somebody sees you on TV. Someone's up the courage to walk up to you and say hello, and then you snub them. He said, you're no longer a star. He said, from that moment onward, that person is going to spread the gist that you're not a nice person. He said, look at it, in the totality of your life, is maybe 5 minutes max with that person. He said, smile, ask their name, hug them if they need a hug, have a brief conversation, and go on your way.
Right.
You see that thing? I've never forgotten it.
Right.
Never forgotten it. Till today, I still do it. In fact, now, there's phone now. So when you come home, I watch it. Do you want to take a selfie? They're like, I can take a selfie. Yes. You can take, what's your name? I might forget your name as I walk, but I will ask you your name.
Moment
do you understand?
To you, yes.
Because that person is a human being.
Yeah.
And they value you is why they came to you. So irrespective of what is happening in my life, that 5 minutes that I'm with you, now you go be center of attention.
I love it. I love it. I still can't get over the 2 years.
It's
because
2 years.
It looked like a number of years.
It's 2 years. But you know that with TV, when you do things like syndicated shows, some stations will show it longer than.
After, but not,
2 years today.
Wow. Wow, that's incredible. That
is
some legacy there.
It's mind-blowing.
Okay, let's go back. So, interior decor, if you were earning this 14K, why did you want to leave the country, if you're earning that well, and why did you accept this lower paying job, since your plan
was to
leave anyway?
So my mom had just died.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My dad was retired.
Right.
I'm the first child.
Right.
And I think in my head, I thought, if I moved abroad, I'd be able to support my family better. Right. So that was my thought process then. But I think after getting the job, because the caveat was, if you don't get the job, then I will help you. And I got the job on the spot. So it was like, well, we might as well do the job.
Something I also noticed is that even though you were, and this fits with the theme of Work Always Comes to Meet You, because even though you knew Keke and D1, so first, you're going to the office, you know them, so you could have as well spoken to them. You didn't. Then they put you to be doing video. You could have as well gone to talk to them. You didn't. Why not?
I think this ties back to my dad, right? My dad always believed that people knew his value.
Right.
And I recently connected that. I'm exactly like my father. I also do not believe in harassing people.
Right.
So you've met me, right? I'm working, but I didn't come to work for you. And I'm in my department.
Right.
It's work.
Right.
It will not always go right. How am I going to manage it? And that's part of growing up. It's how I was raised.
Right.
So it wasn't so I know the head of a hen, so I can go there and go and whine. And no, it's you know what? Okay, so the day we cannot handle it again, we'll say, hey, thank you very much for the job. We're very grateful. We're going home.
Yeah.
So it was never, even till now, I find it, I'm a bit hesitant to go to the top. If I know that the corporation or the people I'm dealing with are going to waste my time, then I will go to the top.
Right.
But I'm a firm believer in following due process.
Right.
It's very important for me.
Right.
And I also believe that it shows value to the people that I'm working
with you. Right. I'm going to ask a strange question. Why did you get married?
So, looking at my parents' marriage, right, it's a good example of what marriage should be like. Right? My grandparents too. In fact, in my head, I'll be married at 25.
Right.
By 30, 32, 33, I'd have had my 4 children.
Right.
And everything else would be hunky-dory.
Love it.
So I'd always wanted to get married.
Right.
And I'd gotten the opportunity earlier.
Okay.
And it would have made sense, but I felt I wasn't ready. And then also, I wasn't pressured.
Right.
My father was a bit worried.
Yeah.
And my mother was like, what do you want her to do? She's going to stand on the road. And then the next guy that passed, she would call him and say.
Kidnap him.
And then I could bring my boyfriend home.
Wow.
I was not one of those that the guy would come, he'll be inside the car, then he will So when you're coming to my house, I tell you, so when you're coming to my house, you will come inside. You will knock on the door. We will open the door. My parents will be in the living room.
Love it.
You will come inside, I will introduce you.
you.
They will sit down there for a few minutes.
Yes.
They will talk to you. Then they will, both of them will just get up and leave.
Love it.
So my father had told me this, I think just after secondary school. He said, you need to bring your boyfriends home. I said, who does it? My father said, so if anything, and this is exactly what he said. He said, if anything goes wrong, I know where to go. And my mother would sit me down and say, hey, so what exactly are you people doing? Perhaps you know that there are some things that you should not be doing. And she will not, do you understand? So I knew how to keep myself.
Yes, so you trusted you, and that trust made you,
My first all-night party, my father drove me to it.
I think I saw that at the age of 15.
Yes.
So you thought he was just letting you go, but no, he has done his
My father don't do groundwork.
He has done Reiki.
So this party that I went to, he had a military person who lived next door. So he said, I know it's an all-night party. And he and my mother, obviously, they don't agree. So when you are tired, she'll be waiting for you. So you walk from the party to her house, knock on the door, she will pick you up in the morning.
Love it.
So I know jump fence. I've been wearing shorts. My mother said she would wear dresses for me when I was young, and I'll take off the dress and go and pull out shorts. So I've been wearing shorts from my house. I've worn, when I was getting married, my father said to me, he said, I hope your dress is decent. And I said to him, you'll be shocked, even our sleeves. And my father just laughed. What my father didn't know was that my dress was going to be green.
Your wedding dress was green?
My wedding dress was like an emerald jade green, full from head to toe.
Sounds on brand.
And I got married in Hoas Memorial Methodist Cathedral.
Right.
It was not a Pentecostal church. It was an Orthodox Methodist church.
You dared them to send you out?
They know fit. Because I served in the choir. Oh no, I was an usher. When I joined the church, when we moved back to Lagos and I was old enough, I became an usher in church. So I served in the church. But those that know me also know that we are different in my house. The first thigh-high knee-length boots I bought, it was my mother that paid for it. So I could do a lot of things. They allowed us to express ourselves. When we were doing Thanksgiving, the Reverend Father, he whispered in my ear, said, I knew you were going to do something different. He said, I love your dress. Unfortunately, my mother was already dead, so my mother didn't get to see it. But my father wasn't surprised. So before I got married, I showed my stepmother. I said, this is the scarf. I said, so just in case you want to tell him. But I knew my father. My father knows that. He knows his children.
Okay, so the plan was the marriage plan. What of the 4 children plan?
So that never came to pass.
Right.
So I still love children.
Right.
From newborn to when the child refuses to be called a child. And it doesn't matter what stage, I always manage to connect. And I realized that that is also a gift.
Right.
A lot of people find children to be a lot of work. If I walk in here and there are 10 children, I will ignore all of you.
Right, and focus on them.
As in, I will ignore all of you. I will listen to what they say. We will ask questions. My house, wherever I've lived, has always been a hub for children.
Right.
So I will connect with the mothers. I will connect. Okay, so if people need to go, we just bring them, just dump them. We're here. We'll read books. We'll experiment. Everything. We'll cook together. People have eaten things. Their children have eaten things in my house that their children will never eat in their house.
Yes.
So, but we never had children.
Right.
And it didn't stop me from loving God.
It never brought you down?
No.
Never?
No.
I mean, I'm not surprised to hear that, but why not, though? Because these are the kind of things that make many women in our society...
I agree, right? And I can't speak for them.
Right.
But I can speak for
yourself. Right.
God has always been present in my life.
Right.
So it's that conviction in knowing who I am in God. And he doesn't... I mean, if you look through the Bible, he loved Judas now. Not Judas betrayed. But he knew that it's Judas. Now he sent Judas go betray Jesus. Nobody said Judas just got up one day saying, So is it that God that doesn't love me? No. He loves me. And I'm complete in him. Children are a gift. And he will give the gift to whoever he so wishes. Does it mean that he doesn't? No, it doesn't mean that he doesn't love me. And I'm okay
with that.
I'm so okay with it. I've been told, go and adopt. But my husband wasn't. And I was like, we're living it's a family.
Right.
I can't take a unilateral decision and force it
on your partner.
But it doesn't remove from who we are.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, I love it. I love everything about it. I love it. I'm loving everything about it. Right, okay. So that's, I was going to say that people said to you, adopt all of that, and yes, but you and your husband are a partnership, and acting, are you loving it? The first one I saw you in was The Counselor, I think, where you were a therapist.
Yeah.
You were therapist from hell.
But look at the couple in the end.
Yes, we know that. But I'm just like, this therapist, we need to report this therapist. But are you enjoying it? Because you've been very busy. You've been you've been busy. You've been
I've gotten work.
Yes, you've gotten work, yes. You would like more?
I would like more.
Right.
Because I would tell you that honestly, God sent me into Nollywood. And I'm not saying that with any flippancy or...
Right.
Acting was never in the radar. Right. Never. When I did acting, it was because of Bumi Davis and Teju Babyface.
Yes, you had done some stage plays, yes. And I think RMD too at some point, yes.
Do you get?
Yes.
But it was, something you can do. Okay, so we did it, and then we moved. I still continued to do all the things that I was doing. Because that was just, by the wayside. We can, yeah, right. I love stage, by the way. Still love it.
Yeah.
Acting, because I know it's a mission. Nollywood is like Nigeria.
Okay.
We love it, but there are a lot of things that we need to do properly.
Right.
And I'm just going to leave it at that because am I enjoying acting? Yes.
Right.
Because it involves people.
Right.
As I've said to your people here, I understand what goes on in the back
behind the scenes.
It's a lot of work. I think one of the first productions I did after Itura, because Itura, they were so detailed, there was no need to ask any questions. Right. The next ones, I have a list of questions that I send out.
Right.
If you answer those questions, I will still go with a few things. When I went to do Dust, I had a suitcase and a half of the stuff that I knew that I would need, that they would not be able to provide for me. I'm very particular about what I eat.
Love it.
So, plus, when I get kitchen, they don't get, I go bring my camping gas. I don't say, I say, no, you don't understand, I need to drink tea in the morning. So I know fish. PA will be, I say, no, don't worry. I will do it myself, it's okay.
Right.
So I brought my camping gas, I took a pot.
Right.
I had my organic produce delivered to me. I would cook some of my meals.
Right.
Because I don't want to fight with anybody. Yes. You already have enough stress going on.
Yes.
And then if you are not organized, then there's another problem. So you know what? Let me come.
Arrange myself to avoid drama.
And also not be part of the people that are going to give you grief.
Love that.
So in that respect,
right.
I enjoy acting.
Right.
I really do. And I love the crew. I give them the props. I ask your sound man. Yeah. And you are not sound, you are not makeup, you are not hair. That is the job that you do. If you ask somebody their name, people are very surprised. I ask your name, and then next morning I see them, hello John, how are you today? I'm like, what's the problem? You remembered my name. I said, did I ask you yesterday? He said, yes, ma, but you remembered. I'm like, yeah. So it's also about relationships.
Yeah.
It's about connections.
Yeah.
It's about working with people. And that is why I'm in Nollywood. I already have the fame.
Right.
With all humility.
Right.
And the money will come. But that is not why I'm there.
Right. What's the thing you are happiest about?
So happy is not a word I use, because happy is dependent on circumstances.
Right. Joyful.
Joy doesn't change.
Yeah.
It doesn't change no matter what's going on.
Yeah.
Maybe because now I'm understanding the journey, looking back. So I know that they're all building blocks, right? So I can't say that, and I enjoyed every phase. I was present in every phase.
Right, you were present.
I was present in every phase.
So that's it then.
I was present in every phase.
Yeah.
And once it's gone, I let it go.
Yeah.
Yes. It's gone now. We don't go. So we
Let's go. Yeah.
You take the lessons from that, like you rightly said, and you move on and you apply it to the next thing.
Next thing, yes. So happy to see you.
Thank you.
So happy.
Thank you.
And I'm looking forward to more joy.
Oh, don't worry. The joy is it's already here.
It's already here.
It's already here. That's it.
In Jesus' name.
Amen to that.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for this new edition of Business Africa. On our show today we follow the progress of the cashew nuts business in West Africa and also that of the fintech ecosystem. But first, let's get on with the show with our top stories today. Guinea is on the cashew farming bandwagon, a rush towards an expanding sector that relies on local production units.
It was in 2017 that I took the initiative to plant cashew nuts. I saw the potential of cashew nuts for a long time as they can provide us decent living.
Ancestral know-how fallen into disuse and a dynamic succession. How a Beninese designer brings indigo loincloth back to life.
The indigo currently in vogue was made in record time. It takes its place entirely.
The payment dilemma in Africa, a mission for Serge Boubda with his dual platform, an architecture that is already attracting merchants in Cameroon's economic capital, Douala.
It's a new, more straightforward way to make payments more secure, faster, and of course with a completely new and simplified experience.
Cashew nuts production in West Africa increased by 5.4% last year with a total volume of 2.6 million tons. It must be said that the cultivation of cashew trees is particularly popular in the region, with star-producing countries such as Côte d'Ivoire, which represents 44% of Western African production, but also Nigeria and Guinea-Bissau. Something to envy their neighbours. In Guinea-Conakry, there's a rush towards this lucrative sector, which already supports 50,000 people and is moving towards local processing. A report by journalist Sayon Kourma.
From mining to agriculture, an unthinkable reconversion for this graduate of the Guinean Institute of Mines. Despite studying geomining 30 years ago, Mohamed never worked in the mining industry. And although Guinea has the largest bauxite reserves in the world, he preferred to focus on rice cultivation before discovering a sector considered to be a future driver for the national economy: cashew cultivation.
By the way, the mining engineer is called a destroyer, but the farmer is a land rehabilitator. After mining, we need to regenerate the land. Cashew is best suited for this. Today, we have almost 30 hectares that have reached this maturity. And I'm not alone. Like me, we're now close to 650 people in the Farana region.
This sector is expanding rapidly in Guinea. 60% of the country's 33 prefectures now produce cashew nuts. This sector employs more than 60,000 producers, particularly in Bokeh, northwest of the country, as well as the Savannah region in Kankan. Among them is a trader who has also decided to diversify his agricultural production. Fodé has profited from the lucrative cashew nut market for 2 decades.
I have been working in this sector for about 20 years, but it was in 2017 that I took the initiative to plant cashew nuts. I saw the potential of cashew nuts for a long time as they can provide us decent living. I thought, as I am a buyer, why not plant at the same time? Last year, each hectare produced 2 tons. So on around 10 hectares, it can go up to 20 tons. For years I was trading, but I didn't see the potential of these 20 tons.
In Guinea, annual cashew nut production is estimated at nearly 200,000 tons per season, and a ton of cashew nuts is sold for around $1,000 compared to only $30 to $40 for a ton of alumina. And Bokeh, where there are about 10 mining companies, remains the cashew nut production region by excellence. Guinea has embarked on an industrialization phase to create added value and avoid raw cashew exports. Here, the FAO, the Food and Agricultural Organization, is supporting the country in the construction of this processing unit.
We have problems selling our products. For example, if you take this year, we have had a lot of difficulties with the transfer and marketing for 10 years. Now, if we have this unit, it will allow us to shell and sell the finished product both locally and for export. And we can produce 800 kilos per day here in this unit.
The construction of this processing unit comes 4 years after the first industrial cashew processing plant was put into operation in Kankan, the country's second largest city. The unit has a processing capacity of 10,000 tons of raw material per year. The products are destined for the world market.
And our products are really appreciated in Vietnam, India, China, the United States, just about everywhere in the world. You see, these are finished products that are there. And what makes Guinea proud on a national and international scale is, you see, this quality, WW210. It is one of the most expensive grades, the most expensive on an international scale, and Guinea has it. This is the first quality sought by customers.
These cashew nuts are an important source of revenue for Guinea. Over the last 3 years, the country's exports are estimated at 200,000 tons. This figure could increase thanks to the policy put in place by the Guinean state. But the authorities in Conakry want to focus on local processing.
Because the challenge is not to export the product and earn more money, but to process it locally. For this transformation to succeed, we must be able to regroup people in cooperatives, allowing us to make money, to develop partnerships to support these actors better. And this is how we can fight against poverty. For example, by helping women in the fields work better, supporting them better, and providing them with better tools.
Guinea has big ambitions as one of the top 7 cashew nut producers in the sub-region. To get its share of the cake on a juicy world market, and why not, to compete with a regional leader, Côte d'Ivoire is at least the dream cherished in Conakry.
In the implementation plan of interprofessionals, it is foreseen that resource centers will be set up. Resource and research centers in each region that will, in principle, specialize in the development of the sector, in cultivation techniques, preservation techniques, and processing techniques to create more added value at the local level, and increase the productivity of Guinea and rank our country among the largest cashew-producing nations.
For Guinea to shine among the great nations and enable the country to market its cashew kernels on the African market, there is still room for progress. As for the time being, Guinean products are not exported to the rest of Africa and cannot benefit from the free trade agreement. This is why the 16th edition of the African Cashew Alliance's annual conference held this year in Abuja, Nigeria, recommended that marketing plans should be developed. The aim is to strengthen the commercialization of the African cashew industry. The continent now produces about 60% of the world's raw cashew nuts.
A delicate case of corruption hits Zambia. The senior official in charge of checking state finances has been arrested. Auditor General Dick Shishembe is indeed accused of offences committed between 2018 and 2021. The case falls to the worst for Zambia. As you know, the country is currently in full discussions with international creditors. The objective to restructure a $12.8 billion external debt after its 2020 sovereign default. All that glitters may not be gold, but Botswana is keen to make more money from its diamonds. The country has been immersed in negotiations with the South African diamond company De Beers for months, and the tension continues to mount as the president of Botswana, Mokgweetsi Masisi, puts it bluntly when he said his country wanted, I quote, a bigger share of our diamonds. In the line of sight, a rebalancing of the distribution of raw diamonds produced in the country to the advantage of Botswana, which currently receives only 25%. And we now put the spotlight on a beautiful color, indigo, and a forgotten clothing tradition. In the world of African textiles dominated by wax, a Beninese designer is bringing up to date an ancestral know-how. Nadia Ondele, that's her name, brings the indigo loincloth back to life thanks to new dyeing and drawing techniques. The result, fabrics and designs that are all the rage in the stores across the country and embodies the promotion of local consumption. This is a report by Didier Sogba. Take a look.
Nadia Ndale has dusted off and brought back to life the indigo-colored loincloth commonly called Eliouvor in Ouidah. Ouidah is located 42 kilometers from Cotonou, the economic capital of Benin. Most of the indigo loincloths in Cotonou's most expensive sewing workshops and fashion boutiques come from there.
L'indigo fait partie des toiles que nous avions.
Indigo is one of the fabrics we knew in our childhood. And as I grew up, I realized that this textile was disappearing from our field of vision. And I thought, instead of letting it die, why not work on revitalizing this loincloth? Today we have brought indigo into the gala evening wardrobe. We have successfully brought indigo into the outfits you can wear to an international conference. We have brought indigo into the range of outfits artists, singers can proudly wear.
A real breakthrough for the promoter. Her struggle, which began in 2017, has finally found an echo among the biggest fashion houses in Cotonou. In any case, for the time being, the indigo loincloth is the clothing trend of the moment.
The indigo currently in vogue was made in record time. It takes its place entirely. When I see customers coming into my shop looking for an African piece, looking for the African style, asking what do you have, as soon as you present them with indigo, they say yes, that's interesting. Yes, that could do it for my event. More and more consumers have started to make a difference and are coming back to materials created entirely in Africa.
The indigo loincloth fashion house produces about 2,000 yards per month, tanks ranging from 2,000 to 6,000 liters to satisfy the high and growing demand. Eliouvor is getting more and more ground in the field of clothing style.
Comment je peux dire ça? Ça a été comme une...
How can I say this? It was like a revelation. My sister came one day and told me I would like to buy something from you. Can you offer an alternative, anything other than loincloths? I thought, why not indigo? So we bought some fabric and tried out some patterns. And so we started working on indigo, and I really saw the impact it had on the customers.
Nadia has the largest tank in the West African sub-region. The indigo loincloth fashion house employs over 20 Beninese women.
I wear the indigo loincloth with pride. I often say that each loincloth I wear means that more than a dozen people have worked behind it. Thanks to my purchase, I'm supporting many people, so I'm really proud to wear the indigo loincloth.
To support the promotion of this loincloth, many members of the Beninese government dressed with loincloth indigo.
What I am wearing, for example, is a collection in the color Indigo 2021. And our minister and members of the cabinet do not hesitate to wear indigo on different occasions. It's very nice. It has become very chic to wear indigo. The government has always supported it, even in an institutional way. We have been by her side when she organizes events, and we have upcoming projects together. We have plans with Nadia for 2023.
In recent years in West Africa, many initiatives have emerged to promote local consumption. These initiatives aim to curb the very high dependence on African countries on imported products, the volume of which is expected to increase by 2025 to nearly $110 billion, according to the African Development Bank. One of the solutions proposed by the experts is to exempt textile manufacturers for a certain time from customs duties and taxes on imports of production equipment and accessories that are not found in African countries.
Welcome to the second part of our show. Rising food and fuel prices at the pump are increasingly worrying Africans. The more distant impact that the Russian-Ukrainian war could have on the development of the continent and on donor priorities is also on the minds of political leaders. One of the few to speak out on this subject is the president of Rwanda, Paul Kagame. He shared his feelings on the mindset of Africa's partners at a recent press conference. Let's listen to him.
To be honest, Africa or the African Union need to think about this very seriously and need to have, as a continent, a strategy and how to deal with many things originating from that situation. Africa is marginalized. It has no say at all, if I may say, as to what happens in that part of the world. It's the big players who are, it's Russia, it's Europe, it's Ukraine itself, it's the US, it's China. Whatever they are doing, some of which we understand, other things we don't understand. Africa is just there. I don't know how we can reform that. We are probably going to be hit hardest. Already, well, it's hard enough, it's difficult. The countries are beginning to experience hardships originating from the effects of that situation. And the partners we've been dealing with before this crisis, we have been dealing with them in a certain way, already which had its own flaws that we needed to address. But now that their minds are no longer with you, even 5%, their minds are now focused on that very situation you're talking about. Things are bound to certainly get worse.
The president of Rwanda, Paul Kagame. The shrinking dollar crisis in East Africa is now seriously affecting Kenya. The commercial banks are indeed short of dollar bills and have limited the purchases of their customers to $5,000 per day, which handicaps the country's importers. An illegal parallel market is developing, fueled by currency importing sectors such as the hotel industry and also by fuel shortages. At the origin of this scarcity of the dollar in Kenya, the repayment of the external debt and the efforts of the central bank to stabilize the fall of the shilling, the national currency. This is another step towards financial inclusion in Nigeria. The country's central bank is now requiring commercial banks to adopt a common standard for sharing customer information with third-party companies. These companies could be fintech or e-commerce. It's about developing digital finance and boosting opportunities for Nigerians, many of whom are unbanked, for them to access loans more easily. And precisely, if central banks are taking a step towards digital in Africa, it is also because of the impressive expansion in the number of fintech startups, an increase of 81% between 2019 and 2021, an increase from 311 to 564. The funding is up to these ambitions. Example with Dual, this payments platform based in Cameroon raised 2.5 million euros in 2021. Our correspondent, Abubakar Munchili, has the story.
After working for a long time in France in the banking and finance sector, Serge Gupta, a Cameroonian from the diaspora, has returned to Africa to contribute to the continent's development. Faced with the difficulties that merchants encounter every day due to the multiple payments issued via a variety of mobile money services and cash or even checks, he and his associate have designed a solution to facilitate the procedures in these transactions with customers.
We have companies that are generally involved in payment aggregation. This means that with one machine or one phone, you can collect payments from MTN, Orange, within the same phone or the same platform.
D'un même téléphone ou d'une même plateforme. Donc nous, on a voulu pousser ça plus loin.
We wanted to push this further. As we tried to take it further, once you have collected from the various mobile operators, we allow you to use these funds directly to pay your network of providers.
Ces fonds, on vous permet d'utiliser directement ces fonds pour payer votre réseau de fournisseurs directement.
And at the end, once you have finished, you can bring back the funds to you.
Remonter les fonds vers vous.
Duel, a name taken from a West African dialect, is the fintech startup he co-founded to bring this innovative solution to these operators on the continent through a platform.
Le nom Duel est né.
Duel was born to represent a product to facilitate financial transactions.
Représenter un produit qui concerne les échanges financiers, et notamment les échanges financiers.
Particularly the financial transactions of merchants.
Une nouvelle façon plus simple de sécuriser ces paiements.
It's a new, more straightforward way to make payments more secure, faster, and of course with a completely new and simplified experience.
Simplifiée, nouvelle.
It is here in Douala, Cameroon, at the heart of the Bonapriso district, that he set up this company in 2015. He dreams of turning it into a vast continental empire. The platform and application he created allow merchants, among other things, to easily accept payments from their customers in a single account, any electronic payment, and to use these funds to pay suppliers or transfer funds. A real revolution in the field of electronic payment.
The fact that you don't handle money anymore, because handling money, as I say all the time, is delicate, even on the reliability of banknotes, because they can give you fake bills. At the end of the day, you realize that you're losing. You have lost a lot of money because you have counterfeited notes. With this solution, the risks are really minimized, because when you make dual transfers, the client makes the deposit, you initiate the payment, the client validates, so you receive the money instantly, and what is even better is that you can make the transfer from your phone to your bank account. So you don't necessarily have to keep the money on your phone, making all the payments more manageable.
Over the years, the number of business customers of this startup has grown. Past 6 years, more than 2,500 merchants have completed more than $120 million worth of transactions on its platform. In February 2021, Duel completed a $3.5 million fundraising operation. This will enable the company to meet the ever-increasing demand, attract new investors, and face the competition in the digital payment market in Cameroon and the Central African sub-region, with the interoperability now possible between bank and mobile accounts. This investment has made Duel one of the best-funded fintech startups in French-speaking Africa, opening up excellent prospects for conquering the rest of the continent with several strategies already in the pipeline.
We
have some strategies that we're working on at the moment, but I think that the general idea is also to approach the large companies so that they bring in the small ones, because obviously we are in a market where sponsorship is valued.
Le parrainage est valorisé.
Other important projects await this company, which wants to win the challenge of providing innovative services to a continent in the midst of a digital revolution. Among these challenges are the improvements of the platform's functionalities, as well as the international partnership agreements to be established with partner companies and financial institutions in the various African countries targeted. All this while respecting compliance with the various national regulations.
And that's it for
Nigerian filmmaker Paul Cast is putting the finishing touches to his latest movie, Just the Two of Us. The project is due for release in April, and Cass says he's hoping it will hit big.
The storyline was mainly around a couple and how they were able to go through their journeys and go through lots of highs and lows, mainly trying to typify the kind of struggle that could come in when people are in relationships.
A former psychology student, Cass launched his movie career in 2019. In terms of output, Nigeria's film industry, or Nollywood, is the second largest in the world, behind India's Bollywood, producing over 1,000 movies annually. In December, the Nigerian movie A Tribe Called Judah became the first movie to earn 1 billion naira, equivalent to about $1.1 million at the domestic box office. Tribe Called Judah cast member Olumide Oworu says the movie about a single mother and her 5 sons struggling to make ends meet is a common Nigerian story.
I think everybody that saw the movie just saw a bit of themselves in terms of just wanting to do whatever it takes for your mom to be happy and comfortable.
Cast says the success of the movie Lionheart, directed by Genevieve Naji, which became the first Nigerian film to stream on Netflix in 2019, also inspired filmmakers.
We actually didn't have avenues of distribution like that, but ever since Genevieve came up and did Lionheart, and it just opened up, the door to Netflix and other streaming platforms. It just made people see possibilities.
But filmmakers say access to funding is still a challenge.
Tonight, fresh attack hits Riyom communities in Plateau State as gunmen kill 9 family members, while 10 persons have been confirmed dead in Otukpo local government area of Benue State. Catholic cleric call for unconditional release of all kidnapped victims across the country. An independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, extends deadline for submission of presidential candidate to July 14. In business, market brace for Nigeria's June inflation data release as analysts forecast slight decline. And in sport, England and Argentina set up blockbuster FIFA World Cup semi-final after dramatic extra-time victory in quarterfinals. This is the News Hour on AIT. I am Oyedia Orom. With me on the News Hour is Olamide Ario.
Many thanks for joining us tonight. I will begin on the sad note. 9 members of the same family have been killed in a fresh attack on Warren Camp and Kimi communities in Riyom local government area of Plateau State. The Beram Youth Molders Association says 1 other resident sustained critical injuries as we need calls emerge for stronger security measures to protect vulnerable communities. The Beram Youth Molders Association, in a statement signed by its National Publicity Secretary, Wang Tenwok, says armed attackers stormed the communities at about 11 p.m. on Saturday, with the assault lasting for more than an hour into the early hours of Sunday. The group said 1 other resident sustained life-threatening injuries and is currently receiving medical treatment. Describing the incident as another tragic setback to peace efforts in the state, BURM said the recurring attack continued to inflict heavy human and economic losses on affected communities through the destruction of lives, homes, and livelihood. The association called on the federal government and security agencies to strengthen security operation, dismantle criminal hideouts, apprehend those behind the attack, and ensure they are prosecuted. It also appealed for urgent humanitarian assistance for affected families and displaced persons, while calling on international community to support efforts aimed at addressing the worsening humanitarian and security situation in north-central Nigeria. At the time of filing this report, the Plateau State Police Command had yet to issue an official statement on the incident.
And still staying with security matters, about 10 people have been confirmed dead following separate attacks by suspected armed herdsmen on communities in Otukpo local government area of Benue State. The latest wave of violence began on Saturday when suspected herdsmen attacked Apache village in Ubuju community, killing 2 persons and leaving several others with varying degrees of injuries. The attackers reportedly struck again in Otukpo Nobi community in the early hours of Sunday, where 8 persons were killed and several others injured. The attack also triggered protests by angry youth and residents who marched to the Ochoidoma Palace in Otukpo town to express their frustration over the worsening security situation, demanding urgent government intervention. While confirming the attacks, the state governor Hyacinth Alia, in a statement by his chief press secretary Teso Kula, he strongly condemned the early morning attacks by suspected armed herdsmen on Okpachi village and the Otukpo Nobi community in Otukpo local government area. He described the attacks as not only a breach of peace, but also a barbaric and inhuman assault on the sanctity of life and the collective soul of the people of Benue, and a direct attempt to sabotage the progress of the state. Governor Alia also issued immediate directive to all security agencies operating in the state to liaise with their counterpart in neighboring state and once again swing into action with renewed vigor by intensifying surveillance and patrol across the affected communities and border areas. He further directed the security agencies to relentlessly pursue the perpetrators, ensure their arrest and prosecution, and deploy additional personnel and resources to protect vulnerable communities and prevent further attacks.
And the Archbishop Emeritus of the Catholic Archdiocese of Abuja, Cardinal John Onaiyekan, has welcomed the release of the abducted Oyo students after about 56 days in captivity, describing it as a relief for their families and the nation. The Cardinal, however, says the government should not celebrate yet, insisting that victory will only be complete when every Nigerian in captivity is freed and the country is safe for all.
Speaking at the 25th anniversary of the Catholic Men Organization of Nigeria in Abuja, Cardinal John Onaiyekan urged the federal government and security agencies to intensify efforts to end kidnapping and other security challenges across the country. The Cardinal stressed that every Nigerian deserves to live in safety and freedom, stressing that the fight against insecurity must continue until lasting peace is achieved nationwide.
Okay, we can say, oh, thank God, we thank our president and so on, but it should not have happened in the first place. I'm praying and hoping that the government will not believe that we have done well now, that we have released these children. We should not forget that there are others, maybe hundreds out there that are still in the hands of terrorists, asking for all kinds of ransom. Until we can move around freely and safely in Nigeria, we cannot congratulate ourselves.
Other speakers at the event challenged Christians to take more active role in politics and governance, arguing that shying away from public service because politics is perceived as dirty only allows poor leadership to thrive. They urged believers to see political participation as both a civic duty and a normal responsibility.
We intend to also make our people to be involved in day-to-day life and to also see how we can help the country, not just believe that this governance is for some people. We too want to promote our members to be part of it.
So I'm using this medium to call upon our brothers, our CMO members, as much as possible to get involved. This is the only way we can change the narrative of the wrong politics that is being played in our country.
Founded 25 years ago by Cardinal Onaiyekan, the Catholic Men Organization of Nigeria was established to unite and mentor Catholic men for spiritual growth, responsible family life, and leadership in the church and society at large. Aicheda Majekodomi, AIT News, Abuja.
You may recall that the Oyo State Governor, Seyi Makinde, visited 39 rescued pupils and 5 teachers from Orire local government area at the Division Nigerian Army Medical Facility in Ibadan, pledging comprehensive medical care, psychosocial support and government assistance for their full recovery. Welcoming the survivors, Governor Makinde expressed relief and gratitude that all 39 pupils and 5 of the 7 abducted teachers had returned.
First, I can see that they were happy to be out of captivity, just like any of us. They are glad to be back. Some of them are still very frail. They have to do quite a bit of medical intervention, post-traumatic issues, to be addressed. But we have the team ready to do that. With the plan right now, we'll watch them over the next 48 hours. So by Monday, we think an assessment will be done, and maybe there will be a formal transfer from the military to the state, and then we can manage the process from that point forward.
According to him, the state government have mobilized a team of medical doctors and mental health professionals to provide treatment and rehabilitation. The victims were freed by security operatives after spending weeks in captivity following the attack on their school in Orire local government area.
And the Ogun State Police Command has arrested 43 suspected criminals during a fresh raid under its ongoing Operation Kosaye, bringing the total number of suspects prosecuted since the operation began to 76. Police say the operation targeted a notorious criminal hideout in the Isheri Olofin along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. The information is contained in a press statement explained that the coordinated operation was carried out by operatives of the Special Weapons and Tactics SWAT unit, following credible intelligence that the location had become a hideout for suspected cultists, drug traffickers, prostitutes, and other criminal elements. The police said 28 males and 15 females were arrested during the late-night operation. Items recovered from the scene include substances suspected to be Indian hemps, loud, and other hard drugs, 10 mobile phones, 4 power banks, a rechargeable hand fan, as well as a cross-body bag containing 2 ATM cards and a national identity card, among other exhibits. According to the command, all 43 suspects have been charged to court and remanded in a correctional facility over offenses including criminal conspiracy, membership of an unlawful society, unlawful assembly, conduct likely to cause a breach of public peace, possession of suspected cannabis, prostitution, operating an unlicensed brothel, and other related offenses. The police also disclosed the sum of the suspects, providing useful information to investigators while follow-up operations are ongoing to arrest other members of the criminal network. Commissioner of Police Ogun State Command Bode Ojajuni commended the professionalism of the SWAT operatives, describing the operation as another major success in the ongoing crackdown on crime. He reiterated that criminal hideouts, drug joints, brothels used as cover for criminal activities and other black spots across the states will continue to be identified and dismantled. The commissioner also urged residents to support the police with credible and timely information, assuring them that the command remains committed to intelligence-led policing and the protection of lives and property.
Scores of terrorists over the week suffered heavy losses when Nigerian troops, backed by local vigilante hunters, repelled an attack on the Dan Outer community in Berry Ward, Mariga local government area of Niger State. Confirming the incident in a statement, the information officer of Mariga local government area, Muhammad Nuru Salisu, says the joint operation was a success. According to him, the gunmen were forced to retreat into the forest as residents reported seeing the terrorists evacuating the bodies of their fallen members as they fled. Although the exact number of casualties could not be independently verified, security forces have continued clearance operations in the area. Authorities have advised residents to suspend farming activities in affected communities until the operation is fully concluded. Officials further urge the public to remain vigilant and report any suspicious movement or activities to security agencies without delay.
A 38-year-old South African lady, Will Jessica Ann, has been arrested by operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja after she was found to have concealed 14 large blocks of heroin weighing 5.75 kilograms in her luggage, using her 3-year-old son as a cover to beat security checks and evade thorough screening. According to the NDLEA spokesman Femi Babafemi, the suspect was arrested by NDLEA officer on Monday, 6 July 2026 during the inward clearance of passengers on Qatar Airways flight QR1433 from Doha to Abuja. Though she initially denied traveling with check-in bags, but after operatives were able to quickly establish that the 2 bags containing the drugs had tags which tallied with the claimed tags attached to her passport. She recounted and admitted ownership of the bags, adding that she forgot to check it in the 2 bags. She claimed to have traveled from Cambodia through Doha to Abuja. Intelligence leading to her arrest indicates that she is a member of a transnational drug trafficking organization along with her husband, Hian Konsea De Haga, based in Cambodia, from where they operate their drug network along the Cambodian-South African axis. In another successful interdiction operation, NDLEA officer at the Terminal 2 arrival hall of Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Ikeja, Lagos State on 28 June 2026 intercepted a commercial motorcycle operator popularly known as Okada Rider, 48-year-old Onyechere Daniel, following his arrival from Madagascar via Addis Ababa aboard an Ethiopian Airways flight. A thorough search of his backpack, which he checked in, led to the discovery of 87 wraps of methamphetamine concealed within clothes in his bag. In a statement, Onyechere claimed he has been working for 15 years as an Okada rider at Okeafo area of Lagos State before his Uganda-based friend recruited him into drug trafficking. He said he ingested the recovered pellets of methamphetamine in Uganda before embarking on his planned journey to Madagascar to deliver the drug consignment. He, however, said upon arrival in Madagascar, he was denied entry by immigration authorities. As a result, his friend and sponsor, also Igor, based in Uganda, rerouted his flight to Lagos, where he was eventually arrested by NDLEA officer. The suspect was unable to state the exact number of pellets he had ingested in Uganda, and as a result, he was placed under discretion observation for a period of 3 days. Between the date of his arrest and 1st of July, he was able to excrete 13 pellets in addition to the initial 87 wraps recovered from him, bringing the total number to 100 wraps of methamphetamine with a gross weight of 1.715 kilograms. At the Apapa Seaport in Lagos, a total of 8,287 nylon bags of Canadian loud weighing 4,143.5 kilograms worth over 10.3 billion naira in street value were discovered in a container imported from Canada during the joint examination of the shipments by NDLEA officers, customs personnel, and other security agencies on Friday, 10th July 2026. The discovery followed weeks of targeted tracking and monitoring of the shipment since its departure from Montreal, Canada, by operatives of the Maritime Intelligence Units of NDLEA in close collaboration with Apapa Strategic Command of the agency. Meanwhile, an attempt to export a 2.5 kilogram skunk, a strain of cannabis concealed in a gas compressor going to Cyprus through a courier company in Lagos, has been thwarted by NDLEA operatives of the Directorate of Operation and General Investigation.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has extended the deadline for political parties to submit the list of candidates for the 2027 presidential and National Assembly elections. In a statement issued on Sunday by INEC's National Commissioner and the Chairman of Information and Voter Education Committee, Mohammed Haruna, the Commission says the new deadline is now midnight on Tuesday, July 14, 2026. The initial deadline in the revised timetable and schedule of activity for the 2027 general election was Saturday, July 11, 2026. According to INEC, the extension followed an appeal by the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, on behalf of the political parties that were unable to upload the names and personal particulars of their candidates within the earlier timeline. while INEC explains further that the extension underscores its commitment to ensuring inclusivity in its practices while acting within the ambit of the law. It urges political parties to take advantage of the additional window to ensure that all required details are uploaded before the expiration of the new deadline.
And the People's Democratic Party, PDP, backed by Federal Capital Territory FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, says it has uploaded the names of its presidential and vice presidential candidates as well as National Assembly candidate for the upcoming 2027 elections to the nomination portal of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The PDP week said this in a statement by its national chairman, Abdulrahman Mohammed, described the process as a demonstration of the party's resolve to fully participate in the 2027 general election. Abdulrahman also discloses that the party is currently uploading the names of the governorship and state houses of assembly candidates as he pledged to build a stronger and more united party. The development comes hours after INEC announced the extension of the deadline set for political parties to submit names of their presidential and National Assembly candidates through the online nomination portal.
Nigeria is stepping up its fight against climate change with a massive new green initiative in Kogi State. Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, representing Kogi Central, has launched an ambitious campaign to plant 10,000 trees while demanding an immediate end to illegal logging. The initiative is keen into the UN Conference on Climate Change of growing forests and protecting existing ones, which is vital to neutralizing dangerous carbon emission and in preventing deforestation.
Trees are disappearing fast across Nigeria due to illegal felling and rapid urban growth. This loss leaves local communities exposed to extreme heat, severe soil erosion, and dangerous weather patterns. To fight back, Senator Akpoti-Uduaghan kicked off the tree planting drive across Kogi Central. She called the project a vital step to restore the local ecosystem, clean the air, and protect the health of future generations.
The rationale behind planting 10,000 trees in Kogi Central is simply to bring the beneficial aspects of nature to our communities. As a political leader of this community, to ensure that we find a way to make our environment greener, healthier, and more nurturing to our people.
The lawmaker warned that losing tree covers destroy biodiversity, harms farming, and ruin livelihoods. She urged residents to take care of the new plants, noting that they will provide food, boost the economy, and shield the environment.
We do our own part by bringing and planting these trees, while they in turn water the plants and protect these trees until they mature and in turn provide both shade for our children and everyone, purify the air.
The campaign will plant native and commercial tree species. These specific trees will beautify the landscape while providing fruits and resources to support local families.
Quite a lot of guava, of oranges, of mango trees. We have even the Nigerian blueberries. We have flame of the forest that will beautify our highways, our roads. So we kind of have different kind of trees, and each tree, of course, even though we sum them as economic trees, they all have different benefits to individuals and to the environment.
Environmental experts and local leaders are praising the move. They call it a timely shield against climate change. They are urging citizens to take ownership of the project and want government and businesses to copy this model.
So I'm happy that she's trying to bring back what used to be on ground now. And this is beneficial, not even to us, to our children, because most of these trees are going to outlive most of us.
This is a gesture that every public office holder should see the key into, starting from the local government chairman, the executive governor of every state, and Nigeria as a whole.
Activists say the long-term success of the drive relies entirely on regular watering and community care. If successful, this project could serve as a green blueprint for the rest of Nigeria. Before launching the green campaign, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan and members of her family visited the gravesite of her late father, Jimoh Abdul Akpoti, where they paid tribute to his enduring legacy and exemplary leadership. Tehumba Akaya, AIT News, Ihima.
You're still watching the news hour on AIT. Up next is Business Report.
Once upon a time, there was a land plagued by blandness. Food had lost its flavor and there was nothing left to savor. Just then, the tastemaker arrives to restore taste to this land of blandness. All she did was sprinkle, stir, and serve. And from that day on, they knew one truth. All they need is sprinkle, stir, serve.
Tastemaker. Excuse me, ma. This is your 100% in year.
Babes, are you sure you want to spend this much on hair? Since your landlord just increased rents, I saved for this one separately on Money Point.
Ma, you say you save on Money Point? Yes. This Madam Money Point here, the array of Yadrea there, his target savings Money Points I used to have it. The rest of this my sub, his fees savings Money Points I used to do it. The salary of this my staff is save as you transact, son.
Jennifer, Money Point save as you transact. Money Point fixed savings and Money Point target savings.
What happened? Why did German don't contribute to it? Why should they? Come on, oh, you go give your money to Adaku to save. You see Money Point accounts there. You know, go open a savings account. Now Adaku you shoot. I beg everybody inside this my salon. Oh, yeah, bring out your phone and download the Money Point app now. Even you. What are you waiting for? Download the Money Point app now. Adaku, wow, open Money Point account.
Money Point, made for your progress.
The FIFA World Cup 2026 is here. Watch all 104 matches live on StarTimes, from the opening match to the final showdown.
And this time, it's not just watching, it's watch and win.
Subscribe or buy a StarTimes decoder and stand a chance to win the 10 million naira grand prize, plus many exciting prizes nationwide with subscription packages starting from just 4,000 naira. Recharge now via StarTimes app or visit any StarTimes office or dealer outlet near you.
StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Abuja is rising. The Federal Capital Territory keeps moving forward with purpose, progress, and renewed hope. Join the Federal Capital Territory Administration as we continue to celebrate the commissioning of landmark projects and flag off new ones under the visionary leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, by the Honorable Minister of the FCT, His Excellency, Barrister Nyesom Ezenwo-Wike, and Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmood, in commemoration of the 3rd anniversary of the administration of Mr. President, Day 24, on Monday, the 13th of July 2026. The President, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will flag off the access road from Tungan Madaki to Abuja Kaduna Road by Zuba. Venue, Tungan Madaki, Airport Area. Time, 12 noon. Let's be part of history. The Federal Capital Territory Administration, building infrastructure, preserving history, empowering communities, transforming lives.
Give more strength to your hair with Mega Growth Leave-In Strengthener. It's infused with nourishing oils and conditioning proteins so you can say goodbye to hair breakage. Wow! Mega Growth Leave-In Strengthener.
TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Hello and welcome to Business Report. I am Oyebimpe Wealth. Attention this week will be on Nigeria's June inflation report, with analysts forecasting a slight moderation in headline inflation after the increase recorded in May. The National Bureau of Statistics is expected to publish the June Consumer Price Index on July 15. Market analysts project headline inflation could slow to 15.8%, supported by improved food supply, a relatively stable exchange rate, and lower global crude oil prices, all of which are expected to ease price pressures. However, analysts caution that inflationary risk remains elevated. Transportation costs, stubborn core inflation, weather-related disruptions to food productions, and potential foreign exchange volatility could continue to put upward pressure on consumer prices. While a lower inflation reading could signal that price pressures are gradually easing, a stronger than expected outcome may reinforce the need for the Apex Bank to maintain its tight monetary policy stand. The Naira is expected to remain under mild pressure in the new trading week as market participants monitor foreign exchange liquidity demand from importers and the central bank's interventions. Even as Nigeria's external reserves continue to strengthen, the local currency extended its losses at the official foreign exchange market during the week, ended July 10, according to data from the Central Bank of Nigeria. The Naira closed at 1,381 Naira 70 kobo to the dollar on Friday, compared with 1,370 Naira recorded a week earlier, representing a depreciation of 11 Naira 70 kobo or 0.8%. Trading data showed the currency came under sustained pressure for most of the week, weakening on 4 of the 5 trading days. Meanwhile, activities at the Nigerian foreign exchange market remained relatively robust. Experts believe the growth in Nigeria's external reserves to $51.7 billion could provide additional support for the foreign exchange market in the days ahead, helping the central bank manage volatility despite persistent demand pressures. And that's Business Report. I am Oyebimpe Wealth. The news hour continues. Thanks for staying with us.
Mike, the baby wants that jollof.
What's jollof?
That smoky jollof.
All right, let me order.
No, that one from the neighbor.
Mike. Sorry to disturb you.
Your wife, I got you.
Are you sure you're not burning firewood there?
No, it's the new No Smoky Party Jollof seasoning.
Mike, the baby kicked. Baby wants new Knorr Smoky Jollof.
Enjoy the new Knorr Smoky Party Jollof seasoning for that real delicious taste of Smoky Party Jollof.
Godrej Air Pocket? Wow!
With Power Gel technology, keeps the bathroom fresh for up to 30 days. Godrej Air Pocket. Bye-bye bad smell, hello sweet fragrance.
When malaria knocks you down, you can be sure parasites are having a party in your system.
Welcome to our new kingdom, guys!
Comel, an effective weapon against malaria.
Coleman!
Attacking the parasite army directly to give you express relief and get you back on your feet effectively. Comel on. Malaria gone.
Mr. Chef, it's a two-finger crush.
Pass with the chicken and all purpose.
With Mr. Chef, a simple crush turns meals into culture and moments into memories.
This is the true taste of home.
And culture.
Chef of life.
Alert! Uncle Tunde's car just pulled in.
What is new? Why are you people staring at me like this?
Wonderful.
How about now? Ah, see these jokers. So you want hide better thing from your uncle?
New Pure Bliss Gold, now in 3 delicious flavors for your delightful indulgence.
Ah, Pure Bliss Gold no they have.
Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. 1 cube, endless possibilities.
Many thanks for still staying with us on the news. Let's take you now to Zamfara State, where the Governor Dauda Lawal has unveiled a multi-million-dollar lithium processing plant in Boko Zumi local government area of the state. The governor says the project is aimed at harnessing Zamfara's vast solid mineral resources and promoting industrial development.
The Zamfara state government is of the view that the unveiling of the lithium processing plant in partnership with the private investors mark a major milestone in the state mining sector.
Extraction.
It described the project as the beginning of a new era, focused on responsible mining, industrial growth, job creation, and sustainable development of the state-abundant mineral resources. Governor Dauda Lawal says his administration has remained committed to transforming Zamfara's mining sector by moving from informal mining activities to an organized, value-driven industry capable of competing in the global economy.
As we mark the commencement of this project today, let us determine to build a Zamfara state where security enables investment. Investment creates jobs, jobs reduce poverty, and prosperity strengthens lasting peace and overall development. On behalf of the government and the good people of Zamfara State, I congratulate the stakeholders who made this event possible. It is now my honor and privilege to officially unveil the Zamfara lithium mining and processing plant.
Representatives of the investment partner says the project is a significant step towards establishing a world-class lithium processing value chain in West Africa. They added that the initiative will further strengthen industrial cooperation between Nigeria and China.
Today is a project that represents an investment of approximately $200 million, making it one of the largest and the most technological advanced mineral processing facilities on the African continent.
The Emir of Mauriki, Bashir Ismail Ari, whose emirate hosts the processing plant, welcomed the investment and expressed optimism that it will create employment opportunities and improve socio-economic well-being of the people in the community.
On behalf of the entire people of Mauriki Emirate, I wish to assure our esteemed investors of our maximum cooperation and our commitment to provide a conducive and enabling environment.
When fully operational, the lithium processing plant is expected to process about 6,000 tons of raw minerals daily, equivalent to nearly 2 million tons annually. The project is expected to boost Zamfara State internally generated revenue, stimulate economic growth, and encourage local entrepreneurs. Damina Yusuf, AIT News, Gusau.
And to Osun State, where 2 alleged illegal miners have been arrested during a coordinated enforcement operation at an illegal mining site. The information contained in a statement by the Special Assistant on Media to the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Lara Uweye-Wise, says the suspect, Danladi Isa and Musa Kabiru, both in their 20s, are in the custody of security agents, giving information that would help investigators fish out their sponsors. The operation, which was carried out by officials from the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development in Ogun, Oyo and Osun State officers, in collaboration with security agencies, targeted illegal artisanal mining camps at Ileki Ijesha along the Ile-Ife-Ilesha Road. Speaking during the operation, the Southwest Zonal Mines officer, Ajibade Ganiyu, who led the team on the enforcement exercise, said the operation forms part of the federal government's sustained efforts to enforce compliance with the Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act, protect the environment, safeguard lives, and preserve the nation's mineral resources. The ministry says the illegal site has been sealed off in accordance with the law.
The Akwa Ibom State Governor Umar Eno has sympathized with victims of the recent flash floods that affected parts of the state and called for collective action to prevent future occurrences. The governor gave the assurance on arrival at the Victor Atta International Airport in Uyo after official engagement outside the state.
Heavy rainfall in the past few days triggered flash floods in parts of the Akwa Ibom State capital, leaving a trail of destruction and damaging homes, businesses, and other property. Governor Umoeno described the situation as unfortunate and expressed sympathy with affected residents. He assured them that government has activated emergency measures to mitigate the impact of the flooding. The governor disclosed that construction firms and relevant government agencies have been directed to evacuate floodwater, the sealed blocked drainage channels, and restore access to affected communities.
First of all, let me sympathize with the families and homes of those that have been affected by this flash flood. We have a responsibility to clean up our surroundings, take away refuse from waterways, unblock all our drainages. We go out on weekends, clean our drainages. These are the things that we should do, and then government will come. Those that have to be distilled, they will draw the attention of government, then we'll come and do.
Governor Eno stressed that addressing flash floods requires collective effort by both government and citizens. He urged residents to refrain from dumping refuse into drainage channels, regularly clear gutters around their homes and business premises, and pay close attention to weather advisories, emphasizing that prevention remains the most effective response to flooding.
NIMET had warned the responsibility lies between government and the people.
The governor reaffirmed his administration's commitment to safeguarding lives and property through sustained investment in drainage infrastructure. Idonset Ikono, AIT News, Uyo.
Now, primary health care system is critical to the achievement of universal health coverage. But despite its importance, the utilization has remained inconsistent in most states across the federation. To change these narratives, especially in urban centers like Lagos State, for the overall benefit of maternal and child health, some critical stakeholders in the sector are advocating for greater collaboration between the government and the media on the availability usage of data for reporting.
Lagos State has 319 registered primary health care centers distributed across the local government areas in the state. While government seems to be putting much effort in terms of funding as well as other commitments into the system, they are grossly underutilized as many residents still engage in self-medication and women patronizing more of traditional birth attendance. How to find a lasting solution to these and many more informed this workshop by the International Society of Media in Public Health in collaboration with Engender Health for journalists and other relevant stakeholders in Lagos.
People just think it's either they do immunization, that one we are very well known of, and then they take delivery. They think that's about the only two things we do. It's breast and cervical cancer screening. There is the issue of TB services. There is HIV services. In some facilities, they provide dental services as well.
At ISMPH, we firmly believe that when health institutions and media professionals work in partnership, evidence becomes more than numbers on a report. It becomes a catalyst for informed public discourse and improved health outcomes.
We cannot really report accurately, but if there is a collaboration, governments can make this information and resources available, that you don't even need to go about looking for them. And this will enhance our own work. We also need some form of capacity building, because it's not everybody that can interpret data.
Salient issues such as health insurance, overdiagnosis of malaria came to the fore at this gathering. Ushuomowa Daniels, AIT News, Lagos.
The Ondo State government says it remains committed to reducing maternal mortality through sustained investment in the health sector. The State Commissioner for Health, Banji Ajaka, stated this during the launch of the distribution of family planning equipment and training kits to selected healthcare facilities across the state.
Seldo, Ifedore, and Ondo West local government areas have the highest maternal mortality rate in Ondo State. To address the challenge, the state government, in collaboration with development partners, has commenced the distribution of family planning equipment and training kits to selected primary and secondary healthcare facilities. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, Ayodele Adiji, who represented the Commissioner for Health, said the intervention will improve the clinical skills of healthcare workers, strengthen service delivery, and boost confidence in the provision of sexual and reproductive health services across the states.
The lives of babies and mothers is very, very important to us in Ondo State. And we are working assiduously to make sure that we have a maximum reductions or the lowest maternal mortality rate in Nigeria and Africa.
Development partners also encourage women to embrace child-based spacing through family planning, noting that it promotes healthier mothers and babies while reducing maternal deaths.
Every woman has a right to space her children. Every woman has a right to life. Part of the opportunity for our women to be able to access these particular services.
These tools will strengthen the ability of our strength providers to translate knowledge into practice, to improve service delivery, quality of service delivery, and to reduce preventable complications, ultimately to save lives.
We train them on the path, MVA, infection prevention control, family planning, various contraceptive pills.
The latest initiative is expected to improve the quality of reproductive healthcare services, save lives, and further reduce maternal mortality across Ondo State. Olushola Adesina, AIT News, Akure.
The former chairman of Nigeria's National Human Rights Commission, Professor Chidi Odinkalo, says rescuing the nation's university system is critical to putting Nigeria back on the path of sustainable development. While speaking at a public lecture organized by the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, University of Jos Branch, Professor Odinkalo described universities as centers of intellectual excellence that hold the key to national transformation. The lecture themed Silence in the Ivory Towers in the Face of National Disaster and Destruction. It brought together academics, students, and other stakeholders to examine the country's challenges and the role of higher education in addressing them. Professor Odinkalo urged members of the academic community to nurture courageous, critical thinking graduates who will champion positive change and contribute meaningfully to nation building.
That ideas in a university can only thrive on the basis of their falsifiability. That means every one of us can be wrong. And therefore, the children or young people can challenge us and know better. And if they know better, let's not stand in their way.
The chairman of ASU, University of Jos Branch, says the theme of the lecture was carefully chosen to stimulate honest conversation on the state of the nation and generate practical solutions to its numerous socio-economic and governance challenges.
We also intend to use today's occasion to bring about an intellectual intercourse between the town and the gown. We target to provoke an intellectual discussion on the current plight of our nation, Nigeria, with a view to finding pathways to restoring the state of our nation.
From romance scam allegations and a major courtroom verdict to a surprising TV exit, it's another busy day in entertainment. Ike Ogbonna denies being linked to an alleged online romance scam. Top boy star Michael Ward has been cleared of all rape and sexual assault charges, and Ariana Grande has exited the upcoming season of American Horror Story. Details coming up in entertainment and lifestyle.
Nollywood actor and model Ikechukwu Ogbonna, known by the stage name Ike Ogbonna, has denied involvement in the romance scam of a 49-year-old American woman, Kimberly Ann, who alleged to have been in an online relationship with the actor since 2025. Ike took to his Instagram to deny the allegations he described as malicious, warning the general public against the imposters who have repeatedly used his name, image, and identity to deceive unsuspecting members of the public. He explained that he has been invited by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to provide information that could assist with investigations. Have you been following the rape and sexual assault allegations against Top Boy actor Michael Ward, whose career and personal life have been put on hold since January 2023? Ward was on Friday found not guilty of 2 counts of rape, 2 counts of assault by penetration, and 1 count of sexual assault by the Snarebrook Crown Court in London. Jurors unanimously acquitted the BAFTA-winning actor Ward for all of 5 charges after deliberating for 5 hours, 25 minutes. Ward stood quietly in the dock with his hand covering his mouth as each verdict was read aloud before he broke down in tears. Michael Ward has said he hopes to rebuild his life after being unanimously cleared of all the charges. And finally, U.S. singer, songwriter, and actress Ariana Grande has dropped out of the 13th season of the American Horror Story. The Oscar-nominated actress was announced as a cast member of the upcoming season back in October 2025, and fans were excited to see her reunite with TV creator Ryan Murphy, who she previously worked with on Scream Queens. Ariana's exit is due to scheduling conflicts with her Eternal Sunshine concert tour. Filming is set to be underway, with cast members returning to the franchise for the first time in years. And that is an entertainment news. I am Chidera Isdo. Have a fabulous week ahead.
Away from Nigeria now, the United States attacked Iran early Sunday morning over an Iranian strike on a vessel in the Strait of Hormuz that set the container ship ablaze and forced its crew to abandon it. Iran responded with attacks targeting several countries in the Gulf, including Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and Oman. The outburst of fighting raised new questions about efforts to reach a permanent end to a war that began on February 28.
The Strait, a key transit route for oil and natural gas, has become the key sticking point in negotiation, and repeated fighting over the past week has left negotiations in danger of collapse. The U.S. Military Central Command said it hit some 140 targets in Sunday strikes, far more than in the 2 previous rounds of attacks, and went after missile and drone launch sites, ammunition dumps, communication equipment, and other sites. It said the attacks would weaken Iran's ability to threaten civilian shipping. Iran made a poor choice. Now the pay. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth wrote online. The U.S. has launched 3 rounds of airstrikes targeting Iran in the last week over Iranian attacks on ships heading through the strait, using a route seeking to avoid the Islamic Republic's territorial waters. Iran retaliated by attacking nations in the regions hosting U.S. military forces, while insisting it alone must control the strait and potentially charge vessels for traveling through it.
And up next on the news hour is Sports Track. Welcome to Sports Track. I am Lai Lawal. Starting off with tennis. World #1 Jannik Sinner has successfully defended the Wimbledon men's singles title. The 24-year-old Italian came from a set down to defeat Alexander Zverev 7-6, 6-7, 6-3, 6-4 to win his 2nd Wimbledon title and 5th Grand Slam title. We'll give you details of that particular story in subsequent bulletins. Now moving on to football, England and Argentina will renew one of football's greatest rivalries in the semi-finals of the 2026 FIFA World Cup after both sides survived dramatic quarter-final encounters that required extra time. Reigning world champions Argentina defeated Switzerland 3-1 after extra time to remain on course for a successful title defense, while England came from behind to oust Norway 2-1 after extra time.
Alexis McAllister gave La Albiceleste the lead before Dan Ndoye restored parity for Switzerland, sending the contest into extra time. The Swiss were dealt a major setback when Brielle Mbolo was sent off after receiving a 2nd yellow card for simulation. With a numerical advantage, Argentina capitalized as Lautaro Martinez and Julian Alvarez struck in the second half of extra time to seal victory and book a place in the last four. Earlier, England also needed extra time to overcome Norway 2-1. Jude Bellingham inspired the comeback, cancelling out Norway's opener just before halftime to send both sides into the break level. Norway thought they had regained the lead early in the second half, but the goal was ruled out following a VAR review. Bellingham then completed his brace in the 3rd minute of extra time, sending the Three Lions into a mouth-watering semi-final showdown against Argentina. The second semi-final will see 2018 world champions France take on Spain in another heavyweight European clash, with the winners advancing to the FIFA World Cup final. With 4 football giants still in contention, the race for the biggest prize in the world football promises even more drama and excitement.
And now from football to basketball, the Amateur Basketball Academies at ABA has stressed that the importance of developing basketball referees and technical officials from the grassroots, describing early capacity building as essential to the growth and credibility of the game in Nigeria. The call came at the close of the ABA Referees and Technical Officials Training Program tagged Dream Alive in Abuja. Organizers said the initiative is designed to equip young officials with modern officiating skills, game management techniques, and a thorough understanding of basketball rules.
It has been a really great experience in this 3 days camp. I learned a lot of things. I learned about how to tell the table, how to work smart, how to be confident, and how to believe in yourself, even when you are wrong in some calls, because nobody is perfect. How to be confident when you are reporting to the table.
Okay. Do you play basketball?
Yes, I do.
But why do you like officiating?
I came for the officiating to gather more experience, and whichever one works. Maybe if basketball doesn't work, I can easily switch to referee.
Before I start basketball, officiating is my passion because I used to see many referees officiating a game before I start basketball. My future dream is to be a FIBA.
Participants were urged to embrace continuous learning, professionalism, and integrity.
Hi, Ramondo. Okay, let's go. Let's start with your name.
Okay, my name is Precious Smart.
Say it again.
Precious
Graham
Smart.
marks the beginning of a long-term plan to produce internationally recognized basketball officials capable of serving the game at the highest level. And now from basketball to badminton, Nigeria's para-badminton team delivered an impressive performance at the 2026 Uganda Para-Badminton International Championship, winning a total of 14 medals to underline the country's growing dominance in the sport. The Nigerian contingent finished the competition with 9 gold and 5 silver medals, recording podium finishes across the wheelchair and standing categories. Among the standout performers were Lika Brown, Emmanuel Ifeanacho Oyari, Chukwuemeka Ijeoma, Gift, Obina Precious Unwozu, Nana Jeremiah Chigoze, and Enejo Elijah Agada, who claimed gold medals in their respective events. President of the Badminton Federation of Nigeria, Francis Obi, praised the team's performance, describing it as another step towards qualifying more athletes for the Paralympic Games. He also commended the Abia and Bayelsa state governments, as well as the Police College Badminton Club Lagos, for supporting the athletes' participation at the championship. That's Sports Track Money. Thanks for watching. I am Lai Lawal.
Thank you very much, Lai. Well, security is everyone's responsibility, and we as citizens, we must work collaboratively with security agencies to see that this menace of insecurity comes to an end.
And as we look forward to having a safer and secure country, we will need to pray and join it by remaining vigilant and support the security forces in the fight against terror. I am Olamide Areyo.
And I am Oyedia. Well, many thanks for watching.
unless we're in the same boat. We're here to work.
Anna Jufo runs her multiple e-commerce businesses in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Her business is known as drop shipping, a business model where products are sold online without the need for a so-called brick-and-mortar facility where those products are stored and processed. It involves the management of e-commerce inventory and affiliate marketing, where she promotes online products for other businesses. Ajufo started her online business in 2022 with less than $50.
Okay, let's say I started with 50,000 naira. So today, I can tell you the percentage has increased to over 150% of income coming in from the business.
Ajufo's success story has its roots in access to the internet, a good phone, social media, and spending around $6 a month on a data subscription.
When it comes to showcasing my business online, internet access has done most of it, 80% of it. Without the internet, we won't be able to do any of those things.
And for many, like Ajufo, the internet means more income and opportunity. A January 2024 World Bank report discloses that Sub-Saharan Africa recorded a 115% increase in internet users between 2016 and 2021. This, the bank said, also reduced extreme poverty by 7% in Nigeria, fostering economic growth and innovation.
Opportunities abound in terms of the benefit for e-commerce, benefit for e-health, benefit for e-government, and as well as in terms of basic commercial transactions.
Despite the gains, the World Bank says women in Sub-Saharan Africa have less access to the internet compared to men. The report also says women are 37% less likely to use mobile internet services than men, and that women in rural communities are affected most by the lack of digital access.
Once they cannot have one's means of, accessing the internet or data becomes much out of their reach, they become deprived. In fact, they become deprived educationally, they become deprived in terms of skills, and once all of these things, they become deprived in terms of having access to basic information about markets, about services, about even how to improve them. And once that is done, because then they become left behind.
Rural women in Sub-Saharan Africa earn about 77% less than men, while urban women earn 46% less, according to data from the U.S. National Library of Medicine.
Quite a number of women, particularly in rural Nigeria, cannot afford the cost of basic smartphone or feature phone.
The Nigerian Communications Commission says it has launched projects to close the country's gender digital gap. Among them are the Digital Skills for Women and Girls Initiative, Nigerian Girls Can Code, and Women in ICT. Experts say there is a need to double these efforts. They suggest the government ramps up grassroots access to internet-enabled devices at affordable rates to get more women on board. For Gibson Amika in Abuja, Nigeria, Mary Alice Salinas, VOA News.
This is Democracy Today on Africa Independent Television, AIT. I am TV Tiav. It is freedom at last after over 50 days in captivity for pupils and teachers kidnapped in Orile local government area of Oyo State, southwest Nigeria by gunmen. Special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, announced the development this Friday in a post on his X handle, saying that finally, quoting him now, the kidnapped pupils and teachers in Orile, Oyo, have been freed by their adopters, end of quote. The victims were kidnapped on May 15, 2026, when armed men attacked Community Grammar School, Baptist Nursery and Primary School, and LA Primary School in the Osiele and Yawuta communities of Orile local government area. The kidnapping sparked nationwide outrage following the reported killing of a teacher during the attack that prompted President Bola Tinubu to order an intensive security operation involving the police, intelligence agencies, and security forces to secure the victims' release. Details surrounding the victims' release, including circumstances of their freedom and their medical condition, have not yet been disclosed by the authorities. Let's take a listen to the reaction after they regain their freedom. And so the good news is coming at the end of an outgoing week where President Bola Tinubu has come under pressure from members of the National Assembly over reported terrorist attacks and kidnappings in their different constituencies. In fact, the Senate has resolved that its leadership should interface with President Tinubu to formally present its concerns over the worsening security situation across the country and to urge the president to adopt more decisive measures to tackle terrorism, banditry, and kidnapping. But then barely 24 hours after that Senate resolution, President Tinubu met with security and service and security chiefs at a high-level meeting that reportedly reviewed the country's security landscape. As has become the tradition, there was no briefing of newsmen after that crucial meeting. But the reality is before every Nigerian today. There is a state police bill that is in the works, which most Nigerians think will provide answers to the worsening security situation in the country. The bill has been passed by the National Assembly, and the country is waiting for the state houses of assembly to vote on the proposed amendment of the Constitution. In addition to the creation of state police, which is still a long way off to come, what are the options before President Bola Tinubu and Nigerians? It is a Nigeria at the crossroads, and we're going to have about 3 security experts joining us to review the situation on the program tonight. But before the conversation, let's bring you up to speed with latest developing stories, aside from the one breaking about the release of the kidnapped Oyo school children and their teachers. It is now official. President Bola Tinubu has renominated his deputy, Senator Kashim Shettima, as his running mate in the 2027 general election. The announcement was made this Friday by the National Working Committee, the NWC, of the ruling All Progressives Congress, the APC. This puts an end to all the speculations and calculations barely 24 hours before the Saturday deadline given by INEC to political parties to upload the details of their presidential and National Assembly candidates. And the Independent National Electoral Commission, that is INEC, says 2,339,233 registered voters are expected to participate in the August 15 governorship election in Osun State. State Resident Electoral Commissioner Oluwatoyin Babalola announced this while presenting the updated electronic register of voters to political parties at the INEC office in Oshogbo ahead of the August 15 election.
The electronic register will be presented, and it will enable parties to review the list of voters across the state ahead of the election. It's an opportunity to adequately plan for your campaign, engage with the electorate in a lawful and meaningful manner, and contribute in a more transparent and inclusive electoral process. I encourage parties to make effective and responsible use of the register.
If anybody bypass BVAS, it will write 0. So it is only left for we politicians to mobilize our people to go out and vote.
And 7 months into the year, Governor Similaye Fubara has finally presented the 2026 budget to the Rivers State House of Assembly, proposing a budget of 1.85 trillion naira to expand infrastructure and improve the welfare of residents. The budget, christened the budget of resilience and growth, resilience for growth and development, is coming after prolonged political crisis that strained relations between the executive and the legislature and delayed the state budget process.
Projected revenue is 1,384,734,475 naira 76 kobo. We will ensure every kobo is spent wisely to deliver service, attract investment, create jobs, provide opportunities for our dear people to flourish. I urge all honorable members, regardless of political affiliation, to support and approve this budget.
And there you have it, progress, if you ask me, finally in Rivers State. But then we'll take a break now, after which the gentlemen will be joining me in the studio. We also have a virtual guest to interrogate the options before the president and Nigerians in addressing the insecurity the country is facing. That will be after this break. Stay with us.
In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been conducted peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the president.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health need of our people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says.
But who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
Let us tell ourselves the truth. Why are we here?
People, politics, and power brings context and clarity to issues and events in governance, democracy, and development. On People, Politics, and Power, we feature people who shape the events and define the issues.
A lot of the agencies are still struggling with implementation of freedom of information.
The government should come. We need Nigeria to work.
We examine the interplay and interaction of politics with power and their impact on policies and the people.
It's about getting the system to deliver the kind of electoral outcome that people will be happy with.
People, politics, and power with Imoni Amarere.
Will low-performing agencies be held to account? Or will the numbers fade after the headlines?
At 1 p.m. every Monday and Friday on AIT.
Thanks for staying with us. We now get into the conversation proper. Good that we have the breaking news about the release of the Oyo kidnapped school children and teachers. And we're discussing insecurity today. In the studio with me is Dr. Sani Abdullahi Shinkafi, former chairman of the Zamfara State Committee for Prosecution of Armed Banditry-related Offenses. Thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me.
We're also expecting to have Dr. Adeyinka Fakumoju, a retired Nigerian Army colonel who is supposed to be joining us virtually. Is he there now? Thank you very much for joining us, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
All right, so good enough. Let's start with you in the studio. What's your, usually every Nigerian should be happy with the good news that the children have been released, but close to 2 months, over 50 days.
Yeah, this is a very good news because these children and the teachers were in captivity for almost 2 months. And the federal government have mobilized security across the south west region on search and rescue mission. But to God be the glory, today we have a good news. The children and the teachers were released. But the condition of how they were released is yet to be known publicly, whether it's through confrontation or through negotiation or through dialogue they were released. But we thank God for everything, for having them alive. Because for the previous months or weeks, there's a lot of threat on the part of the kidnappers that if 1 billion naira was not paid as ransom, they were calling all kinds of money that they will kill them. And to God be the glory, we have a good news today. They were released. But the condition attached to their release is unknown.
Indeed, the condition, we are yet to ascertain that, but for the families, you can be sure that whatever it is, the good news is that they are back. Let's get Dr. Fakumoju. Thank you again for joining us. Let's get your reaction to the breaking news about the release of the school children and their teachers in Oyo State. You are in the southwest. What's the mood like?
Let me just correct this. My name is Colonel Leo Abara.
Leo Abara, yes. Thanks for that. Thanks for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The guest in the studio has said it's good news. But I have to be happy with the family for getting back their people. But it's a slap on the Nigerian state that their citizens were kidnapped inside the Nigerian state for 50 days. Nothing happened.
Colonel, can you switch on your video? We aren't seeing you. We need you to start your video so that we can see you.
Can you see me now? Can you see me?
Not yet, not yet. We saw you initially. Maybe there was a little... But just continue, just continue. We'll see how we'll fix that.
Because I can see myself on the screen anyway.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm really disappointed in the Nigerian state. your citizens were kidnapped, 50 days, and it took you this time to rescue your citizens. It's a very big slap. Like the person in the studio now said, we don't know the conditions upon where they were released. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, so we don't know the conditions they were released. And I'm guessing, I stand to be corrected, that the violence entrepreneurs have made it again. We didn't see any person captured. We didn't see any kidnapper captured or dead or whatever. So that means there was no confrontation. It means that there have been maybe ransom was paid. So it means that the insecurity in Nigeria is a lucrative ecosystem for both the kidnappers, the government, and the security agencies. Now, as long as what we call rebellion-specific capital exists in Nigeria, violent entrepreneurs will continue to make money out of this insecurity ecosystem, which is very shameful. Now, what are these rebellion capitals, specific capitals? They include availability of arms and armor, availability of fighters, the complacency of the government, the availability of ungoverned spaces, and then availability of natural resources to be exploited. Once these 5 things are existing, they will keep kidnapping Nigerian citizens and will keep paying ransom. Unless the Nigerian state rises up with its own coercive power to stop this thing, the embarrassment will continue. I'm really, really disturbed that entrepreneurs of violence are making it big in this insecurity ecosystem in Nigeria.
I agree with you totally that it has become a big business, just like we had Boko Haram, and all of that. It's a huge business. It has become a huge enterprise. Before now, there were attacks. People, will attack places. People will be killed and all of that. But we are seeing more of kidnapping, adoptions now, negotiation, ransom, and the rest. So we'll get into the details of some of these things and what needs to be done. Good enough, you've been on the field, you've been in the trenches, and you know how some of these things work. So you lead us into some of these discussions, some of these facts as we progress with the discussion. Dr. Shinkafi, at about the same time the Ibadan school children were kidnapped, we also had the adoption of school children also in Borno State. We're yet to hear anything in respect of their freedom.
Yeah, you see, the issue of kidnapping of Borno children and other children is not new in Nigerian state. Dapchi school children were kidnapped. Chibok were kidnapped. Kankara were kidnapped. And Zamfara, Kaya were kidnapped. Jangebe. So this one, they were writing NECO exam, June, July internal NECO exam. They were kidnapped in the school premises. But you see, the issue of Borno on the part of the government, that's serious failure on the part of the government. Because Chibok school children were writing exams when they were kidnapped. Even I think Chibok, yeah. When the former governor Shatima was a governor of the present vice president was a governor of the Borno State. So since they have that terrible experience for many years, government have to do everything humanly possible to deploy enough security in Borno State during this NECO exam or SSCE exam to make sure that there's adequate security coverage in those secondary schools when they are writing exams to abate the reoccurrence of that bad experience. So only if you look at this as a serious failure on the part of the government in terms of providing security in these schools. Money were budgeted. Even in the last budget, money were appropriated on this security coverage of schools. But yet, it has not changed the narratives.
You were involved in prosecution of bandits in Zamfara State. Can you share your experience with us?
Well, it's a very bad experience. It's a bad and ugly and good experience because there is a lot of, there is no commitment on the part of the state government at that time. There is no political will in terms of prosecution because that was a bill before the State House Assembly, which first and secondly, and even they have passed it into law. And the governor assigned it into law on the issue of death penalty for kidnappers, and also life imprisonment and even 25 years sentence for those who are being indicted for related banditry cases. But the law was not gazetted. The former governor, who is now the Minister of State for Defense, refused to give the Attorney General of the state money to gazette the bill. So anybody who is being any bandit or kidnapper or any related cases of that bandit-related cases, which was taken to police, then the police hands are tied. They say they doesn't have the present law at their hand, and so they cannot use that new law to charge the kidnappers to court. They will use the final court to charge them to court. Yeah. So that was some of the difficulty we have, and there's a lot of political interference.
This issue of financing, did you come across it in the process of handling the assignment you did for Zamfara?
That is why I have told you it's a bad and ugly experience. Because since we have been appointed and inaugurated as a members of that committee, even the allowances of the members of the committee was only paid once. So there is no political will, no commitment on the part of the government to even allow us to do the work. There's a lot of, it has a lot of...
So from your experience now, because this prosecution we're talking about, this rescue we're talking about and all of that are just, there are, reactions to what has happened. A lot of persons talk about the root causes of terrorism, banditry, and all of that. Do you see any of these authorities moving towards addressing the root causes of what we have? Some say in Zamfara, for instance, illegal mining, the Almajiri children, poverty, unemployment, name them.
Yeah, you see, there is a series of root causes of this terrorism in Nigeria. The root cause, there is weak infrastructure, unemployment, poverty, vulnerability of the land border, because Zamfara share border with Niger Republic, from Shinkafi, where I come from, and from Zulumi local government. And we share border with Isa, Sabon, Birni, Goronyo, all those local government from Sokoto share also border with Niger Republic. And we share border at the Katsina, Jibia side. It's also Katsina State share border with Niger Republic. So the vulnerability of the border, proliferation of small and light arms into the land border and trafficking, weak infrastructure, judicial corruption, that is a weak judicial system, is all part of it, and the illegal mining. But illegal mining is just partially part of it, because most of this terrain where these bandits are hiding out in their camps is inaccessible. So all those places are rocky places where you cannot go. You cannot go and meet the bandit or you fight the bandit unless you use Pata jet and drums. And if you look at it on the part of the state government also, the state government are not so punctual in terms of giving subventions, support to the security, those who are on the front line. So these are some of the challenges, and there is no, even in the issue of this education, the educational system has been neglected for donkey years. Most of these governors who have found themselves in the corridor of power, they were siphoning, diverting the publics from personal enrichment, and they have been abuse of office. So these are some of the challenges.
But it's the same governors that will be giving state police to. We'll get to some of those issues. But Dr. Adara, I guess you are still there with us.
Colonel Abara.
Oh, yes, Colonel Barry. So
please write it down.
Yes, I have. So let's get to these root causes, this issue of poverty, this education issue, you know, and all of that. They are not just prevalent only in the north. I'm sure other parts of the country also have their own, or even where you come from also has its own part of share of poverty. It's not everybody in your village or community that is rich. But most probably we're not seeing the kind of insecurity that we're seeing in other parts of the country. So why are we having this more in other places than when everybody shares in this common denominator of poverty, you know, unemployment, even education? Lack of a proper education. You said you are disappointed with the government, the authorities, most probably in handling some of these root causes of the insecurity we have at the moment.
Yeah, thank you very much. Insecurity is not a military issue. It's not a police issue. It is a governance issue. Failure of governance. We have a political system that produce politicians that do not build the state. For you to build the Nigerian state, you need statesmen, not politicians. Because politicians think within the electoral cycle, and that is their planning horizon. And why I said that insecurity is a governance issue is because in the quest for power, those who gave us democracy from the West made us believe that for you to access power, you must belong to a political party. And when you belong to a political party, you must fight for power. And the way Nigerians and Africans fight for power becomes very violent. So if you have a party A, party B, party C, party D, they will fight for this power. And when they get this power, those that are outside their cycle, especially their party members, their tribe, their religious people, their supporters, and all that. These are the people that help them to fight for power to get power. So the power they have gotten have given them access to national treasury and national resources. The distribution of the commonwealth would only circulate within this small group. And government instantly, by doing that, has created two spaces. The first space is the governed space. The other one is the ungoverned space. The ungoverned space is occupied by those who have lost election or those who are not within the parties and the small group that helped the people to get power. So how do government do it? If in the ungoverned spaces, government has abdicated its responsibilities, they have left, there's a vacuum there. So the distribution of amenities like education, road and all that would only occur in the governed spaces. So in the governed spaces, you have government social amenities, you have economic opportunities, you have security, you have justice. In the ungoverned spaces, you don't have government amenities, you don't have economic opportunities, you don't have security, you don't have justice. And in the absence of government, there rises up non-state individuals, non-state actors to take control of this space that government has abdicated. This is where government has created insecurity. And in this regard, therefore, these people that are living outside in the government spaces will now look for security from these ungoverned non-state actors. They will provide security, they will provide justice, they will provide economic activities, though the economic activities they provide are sometimes illegal, are mostly illegal. And then they will provide amenities for these people, maybe water and all that. So these people living in this enclave will wake up and see armed militias protecting them. At least they go to bed and people protect them. In that instance, they have transferred their loyalty from the Nigerian state to these people that they are seeing every day. You can see how government has created insecurity. Good. So if they now start doing their economic activities like illegal mining, smuggling of arms and ammunition, trafficking in human beings, oil bunkering, they make a lot of money. And sometimes, mistakenly, our government recognizes them by paying them ransom, by giving them influence. Suddenly, somebody who is not educated, who is not employed, finds himself becoming very influential. Government has recognized him because he is an entrepreneur of violence. And having recognized that, the only thing that has made him influential and wealthy is violence. It becomes difficult for you to stop it. You can see how government has created insecurity. I'm just agreeing with the man in the studio. So as long as these natural resources are available, earlier I told you about rebellion-specific capitals, which include arms and ammunition, which they have, fighters, which they have, natural resources, they now have it. There's gold in Zamfara. There are natural resources in the northeast. There is oil in the Niger Delta. Then the complacency of the government.
It's all right.
When this is all come together, it becomes difficult for us to have peace in Nigeria. You can never collect those guns from those people because it is becoming very profitable for them. Thank you.
So when we get back, we'll take a break now. When we get back, we'll look at how do we recover those ungoverned spaces that we're talking about. In Oyo State, for instance, those schools that were attacked and where these victims were picked up, almost all of them didn't have perimeter fence. We have Safe School Initiative. How have we gone, with that? A lot of issues on the table for us to take a look at. But let's take this break. When we get back, we shall also have Aminu Ayama, another security and risk analyst, joining us in the conversation. Stay with us.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political Platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Ray Power Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as Political Platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political Platform, now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
In governance, democracy, and development. On People, Politics, and Power, we feature people who shape the events and define the issues.
A lot of the agencies are still struggling with implementation of freedom of information.
The government should come. We need Nigeria to work.
We examine the interplay and interaction of politics with power and their impact on policies and the people.
It's about getting the system to deliver the kind of electoral outcome that people will be happy with.
People, Politics, and Power with Imoni Amarere.
Will low-performing agencies be held to account? Or will the numbers fade after the headlines?
At 1 p.m. every Monday and Friday on AIT.
Thanks for staying with us. We also now have joining us Aminu Ayama, a security and risk analyst. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
You've been following the conversation and the discussion. So let's bring you in now. We're talking about ungoverned spaces. How do we recover these ungoverned spaces? Now, most Nigerians believe that if we have state police, that the ungoverned spaces will be recovered. Will that be enough?
I don't think so, because you see, in this country we have a perception of one pill cures all. People have brought in the issue of state police as a panacea to all the problems. But the issue of ungoverned spaces, if you compare the areas of Afghanistan, their frontier areas with Pakistan, then with these new republics from the former Soviet Union, they all have these similar problems that we're having. And it's not mostly a kinetic approach. What they did was to integrate the tribal communities there, form a militia. Because of the cost, you cannot keep a standing army, especially with the size of our borders in our frontier areas. So you have to integrate the local communities, form a militia, train them. The other option is has been on the cards since the early 90s. The issue of National Guard. During the General Babangida's era, there was a proposal. In fact, it was even established that I know a lot of senior officers that were released from the army. Yeah, but it later filtered when the late General Abacha came into power. But you can see, even at that, our police is undermanned, is understaffed. We have not even satisfied our requirements for the number of personnel that we need in the Nigerian police. Not talk of now creating a National Guard, that you need not less than 1 million personnel under arms, who should be strictly manning our borders, using modern technology and other approach. So I believe it's not. We have several options that we can sit down, analyze them, and come out with number one, cost effectiveness, ownership by these communities, and then thirdly, we really have to look at the issue of justice. Yeah, I overheard the good doctor talking about taking bandits to trial. I believe it should be in stages. In this country, apart from the international pressure, we should not think about giving justice to bandits. Now it should be the kinetic approach, crush all of them. Even though the government is a multitasking body, it can undertake several measures hand in hand. But we need to really decimate them first. Then the ones that are willing to come, drop their arms, we now invite them, let them face justice. But the present crop of bandits that we have and terrorists, honestly, I don't think they even care whether you take them to the courts, and we're just overburdening our correctional service system with all these people that should be deleted. As far as I'm concerned.
It's just that the justice system requires that you must give them...
Yeah, especially pressure from the international community.
You mentioned cases of Afghanistan, and some of those places. And I think it's something that the Nigerian state most probably needs to look at. It appears in our fight against insecurity, terrorism, banditry, we've not gone back to look at what has been the experience of other countries. Yeah,
comparative analysis.
Comparative analysis. I remember, is it Spain or Italy?
Spain, Catalan.
Yes, where they were able to, about the only place in the world that has been able to overcome terrorism in its full sense. They got the people involved. If you look at the national policy on anti-terrorism in Nigeria, I've read it cover to cover. The only place, for instance, where the media and communication is involved, they only talked about the public broadcaster, I think either the radio or television, and all of that. And no other person is given a role to play, in that. And then you ask yourself, how do we mobilize the people? The security agents will say, okay, we need information, we need that, but how are these people being mobilized?
Okay, coming to the inauguration of the State Policing Committee, by the President, there's a perception now that that committee is solely manned by technocrats and civil servants. You don't have the civil society is highly underrepresented.
Apart from
you don't have
MBA.
students. You don't have transporters who are a key party to this traffic. You don't have traditional institutions. You don't have our religious bodies. You don't have so many groups from the civil society have been excluded. And even at that, the 13-member panel, can you believe that there's not a single member from the Northwest or the Northeast in the composition?
Yeah,
Yes.
I observed that. I raised the issue.
13.
I raised it, and there are so many people from the Southwest.
About
they can vote that meeting with one particular single language without
they have a quorum.
Yes.
So the government has to be careful, because if they don't manage the perception of the consumers, the consumers are the people in the northern region. Right now, there's a perception out there that we are back to the days of when the North was garrisoned, during the early days of Boko Haram, or the hot days during the Jonathan era, where in every city there were gates and roadblocks and everything. The narrative, sadly, is being sold by, I won't call them ignorant, but they're highly uninformed. You find clerics in Hausa language now, go to WhatsApp, everybody is preaching what he wants, right? The government has not owned the narrative. Then you have opposition parties too, because of politics, selling that perception that we're back to Jonathan era. So as far as I'm concerned, the government has sold the narrative battle. They have all the big names in the media, manning all the seats in the presidency, but I am sorry to say, it's not working. Why? Because they are not inclusive. It's like a semi-cult. I'm sorry, because I know some of them, but the way they operate, no inclusion. How can you have a policing committee for states and not have a single member from each of those states?
That are
like the land doctor who's from Zamfara. Include him from Zamfara. He knows the history of this banditry and terrorism.
He has worked with the state government. He knows
for over 10 years. And all these northern states, the 19 northern states and FCT, you can find one or two people like him. Why not incorporate them? Let them give you traditional rulers, right? And secondly, our people are still afraid of state police because of our experience with the native authority. Police, right? If you don't set up an internal affairs tailored to the US model, whereby they are independent of even the IG, put them under the office of the National Security Advisor and the NBA alone. This will be the two bodies. Any case of abuse of power or of office should be handled by that office. One, they're not under the governor. Two, they're not under the state police. Three, they're not even under the Police Service Commission. This is a body with people from Federal Ministry of Justice that can prosecute. Go to the state, pick that officer or whoever is concerned and prosecute him. Right there. Until we set up these policies, it will not be accepted.
Ayama, you would have joined us earlier. You would have joined us. But let's get to Colonel now. Colonel, again, most times when we bring you, we don't have enough time to listen to you. But can you, the uncovered spaces you spoke about, in a sentence or two, how do we recover them?
Like I told you, it's difficult to recover it because of the rebellion-specific capitals that are available. You can't take it away from them. Somebody that is uneducated suddenly has influence in Katsina State, recognized by the governor, being given $1 billion to rescue children. How are you going to collect arms from him? He has become wealthy, very influential. The natural resources he steals from there, he makes a lot of money. And then the complacency of the government, even with the armed forces, the police, everything cannot crush them. That is very, very sad. Nigeria is in for a very long fight of insecurity.
But you
it's
agree,
very unfortunate.
You agree that the non-kinetic were not doing enough. We should focus on the non-kinetic to get the communities, get the people involved. moving forward?
Yes, what the governors have now, the militias they have, or those people that win elections for them, grab ballot boxes for them, the vigilantes they have can be retrained to become first responders. And that's what we did in Ecomog. We were able to, in Sierra Leone, we were able to get the Kamajors to militarize them. They become the first responders because they know the routes in and out of their communities. And immediately they make contacts, we come in and they clear the area. That was how we were able to free Sierra Leone. In Liberia, the Nigerian state is very powerful. And let me explain this to you. The Ulimoke was the creation of the Nigerian state. If the Nigerian state wants to do anything and they have the right leadership, they do it. The vigilantes around Nigeria today, if they are well trained and documented, they'll be able to secure their communities, become the first responders. This state police something is I think
I know your position.
You know my position in there. So it's not going to work. It's not going to work because state police is for fighting crimes, and these people are not criminals. They are armed combatants who are killing Nigerians and occupying our territory.
Nigerians will try it and learn from it. If it's a mistake, they will learn from it. Dr. Shinkafi,
with human life. Unfortunately.
State police, you worked with the state government. State police now, do you have any fears?
Well, the only fear I have is the political interference. Because if you review the pictures of how the National Assembly did the creation of the state police close by close, you will see that all the powers were vested to the state governors. The state governors are the one to appoint.
With the recommendation from the police
State Police Service Commission.
And then the president can intervene when
they are the one to fund it. And the state will also create a state police service commission. Or they are directly not taking order from the inspector of police. So if you look at it, that may be a political, there should be a political interference. Even now the national police, some of the governors have pocketed the commissioners of police.
It's all right. It's work in progress. Ayama, you have so much to offer. But then, what do you think is the way, if you were to meet the president today, now, and to advise him, Mr. President, what should he do?
I would advise Mr. President to kindly hold on with this issue of our state police, the way it's been railroaded. Let them come back.
Too much.
Yes, let them come back and have public hearings and town hall meetings in all the 733 local governments.
74 local governments.
No, Bakassi is out. You people are always quoting 700 and...
But the Constitution recognizes Bakassi.
Yeah, but we don't have Bakassi. So, I mean, aside from that, they should take into cognizance, too, the perception. Perception, especially in our part of the country, is very, very strong in whatever you do. They should try as much as they can for the masses to see that the management of this police, they trust the federal level more than the state level. Put all these measures, like I've said, that creation of internal affairs unit to police the police is a very critical factor.
Indeed, the conversation will continue, and we'll continue to bring you gentlemen on the program. We'll find a lady too who will also give us the gender perspective to a number of these issues. Thank you very much, Colonel Leo Abara. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, and I'm sure you will oblige us a number of times. Yes, we also thank Dr. Sani Abdullahi Shinkafi, former chairman of the State Committee for Prosecution of Armed Banditry-Related Offenses. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we have Aminu Ayama. I was asking him whether I should call him Alhaji. He said he don't. Thank you so much for your very sound input into the discussion. Insecurity is a major challenge for Nigeria. Everybody must be heard. Everybody must be a part of the debate, must be a part of the conversation moving forward. And like we always say, democracy must and should work for Nigerians. Be a good citizen, stay out of trouble. I am TV Tiaf.
Healthy.
This is the cool view. What did I do with my knife? Here we go.
How hard is it to get land and start a farm? It takes more than most people have. More like 60 years ago, Fairfax County was transitioning from being dairy farms to being suburbs.
That development there was the front field. And if you go further, that's the Thompson field. And if you go across the street, that's the Weissman field. And if you go over there, that's Bradley Thompson's. And so all of these are old farmers from 50 years ago or 60 years ago who rented us property all along this road, all the way to Tyson's Corner.
And so when my parents bought this piece of property, there were no suburban developments around here. It was a 2-lane highway, Route 7, which is now currently a 6-lane highway. And all the old dairy farmers were sitting on their property waiting to sell it and waiting to make a lot of money. If you can believe this, the land that was sold adjacent to our property in 2008 was $500,000 an acre undeveloped. An insane amount of money to have to spend to come up with to grow vegetables. What's the solution? What the populace needs to do is say that farming is important to them and that it's just as important as parkland or other public amenities that people really enjoy living near. And this is a big step toward keeping agriculture going in a metropolitan area. When you do something the same for 20 years or 15 years or 10 years and you keep coming once a week to somebody's house every week, they're going to get to be like family.
Bye. We should have gone Spencer. We should have gone Spencer.
Hey guys, I'm sorry.
So the farmers market part of our business is roughly 40%. So we're very dependent on it.
We do have some spinach. It's in the back corner there.
We go to 5 markets a week for 30 weeks of the year, and one of them we go year-round. 20 weeks of the year, though, we don't have a market, really. So we make as much money as we can in those 30 weeks.
Thank you so much. And there is your $100. We're happy to be back.
I think the end closest to the stand is where it's a little bit biggest now.
I do not think I'm the last generation that will farm this land because I have my nephews who are how much younger than I am. They're 30 years younger than I am. And then we have Carrie, who is one of the co-owners, and she's 20 years younger than I am.
This is supposed to be the size of a ping pong ball.
I think the land will stay because my siblings and the next generation down be better people. It's because you want the opportunities to come up.
I'm here today at Living Artist Emporium. It actually reminds me of the saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Living Artist Emporium is a sustainable platform that provides materials, workspaces, and exhibitions for fine artists. And we will explore the wealth of talent and art within these walls as we bring you today's show. We jet off to Lagos to see Dubara Abolarin creating ready-to-wear accent jewelry pieces. Dizayam Dawali shows us how Malawi is adapting to more sustainable crops and a product that can deliver from food to textile and even building materials. And later, we visit ex-soccer pro Hans Sapai as he shows us how nutrition and performance go hand in hand. I'm Pamela Mtanga, and you're watching Afrimex. Established in 2013, Living Artist Emporium is supplying the necessary tools, guidance, and infrastructure to enable emerging artists to find their unique and individual voices and bring us their view of the world. But before we chat to the masterminds behind this initiative, let's go to Cape Town and chat to this family of 4 creatives as they shake up the art scene.
When somebody thinks something is not valuable, I see the beauty in it. And I think that's the beauty of art, you know? It's basically adding value to pieces that people might have lost the love for. Hi, my name is Kabambi Mbiola. Welcome to the Fata Moyo studio. We come from a family of artists and fashion designers from Lubumbashi in the DRC. We are continuing the family legacy in Cape Town.
I am Tina Martin Biola. I am the main artist at Fata Moyo. I studied graphic design and I found myself, I was like, I can't be tied down to a desk because I like doing different things. I love and I breathe art. They say when you do what you love, you never work a day in your life.
I want something special today.
Okay, okay.
So I want a short sleeve, and the top I want to be a box one.
You want some artwork on it?
Yeah, you can use primary colors.
We're gonna do a lot of paint splash, just to give it a bit of a vibe where it's like proper Fata Moyo style. So we're doing a shirt for Joel, box sleeves, a bit of a crop fit, and we're gonna do the artwork at the back.
What color does he want?
It's a white shirt with a lot of colors on it. So I was thinking a lot of brush strokes at the back, a bit of a splash.
It would be nice if you write his name as well, and like add some wording in as well.
Is he going to be wearing a jacket, or is it going to just be a simple back piece?
You want the shirt to be a statement. No jacket, just the pants and the shirt.
I'm going to create a little mood board and just show you guys a couple of designs.
In the Fata Moyo team, I'd consider myself a little bit of the troublemaker. I run all things social media. Growing up was a little bit like a circus. I almost needed to develop myself as an individual, as a creative, to be able to stand out and just stand alone outside of the family, but also stand with the family as peers.
No one knows your strength and your weakness more than your siblings. And we feed off that. Sometimes when you put a lot of creatives in one room, ideas clash. You have to somehow be like business oriented. You have to think, okay, this is my brother, but it's also my co-worker as well. So you have to manage the two.
I didn't know I was an artist, but when my dad passed away in a car accident, left 7-kid family with single mom, I was in grade 9. But it was quite a shock because being in this country, how do we survive? So myself and Tina started doing what my dad was doing.
Mostly he did a lot of like African art. Me and my brother had to self-taught ourselves and carry on with the business. We did that for 11 years.
Then later on, I got into fashion. A sales assistant to manager of a store to actually a designer of a brand. To starting the brand of my family. So it's been an amazing journey. So the name Fuata Moyo is a Swahili phrase meaning follow the heart. Anything that we find interesting, we put art to it. We upcycle a lot of denim. We work with like vintage jacket and we just give them new light. I'll pick up our old furniture and I do art pieces on it. We also work with like old mannequin. We turn them into beautiful lamp. I'm actually going to pick up one right now. You guys should come with me. I believe there should be less cars in the world. I was fortunate enough to start a cycling group with a collective of friends. We call it the most inclusive cycling group in the country. It's good for the environment. We encourage more people to get bikes. I think Cape Town has a lot of opportunity. Yeah, I like the pace of it. I like the sea, the mountain, the view. You feel like you're in Europe, and also you feel like you're in Africa. To have that balance is really good.
Such beautiful and timeless pieces. I'm literally immersing myself in this beautiful feast for the eyes here at Living Artist Emporium. I'm actually with Eric, who founded this beautiful space. Now, Eric, the name Living Artist Emporium is addressing something of really high importance, I may assume.
Yes, definitely. We're all living, we're still on this earth, and we're trying to make it ourselves in a way, in an art industry that's a bit difficult to enter into. We call it the source of the art. It's a combination of artist studios, and we also have the gallery component. So all the artworks that you see here is basically being created here at the studios upstairs. We're always taking the approach for the collective. The collective is much better than trying to do these things by yourself. So artists do get a lot of influences from other artists. They also get some support and also ideas. They can bounce ideas off other people, and we can also critique the work.
Your slogan, breaking the rules of art, is quite a bold one. What does it mean, and can you tell me a bit more about it?
The slogan was initially, send us the rules of art, and then we're going to break it, just to be a bit rebel. But I think the more established setups think, yes, you cannot do it like this, and we decided we're going to do it like this.
And that's the beauty of art.
Yes, definitely. There's no rules.
Before we see some of the artists here, it's time for us to check out how Malawi is shaking up the agricultural space.
I'm just gonna sprinkle these, and I'll dress them with my hemp seed oil. Just a little bit.
Yum.
We wanted to try a new crop because we've been growing tobacco for a very long time. We wanted to see how the new crop could benefit us. We're also rotating crops to improve the fertility of our soil, instead of growing the same crop every year.
We said that hemp is a multi-purpose crop, so part of the oil that you see is, like this one, is edible oil extracted from hemp seed, hemp grain, and refined for human consumption. In the bottles here, the plastic bottles, it's the hemp seed. This package is ready for consumption. These are all high in protein and the omega-3, omega-6 fatty acids, and are good for nutrition by and large. And then from the flowers, the greenhouse operations that you saw over there, we have the flowers that we run through our distillation mill. Then we take out the CBD. So this is one of the components within the cannabis plant, which is a cannabinoid oil, which is very good for the body, trying to stimulate the body, helping with a bit of sleep or pain. So it's quite good that we have seen these products coming out of it instead of just reading in the newspapers or reading it in maybe foreign media, but now we are making them here from our own cultivation, our own processing, and our own energies in terms of how things should be done.
From seeds, oil, protein powder, charcoal briquettes, rope, cloth, and so many other applications. My mind is made up. Hemp is the crop of the future.
This particular piece is such a unique piece in the sense that it tells a unique African story, because in Xhosa we say unomgana. It's the bag that people carry in the location when they have a lot to carry.
I must say, it took a while to actually arrive at this point. Before, I was always looking at other means and other ways. And this bag just happened to be part of what I was doing, because it also follows into the idea of a journey. I remembered back when I was still young in the rural areas there with my grannies, my own parents as well. When they were going for like longer journeys, they would usually use this bag as a form of, a bag that could carry anything they could have wanted, at that point.
Let's now travel to Germany to see how ex-soccer pro Hans Sapai is teaching the new generation about football and food.
Former soccer pro Hans Sapai is a keen cook. Now he's combined his two passions and developed a nutrition plan catering to the specific needs of competitive players.
Nutrition plays an extremely important role in competitions like the European Football Championship, because athletes are under intense pressure to perform in a short period.
The German Ghanaian already published a cookbook to coincide with the UEFA Euro 2020, but as his recipes are especially designed for soccer players, they could also be on the menu for this year's World Championship stars.
The oatmeal has lots of carbohydrates. We need more carbohydrates because football players are on the move a lot more. Then we have soy milk with protein. We need protein because athletes have greater muscle mass. And after practices or a match, those muscles need to regenerate.
He says the ideal breakfast, like this oatmeal with peanut butter, should contain 50% carbohydrates and 25% protein. Peanut butter contains lots of minerals and fruit provides extra vitamins. Portion sizes depend on an athlete's body weight and his or her level of physical exertion. Sapai can look back on an illustrious career. Back in 2011, while playing for German club Schalke, his team beat Italian heavyweights Inter Milan in the Champions League.
Memories of the match come flooding back. Nobody believed in us. In the end, we scored 5 goals. It was an intense back and forth.
Players had filled up on carbs ahead of the match.
We had taken in lots of carbohydrates, went to practice, got warmed up, and had some more pasta before kickoff.
A meal plan that paid off on the pitch.
Manuel Neuer was our goalkeeper in that match against Inter Milan. That exceptional power of his is also a product of his diet. You can't just head to the gym and push weights. You will build up muscles, but won't be able to use their full potential.
Hans Sapai, who also coaches soccer, gets everyone together to cook meals bursting with carbohydrates.
This food gives you more energy. This meal is full of energy and it's tasty. Better than mum's cooking.
Healthy meals should be flavorful and fun. After a long day on the pitch, Zarpai is preparing burgers with grilled vegetables and beef. They pack a protein punch, just what the players will need to come out on top at the 2022 World Cup.
After a long day of exercising, your body needs protein. A steak burger with grilled vegetables like this would be ideal for someone like Manuel Neuer post-match. Of course, his entire team needs to perform well at the tournament. But I'm sure he will do very well. We've got excellent players in the team. With the right kind of diet, I'm sure they'll reach the final.
With Hans Zarpai's healthy meals, they'll definitely be on the ball.
I'm spending time at this unique artist gallery and workspace, and I get to speak to the artists themselves. With me is Danisile Njoli. Now, Danisile, I understand that when you started creating art, you were using charcoal, but because of this platform, you progressed to using acrylic paint because you were assisted with the materials and so much more. Tell me a bit more about your journey.
I found out that it gives me like more room for me like to experiment more like with other mediums other than the one that I was accustomed to. Yeah, so I have to say the platform like it played a very big role in my growth.
How important is art to you? What does it mean?
Yeah, that's a...
I know it's a deep question.
Yeah, it's a deep question. Yeah, it's interesting, you know. But for me, it's hard like to really like put a finger on it, like what is it exactly. But for me, it's like art is life for me, you know, because you know, like everywhere you go, you know, you see creativity.
And we create art.
Yeah, we create art, you know. So we're just an extension, you know, of what already is.
Thank you, Danisile, and I really hope you continue to create art that inspires many. Dubara Abolarin has created a successful business by following her love for simple and clean jewelry pieces. Let's see how she does it.
You invest a lot in the clothes you wear. You're very particular about the shoes you buy, the bags you buy, the hair you buy. So why not your jewelry?
Lagos-based Dubara Abolarin is one of the few contemporary Nigerian jewelry designers that have changed the game by designing modern, handcrafted pieces, moving away from the typical chunky style Nigeria is known for.
I noticed that in our space here in Nigeria, a lot of our designs are very heavy and quote-unquote noisy. There was really nothing that spoke to everyday wear and everyday, you know, styling and expressing who you are every day on the streets, you know. So that was a lot of the inspiration behind going into this space.
She believes in creating pieces that merge classic sophistication with a graceful aura.
I mean, I started learning initially like some years back, but it was just a fun thing to do, like a hobby, you know, because I'd never thought about making jewelry before then. You know, I was just like a regular person that just wore jewelry because, hey, you know, it was nice and I like it.
The founder of the brand is a graduate of computer science that went on to study jewelry design after her mum showed her how to make some pearl beads, which she found fascinating.
Towards the end of my master's degree in computer science and information systems, I decided to give it a chance. My mom was the key foundation and my major inspiration into jewelry making. She was the one that actually taught me how to make my first piece. It was like, wait, what? I literally just made this piece in how many minutes and I can wear it anywhere, and it's something that I did. So this is a quick sketch of a piece I'm about to make. It's a bypass ring, so it's got a really nice huge dome and a little one next to it.
The use of 3D design is to get a better three-dimensional look of the jewelry piece to see if it can make its way into production.
My computer science background has actually come in handy because now there's an aspect of 3D design and 3D printing that we use in jewelry that I also use in jewelry before we now move back to traditional method of manufacturing the jewelry and having a ready-made piece that somebody can wear. So this is actually where all the excitement begins. So actually making the piece. So an order comes in and then what is it? Come sit here and just make magic happen. I mean, as a designer, what you're doing kind of comes out of you in some fashion. There's a bit of you being expressed in everything that you make, whatever it is. And for me, that was minimalism. I like things that are simple and clear and clean. Honestly, it's exciting, it's fulfilling, you know, making something, you know, from scratch with your hand, you know, by yourself, and seeing it bring somebody else joy. You know, it's like, oh, you've been wanting this thing and somebody you love buys it for you as a birthday gift or a graduation gift. You know, it's that fulfillment of knowing that somebody's day is made. Inspiration behind our pieces is our clients. How do we make pieces that help them express themselves and blend really easily and seamlessly into their lifestyle? I have all the pieces now to put the ring together. So I have the shank, that's the band, the part of the ring that goes, you know, onto the hand. And then, so these are the other parts. That's the dome, the big one. So now I'm gonna assemble it for soldering, put it together. I think I just started enjoying the whole process more and more. And the fact that I can actually create something, you know, I can see something, have an idea, and bring it to life, you know, from start to finish. Initially, I didn't think I was that kind of person. It just became more inspiring seeing people look at a piece and be like, oh my God, you made that, you created that. And even you as a human being, you know, having an idea, making something with your bare hands and seeing the piece, the final results, it's, I don't know how to explain it, but it's exciting and it's fulfilling on some degree. After done polishing, cleaning, and then plating, this is what the final piece looks like before we put in the resin. And the resin comes in a liquid form like this and in different colors. So after that, we mix it up, pour it in, let it set, let it cure for about 24 to 72 hours. And then when it's done, it looks like this. This is the one in salt and pepper, and it's an amazing and beautiful piece made from start to finish.
Dubaura's choice of using resin gives her design options. It has various color alternatives, allowing her as a designer to create pieces in different colors and shapes with her jewelry, which may not be so easy or affordable to create if using gemstones.
I see minimalism as a lifestyle. It's a way of being intentional about what you wear, what you do, what you eat, how you live, you know, things like that. It's a lifestyle that flows across different aspects of a person's life, or in our case, like the modern woman's life.
With the global trend of less is more taking over the design space, Dubaura has proven that this trend is firmly rooted in the future of African design.
That's all we had time for today. Don't forget to hit us up on dw.com/Afrimax for more. Till next time, thanks for watching.
Good day wherever you're watching. It's another time, another day, another episode of your security program, The Dependent, coming to you from the stable of The Dependent TV of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. And the program is aimed at highlighting the achievements of the Corps under the leadership of our Commandant General, Professor Hamid Abubakar Haldi, MNI OFR. The precondition to freedom is security. And on the program, we'll be giving you security talk, security tips, security enlightenment, and every other security-related issue. I am Babawali Afolabi.
Join us for The Defenders, the show ensuring a safer, stronger, and more prosperous Nigeria for all.
The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps NSCDC Enugu Command has apprehended alleged suspects in connection with a case of kidnapping. The suspects were paraded at the command's headquarters in Enugu.
Security of lives and property is the key responsibility of government. In Nigeria, agencies like the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, police, and others play important roles when crime cases are reported. The NSCDC Enugu State Command is living up to expectations in carrying out their duty of safeguarding lives and properties in the state. While parading the suspects, Commandant Elijah Etim said the victim was lured into the Onobo forest under the pretense of buying cattle before being ambushed by armed men. He urged Enugu residents to always give useful information on the movement and activities of criminals within their localities.
The victim alleged that 3 armed men carrying 1 AK-47, 2 rifles and pistols and machetes emerged from the forest and attacked him. He was consequently taken captive and ransom demanded from the wife.
The commandant restated the commitment of NSCDC in ensuring that Enugu remains peaceful, while warning criminals, kidnappers, and vandals that Enugu State is no longer a safe haven for their operations.
A patrol team that was close by was, contacted, and they reacted swiftly. Within about 8 hours, less than 24 hours, our men successfully rescued Mr. Daniel and arrested 3 of the suspects.
When the citizens cooperate by providing timely information and security agencies respond effectively, crimes will be reduced.
Every nation has a turning point, a moment when ordinary people rise to extraordinary purpose, not because they were asked to, but because they had to. For Nigeria, that moment came in the heat of conflict, when our unity was shaken and our people stood exposed.
The year was 1967. The Civil War has just begun. But even in the darkness, light emerged. From the rubble and fears, a group of brave Nigerians chose not to run. They chose to protect. No ranks, no rifle, only courage and convictions that every life matters. That was the beginning of what would become the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC.
From those humble efforts in Lagos, a volunteer force took shape, guiding citizens through sirens, shelter, and survival. By the 1970s, the movement gained structure, becoming the Lagos Civil Defense Committee, educating the public on emergency response and civil protection.
In 1984, it became the National Civil Defense Organization under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, now Ministry of Interior, playing a vital role in disaster response, civil education, voluntary safety campaigns across Nigeria. Still informal, still underfunded, but deeply respected.
In 2003, the National Assembly passed the NSCDC Act No. 2, legally establishing the Corps as a paramilitary institution empowered to protect lives, properties, and national infrastructures. The Act was later amended in 2007, further strengthening the Corps with authority to bear arms, make arrests, with or without warrants, and collaborate with other security agencies.
From volunteers to professionals, from whispers of hope to a structured civic shield, a corps born from crisis, now standing for peace. Under the pragmatic leadership of Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, MNI, OFR, the first professor to serve as the Commandant General, NSCDC entered a new era. Stronger training, smarter operations, and deeper community engagement. Across Nigeria, we now operate with discipline and direction through the elite formations like Agro Rangers, Safe School Initiative, Disaster Management, Anti-Vandalism, Female Squad, Mining Marshals, and Special Intelligence Squad, all serving with civility, compassion, and courage.
Beyond our borders, NSCDC is a proud member of the International Civil Defense Organization, ICDO, with its global headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. A corps connected to global standards, yet firmly rooted in Nigerian soil.
From the ashes of 1967 to the strength of today, our journey has been shaped by sacrifice, guided by service, and anchored in trust. We are not just a corps in uniform, we are your neighbors, your defenders, your bridge between peace and panic. We are the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, defending the defenseless.
The Ogun State Command of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has handed over 16 suspected illegal immigrants to the Nigeria Immigration Service for further investigation, verification of their immigration status, and other necessary legal actions. The suspects were formally transferred to officials of the Nigeria Immigration Service at the NSCDC state headquarters in Abeokuta following their arrest in Ijebu-Mushin community area of Ogun State.
Those 16 suspects, made up of 10 males and 6 females, were found living in a one-room apartment in Ewume community, Ijebu-Mushin, a development that arouses suspicion among residents. They were apprehended on Monday following a tip-off from a member of the community, reflecting growing public vigilance and cooperation with security agencies in Ogun State. Addressing journalists, the commandant of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Ogun State Command, Mrs. Remilekun Ekundayo, confirms that the suspects are foreign nationals from Cameroon and Ivory Coast. She explains that 9 of them are unable to provide valid immigration documents, while 7 present ECOWAS temporary residence cards.
The suspects claim to be staff of an online platform identified as Ignite Online Networking, and stated that they relocated to Nigeria to engage in online business activity. The concentration of a large number of undocumented foreign nationals within a single residence understandably raises significant current security concerns for the community and the state at large, and underscores the need for sustained vigilance and enhanced community-based intelligence gathering.
Mrs. Ekundayo commends residents of Ewume community for providing timely and credible intelligence that led to their arrest, especially at a time when the country faces various security challenges.
Command commends the Ewume community for their vigilance, prompt information sharing, and cooperation with security agencies. We urge all residents of Ogun State to remain vigilant and continue to report suspicious persons, movements, or activities within their environment. Security is a collective responsibility. Once again, we reiterate our call: see something, say something.
The suspects are subsequently handed over to the Ogun State Command of the Nigeria Immigration Service, alongside exhibits recovered from there, for proper documentation, verification, and further investigation. The suspects are between the ages of 21 and 33 years old.
Under President
to the development of this country.
Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps,
Niger State Command has arraigned 27 suspected illegal miners before the Chief Magistrate Court 6 Mina.
The suspects, Biliaminu Musa, 18 years, and 26 others, were arraigned before the court on 7-count charges which include criminal conspiracy, criminal trespass, mischief, abetment, theft and receiving stolen property, contrary to Section 60, subsection 2, Section 348, 327, 47, 283, and 316 of the Niger State Penal Code Law 2025. The suspect conspired among themselves and trespassed onto a community land around M.I. Wushishi Housing Estate and Kapintela area along Western Bypass Mina and carried out illegal mining without due authorization and sold mineral mines to the dealers, in the process causing serious damage to the land. After reading the FIR, all the suspects individually pleaded not guilty of the crime. The prosecution counsel, Assistant Commander of Corps Stephen Sado, therefore prayed the court for adjournment to enable them conclude investigations. However, counsel to the defendants, Muhammad Sagir Sado, filed an oral application for bail, which was denied by the judge, directing the defense counsel to file the application in writing.
This is just the first step. The defendants have not been found guilty, but it is a signal and a lesson to all other persons who are involved in illegal mining within Niger State to desist from the illegal acts. Because if they do and if they continue, the law, particularly the NSCDC, will surely catch up with them. We're on the move and we're at alert. Any intelligence information we get, we swing into action to ensure that the society is cleansed from illegal mining. Mining activities is a legal venture. Anyone that wants to engage in it should obtain the necessary licenses, the requisite papers that will enable them to engage in the mining.
The court adjourned the case to 9th July 2026 for hearing on the bail application and ordered the suspect to be remanded in a correctional facility.
You won't pay person to get job for you for NSCDC. Hold on. Now corruption be that. That one a big wahala. This 2025 recruitment. Now unfair be that too. It be like white paper. No wuru wuru, no magu magu. Make you no give anybody money when he tell you say if he run am for you. Not let anybody carry your hand, go back, collect money, go use your money chop pepper soup for nights. Now corruption be that too. Both the person when he give and the person when he take, una go enter gbege and una go face the law. All application for this whole recruitment suppose go through the official recruitment sites. When they show for your screen, so and now for free, we no need to give money at all. Make you guide your tomorrow. Say no to wuru. Make you no put sand for your garri or shine your eye. If anybody ask you for money, make you report am sharp. Make you no keep quiet as if aga gum dey your mouth o. Because we dey fight for integrity for this Nigeria. We dey summon you this information from Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps on behalf of our Oga Patapata, the Commandant General, Professor Ahmed Abubakar Aldin, MNI OFR.
Be warned, don't be scammed. If you see something, say something.
The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps NSCDC, Akwa Ibom State Command, has arrested 3 suspects and impounded a tanker carrying 45,000 liters of ethanol suspected to have been illegally acquired. The State Commandant Geraldine Abetiambe said this while briefing journalists in New York on Friday, adding that suspects were arrested on June 23rd after NSCDC operatives intercepted the tanker at Ikoromoisien along Aba Road in the Senodum local government area. According to the commandant, the suspect presented a waybill that contained several discrepancies during interrogation. Further investigations reportedly showed that the declared loading points could not be verified, strengthening suspicions that the ethanol was not obtained through legitimate channels.
During this operation, misinformation from the suspects nearly pitched another agency against us. In an attempt to frustrate the arrest, this underscores why antagonism among security agencies only serves the interests of the criminals. Through synergy, mutual respect, and timely information sharing, we recorded this success despite the attempt to derail it. With a capacity of 45,000 liters, was laden with a product suspected to be ethanol, acquired illegally. Upon interrogation, the suspect presented a way bill, which immediately raised suspicion due to several discrepancies.
They warned those involved in the illegal petroleum trade to desist, describing such activities as economic sabotage that threatens lives, government revenue, and national security.
Agro Ranger is not just about the boots on the ground, but it is about the pace that we provide. The mandate is clear: to protect agro-allied investments, to secure the ranches, to provide safe movements of agricultural goods and products. We mediate between the farmers and the herders in a non-kinetic approach. You apply soft power like diplomacy, negotiation, and persuasion. This is so the herder can graze in peace and the farmer can plant without fear.
From the grain silos in the north and the palm plantation in the south, the presence of Agro Rangers has boosted investors' confidence. Large-scale commercial farms that have once been idle have been busy with different activities nationwide. By coping the theft of livestock and protecting critical infrastructures like dams and irrigation systems, the NSCDC is ensuring that the Grow Nigeria initiative isn't just a slogan, but a reality. Every harvest protected by an Agro Ranger as it stands today is a victory against hunger and a step towards economic stability.
The collective responsibility of every citizen. No service has a monopoly of any strategy. Now that the 3 C's are conspicuously noticed among security agencies: collaboration, cooperation, and coordination, I'd like to enjoin all security agencies to strengthen this collaboration so that together we can provide safety and security for Nigerians and for Nigeria. My name is Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, OFR MNI, Commandant General, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Please keep watching The Defenders.
My name is Olatunji Disu. I'm the Inspector General of Police. I'm here today to cement the relationship between us and the civil defense. The people are the bosses. Keep on watching The Defenders.
In all the 30 states of the Federation, we have a command, being headed by a commander. And in all the 740 local government, we have a division, being headed by a divisional officer. And in 80% of all the divisions, we have a household. Why? Because we're bringing security down to the grassroots level. If you notice anything strange in your local area, endeavor to walk into any of these divisions or commands. This is why we're drawing the curtain on this week's edition of the program. After the means, Baba after lunch. When you see something, please say something. Bye for now.
In southwestern Zimbabwe, crops in the Mangwe area have withered away. Even local farmers will be among Zimbabweans who need aid until next year. That includes 42-year-old Singazi Sibanda, a mother of 3 children.
All my crops were burned by the sun. I don't know how we will get to next year and where we will be. The crops died at early stages.
Mangwe is one of the districts in Zimbabwe most affected by drought. Local officials say some people may have to go work in nearby Botswana or in urban areas to survive.
Boreholes have no water. Dams are drying up. There is no grazing grass for animals. Maybe some hay will be brought from other areas to feed the local animals.
Food is being distributed in hard-hit areas. Evelyn Ndlovu is the Minister of Matabeleland South, also in the Mangwe area. She says the government is in touch with international aid agencies to get more help. Officials say the crisis is growing worse in the region due to recurring droughts caused by the El Nino weather pattern.
The crop situation in Zimbabwe is very poor at the moment, and we expect that the number of people who will not have adequate stock from their own production to last them until the next harvest, which would be then by the middle of next year, that number of people who will not be able to meet their food needs over that full period will go up.
Zimbabwe's government says the 2024 grain harvest will yield about 868,000 tons of grain, an alarming 62% drop from last year's total and far below the target that officials had set for this year. Aid groups say they are stepping up efforts to help.
We're focusing on this January to March period, which we have identified is the peak of the lean season. It's the most critical period. But as you're mentioning, it's also important for us to provide additional opportunities so that even throughout the year, people have options and means to support their families and households.
A message that brings some hope to people like Sibanda. Meanwhile, Zimbabwe's information minister says the country is working to ease food insecurity by waiving taxes on the importation of rice, maize, potato seed, cooking oil, and genetically modified maize for stock feed in a bid to lower prices for average Zimbabweans. Columbus Mavunga, VOA News, Mangwe, Zimbabwe.
For 2 years, Precious Mbomboli took pills daily to prevent infection with HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. But the 21-year-old is among the first in Zambia to receive a new injectable prevention drug.
For 2 years, yes.
I changed the new injectable on 25th February because the pill was difficult for me, as I used to forget to take it. Sometimes I was not at home at the time of taking the medication, so the injection makes me feel better and confident.
The new drug is known as cabotegravir, long-acting. Each shot prevents infection for 6 months. Zambia is the first low or middle-income country to offer the drug to the public. Lina Mwango is technical director of the local non-profit CHEP Zambia.
Our target age group for this is adolescent girls and young women who are aged 16 to 24, as well as we're reaching out to their sexual partners.
Local representatives called connectors are helping roll out the program.
The connector is based in the community. We do community mobilization, we do community sensitizations, we go on, screen the girls that are eligible for dreams, those that are eligible get to be enrolled.
The U.S. government has donated nearly 15,000 vials of the drug known as cabotegravir. That's enough to protect 2,000 Zambians against HIV for 1 year, the U.S. Embassy says. But experts say people who get the shot still need to take precautions.
People get the injection and then they think it's a silver bullet, in that then they can go out and sleep around. And really the message here is that that's not why this drug has been brought on board. To realize that this drug does not prevent pregnancies, it doesn't prevent other sexually transmitted infections.
About 1.4 million Zambians are living with HIV, with about 33,000 new infections per year. Experts hope the new drug can help bring those numbers down. Kathy Short, VOA News, Lusaka, Zambia.
Culture is a language every nation speaks without translation. It lives in the way we dress, the way we move, the way we welcome strangers until they feel like family. Across Africa, culture is memory, craft, and rhythm carried forward by those who refuse to forget. When cultures meet with respect, distance becomes closeness. A drum can speak for a people. A cloth can carry a history. A dance can answer another dance. Hello, and welcome to another fascinating edition of your program, Africana. I am Iwareho Dokbesi Udrimo. Welcome. Today, we go to Lagos, where the Carnival Calabar is preparing to speak for the nation. Then to Abuja, where two cultures come together to crown a leader. Two stories, one message. Our heritage is not behind us, it is with us. We'll begin in Lagos. On May 31st, Carnival Calabar unveiled its theme for the 21st edition, Rethinking Our Collective Destiny. Not in Calabar, but in the city that hosts Nigeria's media and business pulse. The message was clear. 2 decades, Carnival Calabar has outgrown one state. It now belongs to the nation, and it speaks for the world. Let's take a look.
Calabar is no longer just a December event. It is a statement of who we are.
I'm in the carnival. If you want to be with me, you'll set to live free. This is where I wanna be. Singing my do-me-me. Where the sun is shining, faces smiling, people dancing, paradise sitting. Oh.
Carnival Calabar was born from a simple idea. Let Nigeria dance with its own rhythm. Modeled after the great carnivals of Rio and Trinidad, but fed by Efak, Kwa, Ejagam, Boki, and Yakor traditions, it turned Calabar into the country's cultural capital every December. 2 decades later, the festival does 3 things at once. It preserves, it performs, it prospers. Rethinking our collective destiny moves the conversation beyond logistics and sponsorships. It asks deeper questions. What parts of our past must we carry forward? What new stories must we tell? And what will the children dancing today remember tomorrow?
I'm in the carnival. If you want to be with me, you'll set to live free. This is where I wanna be. Singing my do-me-me. Where the sun is shining.
Across Calabar, the answer is already in motion. In workshops, band leaders are drawing new visions. Tailors are cutting clothes that will become moving art. Choreographers are teaching young dancers steps that their grandparents knew, but giving them a modern beat. The 12-kilometer carnival route will again turn into a living museum, but 2026 will feel closer to home. Organizers are pushing for more community engagement, more young voices interpreting heritage in their own language. This is tradition, but not trapped in glass. It is tradition working, dancing, and also singing. is also where culture meets the economy. Every December, Calabar changes. Hotel rooms fill, flights land full, taxi drivers work late, restaurants run out of seats, hairdressers, fashion vendors, photographers, an entire city earns from the rhythm. Unveiling the theme in Lagos was strategic. It brought sponsors to the table early. It told investors, Carnival Calabar is not just color, it is a brand, it is a market.
Thank you very much for having me tonight. They call me Maisie. God bless you. I'm in the carnival.
Culturally, Carnival Calabar is memory in motion.
This is where I wanna be. Singing my
Traditional war dances meet modern sound. Nothing is frozen. Everything is alive. History works here too. Calabar was once a major port in the transatlantic trade. The Slave History Museum and the Old Residency remind us of that pain. Carnival does not hide it. It transforms it into resilience, into art, into a declaration that culture survived and thrived. For 2026, the focus is local. More Cross River vendors, more entrepreneurs from within the community. The goal is simple. Let the money made during the carnival stay in the hands of the people who create it.
For the business of Carnival Calabar, we've discovered that lessons learned. Our young boys and our girls must earn a living. And the only way that will happen is through the soft entry. We have decided to gamify all the products and particles of Carnival Calabar. We have decided to create, through our technical partners, Nogi Entertainment, based out of London, all the idea of the government to introduce online voting to see how the community get more involved, not just to watch. And Carnival remains one of the only products that you must travel to its destination if you must get it in exposure. So the beginning of this new thinking is that we want to change the way we think. And that is to create the economy and commercialize this sector for unborn generation.
As long as you don't cross my number. Promise that you go treat me well. Give me the love in a big distance. Don't you start that I wind down well. So, 1, 2, say, why you, Asama, baby. This guy will be gonna
In order to have a robust outing in this year's Carnival Calabar Festival, we are galvanizing the efforts of Cross-Riverians in the diaspora in terms of participation, propagation of the Carnival brand abroad, as well as securing material support. The framework for the streaming of the Carnival and monetization of its contents have also been worked on. In order to remain competitive in the tourism ecosystem, the creative economy of Cross River States is currently undergoing a comprehensive overhaul by creating more tourism assets, which in turn facilitate employment opportunities and generate revenue. This will eventually have a pool, be, of course, new tourist states. While we strive to maintain our enviable position in the national and international tourism landscape as a proud organizers of Africa's biggest park, the Carnival Calabar, we need continuous support. Existing and potential sponsors should not relent, as we are poised to give their product a richer and wider visibility and short returns on their investments. And because the beginning of building a proper and new foundation for the future, we have to come together to think, as no sector or group holds the monopoly of knowledge and wisdom. That is why we are reasoning with the creative economy that let us come together and buy some ideas from what will be your presentation come December. That is why this year we are thinking our collective destiny, what is going to look like in the future. Let me thank each and everyone that has been able to come out here today. You have actually shown commitment and love. To have all of you sit here for hours, properly stretched, I want to say we love you. On behalf of all Cross-Riverians, both home and abroad, we love you. And we are waiting and want to welcome you with both hands. What happened the last year, it was mind-boggling, quite a ride. But we'll still call it the tip of the iceberg as to what is going to happen this year.
The presence of international partners at the unveiling says something important. Culture is now part of how Cross River engages the world. Arts funding, exchange programs, tourism promotion. These doors open when you can show the world who you are. Carnival Calabar does that with every step, every costume, every beat. December 2026 date has still been finalized, but preparation has started. Bands are meeting, dancers are rehearsing. 21 years in, Carnival Calabar is more than Africa's biggest street party. It is a classroom for tradition. It is a marketplace for culture. It is a stage for history. It is an engine for the economy. Rethinking our collective destiny is not just a theme. It is an invitation to dance, to design, to visit, to belong, because culture is not separate from economy. Tourism is not separate from identity, and destiny is not something we wait for. It is something we build, one beat, one costume, one story, together.
Our final story takes us to Abuja, in the heart of the city. The Gbagi people opened their palace doors, and the Edo people lifted their voices in song. This was the chieftaincy coronation of Senior High Chief Barrister Peter Dokpesi as the Onoge One of Edo Dutse District. In the palace of His Royal Highness James Shawu, district head of Dutse Pegbagi community, the sacred installation rites were performed. Prayers to ancestors, blessings upon the land, a certificate of recognition presented. Stay tuned. In the heart of Abuja, where ancient footpaths meet modern streets, history is being written again. Today, the Gbagi people opened their palace doors, and the Edo people lifted their voices in song. Two cultures, rooted in pride and resilience, come together for one purpose: to crown a leader. This is the chieftaincy coronation of Senior High Chief Barrister Peter Dokpesi as the Onoge One of Edo, Dutse District. A moment where heritage breathes, tradition speaks, and community is reborn. We begin where all Gbagi authority begins, in the palace of His Royal Highness James Shawu, District Head of Dutse Gbagi Community, Buhari Area Council. For the Gbagi people, the palace is not just a building, it is the keeper of memory. Here, under the guidance of His Royal Highness James Shawu, the sacred installation rites are performed. These rites are ancient prayers to ancestors, blessings upon the land, and the formal acceptance of a leader into the community's fold. The official certificate of recognition is presented here, marking Chief Dokpesi's acceptance into the fabric of the host community. It is hospitality turned into covenant. And today, that covenant is made with Senior High Chief Barrister Peter Dokpesi. To understand the weight of this moment, we must understand the title Onoge. In Edo culture, the Onoge is a duke, a prince, a custodian of tradition. In the ancient Benin Kingdom, Onoges were royal leaders entrusted with land, people, and the preservation of Edo customs. They speak for the community, settle disputes, protect culture, and serve as a bridge between the Oba and the people. To be installed as Onoge One of Edo in Dutse District is not just a title, it is responsibility. It is the Edo people in Abuja saying, we see you, we recognize you, and we entrust our heritage to your hands. Chief Dokpesi now carries that mantle to champion the welfare of the Edo community, to preserve the Benin art, language, and values far from home, and to build harmony with the Gbagi hosts who have welcomed them. From the quiet dignity of the palace, we move to the sound of the drums. A grand procession winds through Dutse Alaji, moving from the palace to the celebration ground. Gbagi drummers meet Edo cultural troops. The air fills with rhythm, color, and joy. This procession is more than movement. It is a public declaration. Leadership has been given, and the people have come to witness it. This is how both cultures mark greatness together in the open, where history can see. Dance, music, and storytelling fill the celebration ground, not as performance, but as living heritage. Delegates from Edo State, traditional rulers, and the Edo diaspora in Abuja all bear witness.
Their message is clear. This coronation is a victory for unity, a bond strengthened between host and guest, between Gbagi and Edo, between past and future.
Edo community within the North Central, I believe we will not be participating in anything in this area. I am the first now coming out I was coronated last year, October 31st. When I heard about the Peter Dokpesi, I was so happy. I have a brother now, one of the chief also now, that we will be working together so that we will bring the Edo forward. Because Edo, as we know, Edo is not a small state. We are people so loving, so social, but I don't know why we Edo don't like to come out in any social, something, any political in this north. But I'm happy now I have a brother that we will communicate together.
It gives us a very good credence. It makes us to be so very honored, and it makes the indigenous to know that we are here on ground, and it is not for a play. It gives us the joy of being recognized among the ethnic groups of the people of FCT.
South want Edo to have a representative. So they call, the South call on Edo Idiji, who are members of South and other environments. They need a person, a capable person. As we look around, we saw that is Edo person, the only person we can approach, and we are approaching the crowd. That is why this is the privilege we are enjoying. We are from the South. South really recommend this title.
Peter is good to us, and Peter is a humble person. That's why we're gonna let him as a chief today in our land, in our area, in our community.
We are all one in Nigeria, and we don't have to start saying because we are from so and tribe, we are different. We are one Nigeria, and so it unites us when we sit down here and talk to each other and air our problems, and we sort them out together.
Today, Abuja reminds us of what Nigeria can be: a place where culture do not clash, but crown each other, where a Gbagi palace can raise an Edo leader, where the title of Onogi finds new meaning in a new land.
This duty that is given to me today is from the entire South-South. It was the entire South-South region in Buhari Era Council that sat and found me worthy to be the Edo chief. 1st of November last year, they got the first chief in the Delta chief, who incidentally happened to be a friend of mine. The inspiration is just to serve the people, and the desire is to see that the entire Edo persons here is well with them. Like every other person, we have our needs. We are visitors in this place. And from time to time, you will agree with me that the issues could come up between the Edo persons within the Duse district and the Gbagis, or between the Edo and the non-natives, other tribes that are present in this place. So our role is to step in and give and see the best way we can resolve such problem amicably. Within the other ethnic nationality, we want to see that we promote Edo, we put Edo at the forefront. That is our desire.
So what is your message generally?
My message is that we should all be law-abiding, we should be peaceful, and in respect of the insecurity in the country, we are begging on the government to intervene. And like I said the other time, security is every other person's business. We must collaborate with the government, join hands with them to make sure that the environment is safe and peaceful for everybody.
First and foremost, I have to thank God Almighty who made it possible today for my husband to be crowned as the Onogi one of Duse District, Abuja. As the wife of the Onoge, I pray that God will give me the strength to support him. I intend to support him spiritually, morally, and otherwise.
Senior High Chief Barrister Peter Dokpesi, Onoge 1 of Edo, Dutse District, now stands at the intersection of heritage and hope. May its reign bring development, unity, and the preservation of all that makes Edo and Gbagi great.
Two stories, one truth. Culture builds where others cannot. It turns memory into motion. It turns tradition into leadership. From Lagos Carnival stage to Dutse Palace courtyard, the message is the same. Our heritage is with us. It is the ground we stand as we move forward together. Well, that's our package for you this week. I hope you enjoyed every bit of it. Until I come your way again next week, please always remember to embrace Africa, promote Africa, and live Africa. Yours truly, Eva Frejo, Dokpesi Udimo. Have a lovely day.
Forget the quiet and stuffy galleries. Today we're out at Shefston Gardens in Johannesburg for the R&B Latitudes Art Fair. So think art, fashion, and pure creative energy all colliding in one place to give us a splendid experience. But before we explore, here's what you can expect. A young Malian artist who paints on burlap sacks, reclaiming memory in a country that's under threat. A Senegalese fashion designer who put Dakar on the global runway, catching Beyoncé's eye along the way. And a coastal retreat outside Cape Town that turned a tired seaside house into something extraordinary. I'm Itumeleng Khosikhadia Khabanda, and you're watching Afrimax. Well, she calls herself the Queen of Wood, and honestly, that title fits her perfectly. In Benin Republic, this is the woman transforming raw Iroko antique into stunning hand-carved art.
When the drum of passion beats, the feet of purpose cannot stay still. Today, we are stepping into a world full of sawdust, sweat, and guess what? Some serious skill. I will be joining a hard-working lady who turns raw timber into a stunning work of art. One cut, carve, and polish at a time. Without further delay, let me introduce to you our Ursula for today.
I'm Nicole, the Queen of Wood. We specialize in the manufacturing and marketing of wooden tableware and decorative objects.
This is my hustle.
Before any carving or sanding begins, Nicole's day starts right here at the sawmill. She carefully unpicks the finest logs. This raw material are the soul of our creation. Liko, now I want to know, how do you know which wood to choose?
For my tableware, I use Iroko, teak, and Milena wood from Liberia. I only use these woods because they're strong, durable, and sturdy.
So guys, as you can see, I'm really learning a lot from my boss. But then, Nico, how are we going to cut this wood?
First, we trace it out, then we cut the groove. For that part, I really need help. If I start cutting the wood myself now, I'll end up sore all over.
I can imagine that.
So once the groove is done, we move on to planing and then to the sawmill. There are already workers there who take care of that, you see? There's not much left for me to do. They cut the wood, plane it, and then...
Let's go to the workshop.
We've just arrived at the workshop.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here.
Here's the wood we brought back from the sawmill. That's what we're going to work with.
Now we have our plank.
So the plate we want to make now, this is the template we're going to trace to create it.
This is Benin map. Wow. We're going to make something awesome.
This is the chisel for carving. It's for tapping and carving.
Wow, this is like hammer and this one is for scraping.
Then we have the clamp to keep the wood fixed so it doesn't move.
Yeah, for tightening it to make it firm. So Nicole, I want to ask you, for how long have you been doing this work?
I've been in the business for 5 years now.
Oh, 5 good years. Yes. You are a strong lady.
Sam, here's the electric sander. This is what we're going to use to sand the inside. We'll use 60 grit sandpaper to do the polishing.
What are the challenges that you face at the beginning?
I'm basically self-taught. At the beginning, I had no experience. I didn't know anything about the field. I worked with different craftsmen and collaborated with them. The first time I came across wooden tableware, I fell in love with it. So I contacted a craftsperson and asked if they could make some for me. He said yes. So I gave him all my savings. He left, and I never saw him again. It was a real shock for me. After that, I worked with other artisans, but the big problem was always the delivery time. The finishing wasn't really what I wanted either. So one day I said to myself, okay, I'll do it myself. I slowly started, and now here we are. It's a real source of pride for me. It also brings me joy to turn something ordinary into something extraordinary, and to hear people say, wow, when they look at my creations. So that's it. So we position it like this.
I can see that your hand is very smooth, like you cut everything perfectly. Have you ever enjoyed yourself or have any difficulty in getting this shape?
Yes, we often get hurt, especially the electric saw. It's sharp, it cuts quickly.
So guys, after several hours of smoothing, of carving, here is our final product. Very smooth and ready for food. Nicole's story isn't just about wood. It is about resilience. A woman who refused to let betrayal or failure stop her from building something beautiful.
The R&B Latitudes Art Fair is a visual feast where Africa's creatives, collectors, and big ideas collide. Let's meet artist Dada Kanyisa. So Dada, your process is titled Naganjani, when there's no one around and it's just you creating art. What does that look like?
It's a mix of textures, different woods, different processes, because I also paint. It gets to a point where I have to figure out, is a painting gonna complement this or accentuate it or like work well with the wooden material?
We can't miss your exhibition today because you've been put in a confined roundabout. In what way do you think it was the universe aligning and helping you tell your story?
There are parts of it that are, quite challenging because it's referred to as the round room, but it's actually a hexagon. Almost step out of the conventional and think about what it means to not place a whole installation on a flat wall. It's a process of finding solutions. This space actually works well for what I'm trying to say.
And finally, let's just talk about the importance of spaces like this. You getting to network with people who are fan of your work, but also other young creatives.
It's very important because I've visited R&B Latitude. It's the third year, but it's my first year participating. I'm very grateful.
What happens when a country's history starts to fade away? Well, in Mali, Ibrahim Kembe finds the answers in a very unexpected place, the humble burlap sack.
Mali's most exciting young artist doesn't paint on canvas. He paints on trash.
Its ability of being able to carry these messages interests me in my way of telling stories.
Meet Ibrahim Kembe. His work is a fight for identity in a country where memory feels fragile. For young Malians today, the challenge isn't just instability. It's remembering who we are without losing who we are becoming. So at 29, Ibrahim's art carries 100 years of memory, but none of it started in a fancy art school. It all started at his father's workshop.
It's mainly the fact that my father is someone who, in his way of doing things, of working, especially with the drawing, influenced me. And that influence isn't anchored in a single memory. Actually, I had the sound of the machine in the workshop, the sound of the cutting, and the moment when he was very deeply immersed in drawing. And it's especially the fact that through his way of doing things, he showed me that you can make art from everyday life. And that's what influenced me most.
Lately, Ibrahim has been calling on Mali's oldest truth tellers, the Koreduga.
Because they have this ability to speak very profound truths, often very bluntly, mostly with irony, but generally very bluntly. Bullap offers me many more possibilities because Bullap has this ability to absorb, to keep traces, and also to be able to carry. For example, when I put acrylic on it, it's able to carry this form of engraving on the canvas. Its ability of being able to carry these messages interests me in my way of telling stories.
Ibrahim's work speaks to people in their 20s and 30s across Africa, navigating questions of identity without a clean map.
There is more and more of enthusiasm, especially from our generation, towards our culture, our heritage, and we are in full phase of transformation. And that is what really interests me. A work where we try to evolve, we try to reincarnate all these traditions that we have inherited, and we try to go into the depths of the knowledge of these things.
Ibrahim has been taking his art across oceans and cities, from Lisbon to Cape Town, helping young people trying to figure out what heritage means when it's been interrupted.
Cape Town is very important to me for several reasons. The first thing is that it's primarily a place where African artists meet among themselves, but also between African artists and the rest of the world. It's not just about visibility, it's about the fact that these encounters foster dialogue. A dialogue between artists, a dialogue between cultures, and that aspect interests me greatly. It's a platform that allows me to speak to an audience that knows me well and is familiar with my word, or potentially to engage with a different audience from elsewhere.
Ibrahim Bemba Kebe picks up what the market throws out and makes something that lasts. He is already asking the questions his generation will spend the rest of their lives trying to answer.
Married, collaborators, and the founders of Occupying the Gallery, Venice Biennale, the Met, Lawrence Limowana's Kanga Fabric Embroideries are in the foundation Louis Vuitton in Paris. Talk about #life goals. Lawrence, let's talk about Occupying the Gallery.
Yes.
Why does it matter so much to the both of you?
So Occupying the Gallery is a mentorship program run by myself and Mary and Musa Anita Kaiser. What we do is we negotiate on behalf of the artists to have a space in a corporate space, in a cultural institution, and we transform that into a studio. That work then gets exhibited at an art fair. So we try to kind of generate interesting ideas, conceptual ideas, and make sure that the young artists are aware of the pitfalls of what it means to be a contemporary artist.
Mary Sibande is one of the most celebrated artists South Africa has ever produced. So Mary, let's start with Sophie.
Yes.
Your alter ego, how did she come about?
I went to visit my grandmother. She shared a story when she was working for this white family. What I picked up from the story was aspirations and dreams. And when I got back, and I was like, actually, I have a story. I know what I want to do. I want to talk about my grandmother's aspiration. And then that's how Sophie the alter ego was born. Yes.
Let's talk about how she's been received by collectors, people who just enjoy art.
Totally. So it ranges, I kid you not, from older people, young people, all races. People can relate to the story of Sophie because it's a story about a dream. We all aspire to be something or to be someone.
Beyonce wore one of her caftans. The internet lost it, but Sally Rabakan went back to creating fashion for the global stage.
What if Africa's future wasn't managed in Silicon Valley, but sown in Dakar's alleys? Fashion entrepreneur Sally Rabakan believes time is ripe to bring Senegalese mythology into fashionable streetwear.
My designs are really enmeshed with Dakar pictograms, graphism, colors, sense of patchworking, everyday designer mentality that we have in the streets of Dakar. I think I have that in my designs because I proceed with a lot of contrast, with clash rather than coordinating things.
Her designs pulse with futurism. But how does her bold vision fit into a conservative society where religion, femininity, and politics are regulated?
Yes, I think first, Islam in Senegal is mostly a Sufi Islam, so it's a bit different than what we may imagine a conservative Muslim society to be. So that context is important, but I think what it costed me at the beginning was a lot of time explaining why my language existed, basically, because people will ask you, who is going to wear this? So no one is going to wear it, so why are you doing it? And I was here trying to explain that, yeah, it has hair, yeah, it has this, it has that, the shapes are uncommon and unpractical sometimes, but it says something about a world where this inspiration comes from. It says something about the body of woman at that period of time. But I think that repetition created just a space for different voices, such as mine.
Sally is building a youth aesthetic that is radical but culturally grounded, not imported.
Yes, I think when I use them together, first is the mentality of loving mood boards, loving collages. Everything collage I love. And I love as well the fact that there's a bit of a bifal culture into it. Patchwork, the tapestry of society, you know, people coming from different paths, different people, different species, all of that in the same environment and trying to coexist together and have a singular voice when it's needed. I think there's a lot of that trying to make a sense of the world we're living in and speaking about community through the elements that I choose to work with.
At her studio in Dakar, hands trained in the city are building the next collection.
There's a certain way of working that you will see nowhere else. It's when I started working for Sally that I saw a lot of changes. Usually, I don't work for others. I wouldn't work on a design that will make people stop to take a second look in appreciation. But since I've started working for her, she's been really supportive and boosted my confidence. Honestly, I can say this is all thanks to her, because as artisans, we're just out here trying. But we have been really thankful since we have started working for her. And that's really it.
Born in Dakar, trained in Paris, she chose the sketch over the spreadsheet and came home.
I don't know why it was obsessive for me at first, but I think now I understand that what I was feeling in the 2008, 2010s is that something was happening in the city of Dakar that I didn't see in Paris, that I didn't see elsewhere.
Beyoncé wore a Sally Rabican kaftan. The world noticed. Sally kept working.
I've been listening to Beyoncé my whole childhood, and we were making jeans with Destiny's Child references, so it was kind of, it was a great moment, really.
For this innovative style explorer, African fashion in 2026 is no longer a footnote.
This is our kimono, and it's a very important piece for the brand. I think it's one of the most recognizable pieces of the brand. And what we are talking about is here. You have the hair, the synthetic hair here, leather cutouts, wax quilted motifs. You have a seahorse here, shrimp. So it's kind of a marvelous, universe that is embedded into one piece. And I really like this piece. 26 collection is about friendship of two people that are very creative. And the collection is about that type of encounter between two creative women, and it tells that story of creativity, soul-searching, friendship, etc.
Sally Rabican is building worlds and inviting the next generation to walk into them. One son, alive and made in Dakar.
From canvas to coast, Vanessa Dembe is at the tip of the continent to show us that a holiday home does not have to choose between design and comfort.
Across Africa, incredible homes are raising the bar of modern design. This series gives you a front row seat to unapologetically stylish spaces. The kind you can't help but save, screenshot, and dream about. Sun, space, serious design goals. Welcome to Hermanas, where holiday mode is always on and great design does all the talking. Clean lines, massive views, and interiors made for switching off and showing off. Today, Palesa Tembe is stepping inside to see how this coastal escape was styled for modern holiday living. And behind the look, interior designer Edwin Murphy of M Interior Design.
Hi, Edwin.
Hi, Pali. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. Wow. Edwin, thank you so much for inviting me into such a warm home.
Thank you, Pali. Welcome. We are here in the Himalayan Order Valley, and we recently had the opportunity to furnish this house for our clients.
So what was the client brief, and what did you envision putting this project together?
What they wanted to envision for this space is to have a more modern aesthetic. So this property has a lot of windows facing out to the golf course and to the lagoon. So we really wanted to optimize the views, bringing them to the indoors. So a lot of the spaces, like you would see the rugs, for instance, are quite large in scale to entice the user to walk to the outdoors.
I definitely sense all of those elements you've been able to introduce. And standing here at the entrance hall, I love a good double volume ceiling.
So the sense of arrival of this home divides you into the different directions of this space. So one of the design principles that we've utilized here was the sense of scale. So a lot of furniture in this home has been custom made to fit that scale and to enhance the proportions of each space.
Looking at this lounge space, it seems as if you've really considered how your client lives.
So yes, you're correct. Within this space, we have many focal points, and how we worked around that was incorporating swivel furniture. So many of the furniture in this space orientates to different directions. Within this living space, we also created little pockets of nesting tables. So as a visitor from overseas, wherever they find themselves in their home, they can swivel around to see the view or to see the fireplace, and they can put their coffee down right next to them.
Swivel chairs? Any view? Yes, please. And that same idea carries straight through to the kitchen.
So you see here, we've got this conversational seating in front of this massive island, and these chairs actually swivel so that you can look out to the view.
And what a grand countertop this is. What were some of the design elements that you've been able to incorporate in the kitchen?
The kitchen island serves the same functionality as the fireplace in the sense that you can revolve around it. So that connects all the spaces with one another. The client really enjoys cooking, and they needed a lot of counter space. We used mostly drawers in this kitchen to maximize on storage, and we've even included a seating area on the side.
Tell me about this beautiful dining room you've created.
So the dining room table has been custom designed, and what we've done is we centered it around the fireplace. So the fireplace, the pendant lighting, and the artwork behind me connects those three elements together to have a cohesive space. The pendant lighting creates this halo effect above this custom dining room table. We designed this dining table specifically for this space. We had it 3D modeled and we had it manufactured.
Now, this house is made for fabulous dinner parties. And when things spill outside, that's where the real magic happens.
And with the stacking doors, it feels as if the home completely opens up to the golf course.
Absolutely. This home is completely driven for barefoot living. You could walk in from the lounge, straight onto the deck, into the pool, and straight back in again. So we've created this breakfast nook outside by the pool area, and also introducing umbrellas and sun lounges to enjoy the pool and golf course.
A round of golf out front, a cool down in the pool. Honestly, what more do you need? And while downstairs brings the vibes, upstairs brings the calm.
Walking into the main bedroom, I feel a strong sense of serenity. What was your approach when it came to this room?
For this space, we really focused on symmetry to give this room balance. So what you see on the one side is predicted on the other side. The design approach in this bedroom is we used muted tones. So we've wrapped the room with wallpaper, but it is very subtle and it picks up on the subtle textures that we've used throughout the space. So the fabric on the headboard is different to the linen, is different to the bed end, but still they relate to one another. So one element in a main bedroom is always a television and where to put it. But for us, a television is a picture with no picture in it. So what we've decided to do is to have an electronic television that elevates out from the ottoman in front of the bed. So by a quick press of the button in the comfort of your bed, you can watch television.
I love that. What a clever way to deal with that eyesore. I can only imagine that such a stunning bedroom enjoys an equally elegant bathroom.
Absolutely. And what we've done in the bathroom is that we've wrapped the bathroom with a wallpaper that creates that same context and narrative that you're experiencing in the bedroom, where you create this one story that takes you on this adventure throughout the home.
This home is full of moments worth stopping for. You could spend hours exploring every detail, or just claim a spot by the pool and call it a day. Either way, it works.
Well, from the R&B Latitudes Art Fair here in Johannesburg at the Shepstone Gardens, that's where we'll conclude this week's episode of Afrimax. However, the conversation doesn't have to end here, so be sure to interact with us on the socials. Until then, take care.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live. The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy. And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting
the scheming.
This is not a period we should say bow and go. Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded. You discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. When a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akpashe each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our youth monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CJID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
The issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. We will always continue to work with you.
CJID says its approach brings change and could be a model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akpashe first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
Fresh attacks hit Riom communities in Plateau State as gunmen killed 9 family members, while 10 persons have been confirmed dead in Otukpo local government area of Benue State. Catholic cleric called for unconditional release of all kidnapped victims across the country. An independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, extends deadline for submission of presidential candidates to July 14th. This is the news on AIT. I am Oyedia Oron. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has extended the deadline for political parties to submit the list of candidates for the 2027 presidential and National Assembly elections. In a statement issued on Sunday by INEC's National Commissioner and Chairman of Information and Voter Education Committee, Mohammed Haruna, the Commission says the new deadline is now midnight on Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. The initial deadline in the revised timetable and schedule of activity for the 2027 general elections was Saturday, July 11, 2026, according to INEC. The extension followed an appeal by the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, on behalf of political parties that were unable to upload their names and personal particulars of their candidates within the earlier timeline, while INEC explains further that the extension underscores its commitment to ensure inclusivity in its practices while acting within the ambit of the law. It urges political parties to take advantage of the additional window to ensure that all required details are uploaded before the expiration of the new deadline. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, backed by the Federal Capital Territory FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, says it has uploaded the names of its presidential and vice presidential candidates, as well as National Assembly candidates for the upcoming 2027 elections to the nomination portal of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The PDP, which said this in a statement by the National Chairman Abdurrahman Mohammed, it described the process as a demonstration of the party's resolve to fully participate in the 2027 general elections. Abdurrahman also discloses that the party is currently uploading the names of the governorship and state houses of assembly candidates as it pledges to build a stronger and more united party. The development comes hours after the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, announced the extension of deadlines set for political parties to submit the names of their presidential and National Assembly candidates through its online nomination portal. Now, 9 members of the same family have been killed in a fresh attack on Camp and Kum communities in Riyom local government area of Plateau State. The Birom Youth Molders Association says one of the residents sustained critical injuries as renewed calls emerged for stronger security measures to protect vulnerable communities. The Birom Youth Molders Association, in a statement signed by National Publicity Secretary Wan Teng Wang, says 9 members of the same family were killed in a fresh attack on the Camp and Kum community in Riyom local government area of Plateau State. According to the association, armed attackers stormed the communities at about 11 p.m. on Saturday, with the assault lasting for more than an hour into the early hours of Sunday. The group said one of the residents sustained life-threatening injuries and is currently receiving medical treatment, describing the incident as another tragic setback to peace efforts in the state. It said the recurring attacks continue to inflict heavy human and economic losses on affected communities through the destruction of lives, homes, and livelihood. The association called on federal government and security agencies to strengthen security operations, dismantle criminal hideouts, apprehend those behind the attacks, and ensure they are prosecuted. It also appealed for urgent humanitarian assistance for affected families and displaced persons, while calling on the international community to support efforts aimed at addressing the worsening humanitarian and security situation in north-central Nigeria. At the time of filing this report, the Plateau State Police Command had yet to issue an official statement on the incident. About 10 people have been confirmed dead following separate attacks by suspected armed herdsmen on community in Otukpo local government area of Benue State. The latest wave of violence began on Saturday when suspected herdsmen attacked Akwachi village in Uboju community, killing 2 persons and leaving several others with varying degrees of injuries. The attackers reportedly struck again in Otukpo Nobi community in the early hours of Sunday, where 8 persons were killed and several others injured. The attacks also triggered protests by angry youth and residents who marched to the Ochidoma Palace in Otukpo town to express their frustration over the worsening security situation, demanding urgent government intervention. Confirming the attacks, the state governor Hyacinth Alia, in a statement by his chief press secretary Teso Kula, he strongly condemned the early morning attacks by suspected armed herdsmen on Akwachi village and the Otukpo Nobi community in Otukpo local government area. He described the attacks as not only a breach of peace, but also a barbaric and inhuman assault on the sanctity of the life and collective soul of the people of Benue, and a direct attempt to sabotage the progress of the state. Governor Ali also issued immediate directive to all security agencies operating in the state to liaise with their counterpart in neighboring state and once again swing into action with renewed vigor by intensifying surveillance and patrol across the affected communities and border areas. He further directed the security agencies to relentlessly pursue the perpetrators, ensure their arrest and prosecution, and deploy additional personnel and resources to protect vulnerable communities and prevent further attacks. The Archbishop Emeritus of Catholic Archdiocese of Abuja, Cardinal John Onayekon, has welcomed the release of the abducted Oyo students after about 56 days in captivity, describing it as a relief for their families and the nation. But the Cardinal, however, says the government should not celebrate yet, insisting the victory will only be complete when every Nigerian still in captivity is freed and the country is safe for all.
Speaking at the 25th anniversary of the Catholic Men Organization of Nigeria in Abuja, Cardinal John Onayekon urged the federal government and security agencies to intensify efforts to end kidnapping and other security challenges across the country. The Cardinal stressed that every Nigerian deserves to live in safety and freedom, stressing that the fight against insecurity must continue until lasting peace is achieved nationwide.
Okay, we can be saying, oh, thank God, we thank our president and so on, but it should not have happened in the first place. I'm praying and hoping that the government will not believe that we have done well now, that we have released these children. We should not forget that there are others, maybe hundreds out there that are still in the hands of terrorists, asking for all kinds of ransom. Until we can move around freely and safely in Nigeria, we cannot congratulate ourselves.
Other speakers at the event challenged Christians to take more active role in politics and governance, arguing that shying away from public service because politics is perceived as dirty only allows poor leadership to thrive. They urged believers to see political participation as both a civic duty and a normal responsibility.
We intend to also make our people to be involved in day-to-day life and to also see how we can help the country, not just believe that basic governance is for some people. We too want to promote our members to be part of it. If the case is a dirty game, then you have the bad people there. We will go there too and see how we can sanitize the place and make it better.
So we're using this medium to call upon our brothers, our CMO members, as much as possible to get involved. This is the only way we can change the narrative of the wrong politics that is being played in our country.
The takeaway is that, yes, CMO activities are being promoted, CMO activities are being highlighted, but the work out there is still enormous.
Founded 25 years ago by Cardinal Onayekon, the Catholic Men Organization of Nigeria was established to unite and mentor Catholic men for spiritual growth, responsible family life, and leadership in the church and society at large. Aicheda Majapodumi, AIT News, Abuja.
Now, you may recall that Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde visited 39 rescued pupils and 5 teachers from Urire local government area at the 2-Division Nigerian Army Medical Facility in Ibadan, pledging comprehensive medical care, psychosocial support, and government assistance for their full recovery. Welcoming the survivors, Governor Makinde expressed relief and gratitude that all 39 pupils and 5 of their 7 abducted teachers had returned.
First, I can see that they were happy to be out of captivity, just like any of us. They are glad to be back. Some of them are still very frail. They have to do quite a bit of medical intervention, post-traumatic issues, to be addressed. But we have the team ready to do that. With the plan right now, we'll watch them over the next 48 hours. So by Monday, we think an assessment will be done, and maybe there will be a formal transfer from the military to the state, and then we can manage the process from that point forward.
According to him, the state government have mobilized a team of medical doctors and mental health professionals to provide treatment and rehabilitation. The victims were freed by security operatives after spending weeks in captivity following the attacks on their schools in Orire local government area.
Thank you to our troops, the officers and men. We lost some officers and part of our troops as well. So all the families that have lost loved ones in this whole process, we want to assure them that their loved ones will not have died in vain.
Ogun State Police Command has arrested 43 suspected criminals during a fresh raid under its ongoing operation, Kusaye, bringing the total number of suspects prosecuted since the operation began to 76. The police said the operation targeted a notorious criminal hideout at Ishiri-Olofe along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. The information is contained in a press statement. He explained that a coordinated operation was carried out by operatives of the Special Weapons and Tactics SWAT unit following credible intelligence that the location had become a hideout for suspected cultists, drug traffickers, prostitutes, and other criminal elements. The police said 28 male and 15 female were arrested during the late-night operation. Items recovered from the scene include substances suspected to be Indian hemp, loud and other hard drugs, 10 mobile phones, 4 power banks, a rechargeable hand fan, as well as a crossbody bag containing 2 ATM cards and a national identity card, among other exhibits. According to the command, all 43 suspects have been charged to court and remanded in a correctional facility over offenses including criminal conspiracy, membership of an unlawful society, unlawful assembly, conduct likely to cause a breach of public peace, possession of suspected cannabis, prostitution, operating an unlicensed brothel, and other related offenses. The police also disclosed that some of the suspects are providing useful information to investigators while follow-up operations are ongoing to arrest other members of the suspected criminal network. The Commissioner of Police, Ogun State Command Bode Ojajuni, commended the professionalism of the SWAT operatives, describing the operations as another major success in the ongoing crackdown on crime. He reiterated that criminal hideout, drug joints, brothels used as cover for criminal activities and other black sport across the state will continue to be identified and dismantled. The commissioner also urged residents to support the police with credible and timely information, assuring them that the command remains committed to intelligence-led policing and the protection of lives and property. Now, scores of terrorists over the week suffered heavy losses when Nigerian troops backed by local vigilante hunters repelled an attack on the Dan Auto community in Berry Ward, Mariga local government area of Niger State. While confirming the incident in a statement, the information officer of Mariga local government area, Muhammad Nura Salisu, says the joint operation was a success. According to him, the gunmen were forced to retreat into the forest as residents reported seeing the terrorists evacuating the bodies of their fallen members as they fled. Although the exact number of casualties could not be independently verified, security forces have continued clearance operations in the area. Authorities have advised residents to suspend farming activities in affected communities until the operation is fully concluded. And to more stories now. A 38-year-old South African lady, Jessica Will, has been arrested by operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, after she was found to have concealed 14 large blocks of heroin weighing 5.7 kilograms in her luggage using She initially denied traveling with check-in bags, but after operatives were able to quickly establish that the 2 bags containing the drugs had tags which tallied with the claimed tags attached to her passport, she recounted and admitted ownership of the bags, adding that she forgot she checked in the 2 bags. She claimed to have traveled from Cambodia through Doha to Abuja. Intelligence leading to her arrest indicates she's a member of a transnational drug trafficking organization along with her husband, partner, who is based in Cambodia, from where they operate their drug network along the Cambodian South African axis. Another successful interdiction operation, NDLE officers at the Terminal 2 arrival hall of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Ikeja in Lagos, on the 28th of June 2026, intercepted a commercial motorcycle operator, popularly known as Okada rider, 48-year-old Onyechere Daniel Chinadu, following his arrival at Madagascar via Addis Ababa aboard an Ethiopian Airways flight. A thorough search of his backpack, which he had checked in, led to the discovery of 87 wraps of methamphetamine concealed within clothes in his bag. In a statement, Onyechere claimed he has been working for 15 years as an Okada rider at Okafor area of Lagos before his Uganda-based friend recruited him into drug trafficking. Now, 2 alleged illegal miners have been arrested during a coordinated enforcement operation at an illegal mining site in Osun State. The information contained in a statement by the Special Advisor on Media to the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Lara Owewise. It says the suspect, Danladi Issa and Musa Kabiru, both in their 20s, are in the custody of security agents, given information that would help investigators fish out their sponsors. The operation, which was carried out by officials from the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development in Ogun, Oyo, and Osun State offices, in collaboration with security agencies, targeted illegal artisanal mining camps at Ileja, Ijesa, along the Ileife Road. Speaking during the operations, the Southwest Zonal Mine Officer Ajibade Ganiyu, who led the team on the enforcement exercise, said the operation forms part of the federal government's sustained effort to enforce compliance with the Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act, protect the environment, safeguard lives, and preserve the nation's mineral resources. The ministry says the illegal site has been sealed off in accordance with the law. Now, Zamfara State Governor Dauda Lawal has unveiled a multi-million-dollar lithium processing plant in Boko, Zumi local government area of the state. The governor says the project is aimed at harnessing Zamfara's vast solid mineral resources and promoting industrial development.
The Zamfara State government is of the view that the unveiling of the lithium processing plant in partnership with the private investors mark a major milestone in the state mining sector. It described the project as the beginning of a new era, focused on responsible mining, industrial growth, job creation, and sustainable development of the state-abundant mineral resources. Governor Dauda Lawal says his administration has remained committed to transforming Zamfara's mining sector by moving from informal mining activities to an organized, value-driven industry capable of competing in the global economy.
As we mark the commencement of this project today, let us determine to build a Zamfara State where security enables investment. Investment creates jobs, jobs reduce poverty, and prosperity strengthen lasting peace and overall development. On behalf of the government and the good people of Zamfara State, I congratulate the stakeholders who made this event possible. It is now my honor and privilege to officially unveil the Zamfara lithium mining and processing plant.
Representatives of the investment partner says the project is a significant step towards establishing a world-class lithium processing value chain in West Africa. They added that the initiative will further strengthen industrial cooperation between Nigeria and China.
Today is a project that represents an investment of approximately $200 million, making it one of the largest and the most technological advanced mineral processing facilities on the African continent.
The Emir of Marwiki, Bashir Ismail Ari, whose emirate hosts the processing plant, welcomed the investment and expressed optimism that it will create employment opportunities and improve socio-economic well-being of the people in the community.
On behalf of the entire people of Marwiki Emirate, I wish to assure our esteemed investors of our maximum cooperation and our commitment to provide a conducive and enabling environment.
When fully operational, the lithium processing plant is expected to process about 6,000 tons of raw minerals daily, equivalent to nearly 2 million tons annually. The project is expected to boost Zamfara State internally generated revenue, stimulate economic growth, and encourage local entrepreneurs. Damina Yusuf, AIT News, Gusau.
Up next is Business Report.
Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Welcome to Business. Attention this week will be on Nigeria's June inflation report, with analysts forecasting a slight moderation in headline inflation after the increase recorded in May. The National Bureau of Statistics is expected to publish the June Consumer Price Index on July 15. Market analysts project headline inflation could slow to 15.8%, supported by improved food supply, a relatively stable exchange rate, and lower global crude oil prices, all of which are expected to ease price pressure. However, economists caution that inflationary risks remain elevated. Transportation costs, stubborn cost inflation, weather-related disruptions to food production, and potential foreign exchange volatility could continue to put upward pressure on consumer prices, while a lower inflation reading could signal that price pressure are gradually easing. A stronger than expected outcome may reinforce the need for the Apex Bank to maintain its tight monetary policy stance. The Naira is expected to remain under mild pressure in the new trading week as market participants monitor foreign exchange liquidity, demand from importers, and the central bank's intervention, even as Nigeria's external reserve continue to strengthen. The local currency extended its losses at the official foreign exchange market during the week ended July 10. According to data from the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Naira closed at 1,381 Naira to a kobo to the dollar on Friday, compared with 1,370 Naira recorded a week earlier, representing a depreciation of 11 Naira 70 kobo or 0.85%. Trading data showed currency came under sustained pressure for most of the week, weakening on 4 of the 5 trading days. Meanwhile, activity at the Nigerian foreign exchange market remained relatively robust. Experts believe the growth in Naira's external reserve to $51.7 billion could provide additional support for the foreign exchange market in the days ahead, helping the central bank manage volatility despite persistent demand pressure. And that's it on Business. To other stories now, the Akwa Ibom State Governor Moeno has sympathized with victims of the recent flash floods that affected parts of the state and called for collective action to prevent future occurrences. The governor gave the assurance on arrival at the Victor Atta International Airport in Uyo after official engagement outside the state.
Heavy rainfall in the past few days triggered flash floods in parts of Uyo, the Akwa Ibom State capital, leaving a trail of destruction and damaging homes, businesses, and other property. Governor Umoeno described the situation as unfortunate and expressed sympathy with affected residents. He assured them that government has activated emergency measures to mitigate the impact of the flooding. The governor disclosed that construction firms and relevant government agencies have been directed to evacuate floodwater, the sealed blocked drainage channels, and restore access to affected communities.
First of all, let me sympathize with the families and homes of those that have been affected by this flash flood. We have a responsibility to clean up our surroundings, take away refuse from waterways, unblock all our drainages. We go out on weekends, clean our drainages. These are the things that we should do, and then government will come. Those that have to be distilled, they will draw the attention of government, then we'll come and do.
Governor Eno stressed that addressing flash floods requires collective effort by both government and citizens. He urged residents to refrain from dumping refuse into drainage channels, regularly clear gutters around their homes and business premises, and pay close attention to weather advisories, emphasizing that prevention remains the most effective response to flooding.
NIMET had warned the responsibility lies between government and the people.
The governor reaffirmed his administration's commitment to safeguarding lives and property through sustained investment in drainage infrastructure. Idonset Ikono, AIT News, Uyo.
The Ondo State government says it remains committed to reducing maternal mortality through sustained investment in the health sector. The State Commissioner for Health, Banji Ajaka, said this during the launch of the distribution of family planning equipment and training kits to selected healthcare facilities across the state.
Esaudo, Ifedore, and Ondo West local government areas have the highest maternal mortality rate in Ondo State. To address the challenge, the state government, in collaboration with development partners, has commenced the distribution of family planning equipment and training kits to selected primary and secondary healthcare facilities. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, Ayodele Adiji, who represented the Commissioner for Health, said the intervention will improve the clinical skills of healthcare workers, strengthen service delivery, and boost confidence in the provision of sexual and reproductive health services across the state.
The loss of babies and mothers is very, very important to us in Ondo State, and we are working assiduously to make sure that we have a minimal reduction, maximum reductions, or the lowest maternal mortality rate in Nigeria and in Africa.
Development partners also encourage women to embrace childbirth spacing through family planning, noting that it promotes healthier mothers and babies while reducing maternal deaths.
Every woman has a right to space her children. Every woman has a right to life. Part of the opportunity for our women to be able to access these particular services.
These tools will strengthen the ability of our exchange providers to translate knowledge into practice, to improve service delivery, quality of service delivery, and to reduce preventable complications, and ultimately to save lives.
We train them on the PACT, MVA, infection prevention control, family planning, various contraceptive pills.
The latest initiative is expected to improve the quality of reproductive healthcare services, save lives, and further reduce maternal mortality across Ondo State. Olusola Adesina, AIT News, Akure.
Now, primary health care system is critical to the achievement of universal health coverage, but despite its importance, the utilization has remained inconsistent in most states across the Federation. To change these narratives, especially in urban centers like Lagos State, for the overall benefit of maternal child health, some critical stakeholders in the sector are advocating for greater collaboration between government and the media on the availability, usage of data for reporting.
Lagos State has 319 registered primary healthcare centers distributed across the local government areas in the state. While government seems to be putting much effort in terms of funding as well as other commitments into the system, they are grossly underutilized as many residents still engage in self-medication and women patronizing more of traditional birth attendance. How to find a lasting solution to these and many more informed this workshop by the International Society of Media in Public Health in collaboration with Engender Health for journalists and other relevant stakeholders in Lagos.
People just think it's either they do immunization, that one we are very well known of, and then they take delivery. They think that's about the only two things we do. It's breast and cervical cancer screening. There is the issue of TB services. There is HIV services. In some facilities, they provide dental services as well.
At ISMPH, we firmly believe that when health institutions and media professionals work in partnership, evidence becomes more than numbers on a report. It becomes a catalyst for informed public discourse and improved health outcomes.
We cannot really report accurately, but if there is a collaboration, governments can make this information and resources available, that you don't even need to go about looking for them. And this will enhance our own work. We also need some form of capacity building, because not everybody that can interpret data.
Salient issues such as health insurance, overdiagnosis of malaria came to the fore at this gathering. Ushomowa Daniels, AIT News, Lagos.
The former chairman of Nigeria's National Human Rights Commission, Professor Chidi Odinkalu, says rescuing the nation's university system is critical to putting Nigeria back on the path of sustainable development. While speaking at a public lecture organized by the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, University of Jos Branch, Professor Odinkalu described universities as a center of intellectual excellence that holds the key to national transformation. The lecture theme, Silence in the Ivory Towers in the Face of National Disaster and Destruction, brought together academics, students, and other stakeholders to examine the country's challenges and the role of higher education in addressing them. Professor Odinkalu urged members of the academic community to nurture courageous, critical thinking graduates who will champion positive change and contribute meaningfully to nation building. The chairman of ASU, University of Jos Branch, Professor Jibib Hu, says the theme of the lecture was carefully chosen to stimulate honest conversation on the state of the nation and generate practical solutions to its numerous socio-economic and governance challenges. The public lecture had in attendance the current ASU president, Professor Chris Piwona, and commended his local chapter at the University of Jos for putting together the thought-provoking discourse. Now, from romance scam allegation and a major courtroom verdict to a surprising TV exit, it's another busy day in entertainment. Ike Ubuna denies being linked to an alleged online romance scam. The Top Boy star Michael Ward has been cleared of all rape and sexual assault charges, and Ariana has exited the upcoming season of American Horror Story. Details coming up on entertainment and lifestyle.
Nollywood actor and model Ikechukwu Ubunna, known by the stage name Ike Ubunna, has denied involvement in the romance scam of a 49-year-old American woman, Kimberly Ann, who alleged to have been in an online relationship with the actor since 2025. Ike took to his Instagram to deny the allegations he described as malicious, warning the general public against imposters who have repeatedly used his name, image, and identity to deceive unsuspecting members of the public. He explained that he has been invited by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to provide information that could assist with investigations. Have you been following the rape and sexual assault allegations against Top Boy actor Michael Ward, whose career and personal life have been put on hold since January 2023? Ward was on Friday found not guilty of 2 counts of rape, 2 counts of assault by penetration, and 1 count of sexual assault by the Snarebrook Crown Court in London. Jurors unanimously acquitted the BAFTA-winning actor Ward for all of 5 charges after deliberating for 5 hours, 25 minutes. Ward stood quietly in the dock with his hand covering his mouth as each verdict was read aloud before he broke down in tears. Michael Ward has said he hopes to rebuild his life after being unanimously cleared of all the charges. And finally, U.S. singer, songwriter, and actress Ariana Grande has dropped out of the 13th season of the American Horror Story. The Oscar-nominated actress was announced as a cast member of the upcoming season back in October 2025, and fans were excited to see her reunite with TV creator Ryan Murphy, who she previously worked with on Scream Queens. Ariana's exit is due to scheduling conflicts with her Eternal Sunshine concert tour. Filming is set to be underway, with cast members returning to the franchise for the first time in years. And that is an entertainment news. I am Chidera Isido. Have a fabulous week ahead.
Now, the government of Nigeria has expressed deep condolences on the passing of His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, the father Amir of the State of Qatar, on Sunday, 12 July 2026. In a statement issued by the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kimiebe Ebienfa, the government described Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa, who served as Emir of Qatar from 1995 to 2013, as a distinguished and visionary leader. His transformative contribution to the development and modernization of Qatar have left an indelible mark on the nation and the wider region. The statement further noted that His Highness' wisdom, dedication to progress, and commitment to international cooperation will be fondly remembered by the people of Qatar, the Gulf region, and international partners. On behalf of the government, the people of Nigeria, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bianca Odumegwu Ojukwu, also extended sincere condolences to His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad, the Emir of the State of Qatar, the Atani family, and the brotherly people of Qatar. Nigeria stands in solidarity with Qatar during this period of mourning and prays that the Almighty God grants His Highness the Father eternal rest in paradise. Now, the United States attacked Iran early Sunday morning over an Iranian strike on a vessel in the Strait of Hormuz that set the container ship ablaze and forced its crew to abandon it. Iran responded with attacks targeting several countries in the Gulf, including Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and Oman. The outburst of fighting raised new questions about efforts to reach a permanent end to a war that began on February 28.
The Strait, a key transit route for oil and natural gas, has become the key sticking point in negotiation, and repeated fighting over the past week has left negotiations in danger of collapse. The U.S. Military Central Command said it hit some 140 targets in Sunday strikes, far more than in the 2 previous rounds of attacks, and went after missile and drone launch sites, ammunition dumps, communication equipment, and other sites. It said the attacks would weaken Iran's ability to threaten civilian shipping. Iran made a poor choice. Now the pay. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth wrote online. The U.S. has launched 3 rounds of airstrikes targeting Iran in the last week over Iranian attacks on ships heading through the strait, using a route seeking to avoid the Islamic Republic's territorial waters. Iran retaliated by attacking nations in the regions hosting U.S. military forces, while insisting it alone must control the strait and potentially charge vessels for traveling through it. The era of one-sided deals is over, Mohammad Bagher Khalibaf, the Speaker of Iran's parliament and a main negotiator, wrote today. He also says, "We told you, keep your word or pay the price. Reality is knocking." End of quote. About 1/5 of all traded oil and natural gas passed through the strait before the war began. Iran's grip on it during the war led to a global energy crisis, though oil prices have sharply dropped since wartime highs of $120 a barrel. Qatar's military said it intercepted incoming Iranian fire, with explosions heard in the neighboring United Arab Emirates. 3 people, including a child, were wounded as a result of falling shrapnel from the interception of Iranian attacks, Qatar's Interior Ministry said, giving no further details on their conditions. Meanwhile, major alerts sounded for the 3rd time on Sunday in Bahrain, an island kingdom in the Persian Gulf home to the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. Kuwait's military also said it was intercepting incoming fire. The Omani State News Agency said drones struck sites in northeastern Oman in the area that sits on the Strait of Hormuz. Iran had previously claimed attacks on Oman. The attack came after the 2 countries held talks on Saturday. Sirens also sounded in the United Arab Emirates, but the government said missiles did not cross into UAE borders. The UAE so far hasn't been targeted in the most recent round of Iranian attacks. The last attack on the Emirates, home to Abu Dhabi and Dubai, came in May when a drone sparked a fire on the edge of the country's sole nuclear power plant. Iran also made a series of claims about attacks elsewhere that were not immediately confirmed. In the Strait of Hormuz attack, a Cyprus-flagged container ship was hit by Iran and suffered significant engine room damage, and a civilian crew member was missing, according to U.S. Central Command on Sunday morning. All of the crew, including the missing member, were Indian nationals, according to India's Ministry of External Affairs. India condemned the attack and said it was working with Oman on a search and rescue operation. It called for free and unimpeded navigation through the strait. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Centre, overseen by the British military, said the ship had been traveling on a route hogging the shoreline of Oman, thus being the way ships have entered and exited the Persian Gulf while avoiding Iranian territorial waters. Iran's Paramilitary Revolutionary Guard said multiple vessels disregarded our warnings and instructions to correct their course and proceed along the approved route. One of them was struck by a warning shot and brought to a stop. End of quote. Iran said that the strait would remain closed until further notice and said it would consider targeting additional enemy bases in the region if it faced more attacks. Iranian state media reported U.S. strikes across swathes of the entire country, including southern Iran in the province closest to the Strait of Hormuz and military sites in the province near Tehran. Attacks followed more diplomatic talks about the strait. The latest violence followed Iran and Oman's foreign ministers meeting on Saturday to discuss the strait. The narrow strait sits in both Iran and Oman's territorial waters, but has long been considered an international waterway. Oman said it and Iran agreed to continue discussing the Strait of Hormuz at the technical and political levels. However, Iran offered no statement about the strait being open to all, something sought by the Trump administration. U.S. President Donald Trump suggested last week that an interim deal in the Iran war was over. But mediators, including Pakistan, Qatar, and Egypt, have continued efforts to reach an agreement.
A powerful typhoon has made landfall in China, the second to hit the country in a week, with nearly 2 million people evacuated from areas in the path of the storm. Typhoon Bafi, which spans 1,000 kilometers at its widest point, roughly the width of France. The first came ashore in the coastal city of Taizhou on Saturday evening before making a second landfall in Wenzhou around midnight.
Though it has weakened to a severe tropical storm, it still presents a risk because of the huge volume of moisture within its rain bands. The storm is expected to gradually diminish in its intensity as it moves northwest. On Sunday morning, the center of the typhoon reached Hangzhou City in Zhejiang Province, Chinese state media reported. Forecasters said the typhoon would move to eastern Anhui on Monday and to the northern Yellow Sea from the Shandong Peninsula on Tuesday. More than 1.7 million people were evacuated in Xinjiang and thousands in neighboring provinces. State media said schools, work, and outdoor activities have been suspended in Xinjiang, while 400 flights and dozens of train services have been cancelled. The city of Windsor, home to around 10 million people, is close to the path of the storm, with authorities evacuating hundreds of thousands of residents. Beijing had ordered the evacuation of 100,000 people to avoid risks, officials said. Bavi began a super typhoon, battering Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands last Monday, with wind speeds of 290 kilometers per hour. As it made its way through the Pacific, weakening to 144 kilometers per hour winds, it struck the Sakishima Island, part of Japan's Ryukyu Island chain, between the country's main islands and Taiwan. At least 5 people were injured and thousands were without power.
Well, it's time now to bring you sport reports. World number 1 Jannik Sinner has successfully defended the Wimbledon men's single title. The 24-year-old Italian came from a set down to defeat Alexander Zverev 6-7, 7-6, 6-3, 6-4, capturing his second Wimbledon crown and 5th Grand Slam title. The victory also marked Sinner's 100th career Grand Slam match win as he celebrated in the presence of the Prince and Princess of Wales, Prince George and Princess Charlotte in the royal box. Sinner becomes John's the 10th man in the Open era to successfully defend the Wimbledon's men's single title, further cementing his status as one of the game's dominant players. The Amateur Basketball Academics Aba has stressed the importance of developing basketball referees and technical officials from grassroots, describing early capacity building as essential to the growth and credibility of the game in Nigeria. The call came at the close of the Aba Referees and Technical Officials training program tagged Dream Alive in Abuja. The organizers said the initiative is designed to equip young officials with modern officiating skills, game management techniques, and a thorough understanding of basketball rules.
It has been a really great experience in this 3 days camp. I learned a lot of things. I learned about how to tell the table, how to work smart, how to be confident, and how to believe in yourself, even when you are wrong in some calls, because nobody is perfect. How to be confident when you are reporting to the table.
Okay. Do you play basketball?
Yes, I do.
But why do you like officiating?
I came for the officiating to gather more experience, and whichever one works. Maybe if basketball doesn't work, I can easily switch to referee.
Before I start basketball, officiating is my passion because I used to see many referees officiating a game before I start basketball. My future dream is to be a FIBA referee.
These kids, to be sincere, a lot of them have been abandoned, and we don't want to leave them like that. Officiating is not for the retirees. It's not a retirement thing. Let's have kids officiating this game. They love it. They watch it every day. They have passion for it. So this is their dream. Why don't support them? That's why we could name it Dream Alive.
Today, history is being made. We are now getting new crops of referees. The referees that we have in basketball are aging. They are aging, and we were worried at a point in time. Just like the coaches we have are aging equally. When we finish the referee, I think with Coach Emmanuel Oda's intervention, the coaching clinic will start.
Participants were urged to embrace continuous learning, professionalism, and integrity. Well, the program marks the beginning of a long-term plan to produce internationally recognized basketball officials capable of serving the game at the highest level. Nigeria's para-badminton team delivered an impressive performance at the 2026 Uganda Para-Badminton International Championship, winning a total of 14 medals to underline the country's growing dominance in the sport. The Nigerian contingent finished the competition with 9 gold and 5 silver medals, recording podium finishes across the wheelchair and standing category. Among the standout performers were Brown Emmanuel, Ifanacho Oheri, Chukwuemeka Ijoma Gift, Obinna Precious Musu, Unana Jeremiah Chigozie, and Eneojo Elijah Agada, who all claimed gold medals in their respective event. The president of the Badminton Federation of Nigeria, Francis Obi, he praised the team's performance, describing it as another step towards qualifying more athletes for Paralympic Games. He also commended the Abia and Bayelsa state government, as well as the Police College Badminton Club Lagos, for supporting the athletes' participation at the championship. Now, the power of sport as a catalyst for social change was once again on display as more than 1,000 runners participated in the 2026 Abuja Charity Half Marathon. The charity race organized by the Run Club Abuja is aimed at complementing government's efforts and impacting poor communities using sport as a vehicle.
Tagged Run with Rhythm, the race covered 16 major intersections across the Federal Capital Territory, with athletes competing in the 21.1 kilometers, 10 kilometers, and 5 kilometers category.
The course was well put together. There was a mixture of like hills and valleys. So
I think I saw like a 6-year-old down to like an 80-year-old maybe.
This points to health, that you can run.
Traditional African attire, celebrating the continent's rich cultural heritage while promoting unity through sport.
Not just to run for fitness, but also to represent culture.
To me, it's essential in my life to run.
Activities. That's it. Remains government's effort in healthcare.
This year, we're supporting selected hospitals in Abaji and Kuje local government reduced.
It's important. What makes this unique? Supporting the poor.
The organizers say that Charity Half Marathon will continue to combine fitness, community engagement, and philanthropy, proving that every step taken on the course can help save lives of it. Laila Wal, EIT News, Abuja.
Well, that's it on sports and the news as well. Thank you so much for watching. I am Oyedia Oro.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The
multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting
the scheming.
This is not a period we should say bow and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Well, whether you're falling in love, growing through it, or healing from its loss, you can benefit from being a student of love.
Lateris R. Whitfield is an author, director, 3-time Emmy-nominated producer, and the host of the Dear Future Wifey podcast, which has garnered over 70 million views. After the end of his first marriage, Lateris felt like a failure. Instead of playing the blame game, he decided to take ownership of his mistakes, learn from them, and find out what makes love last. In his book, Student of Love, Lateris R. Whitfield shares what he learned along the way, how the Lord blessed him with his forever bride, and how those searching for love can find it too.
Well, I am so excited to say that LaTerrace R. Whitfield is live in our studio on the 700 Club. LaTerrace, thank you so much for being with us today.
Listen, thank you for having me. It's an honor.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, we are here to talk about your book, Student of Love, Your Guide to Discover, Uncover, and Recover Healthy Relationships. I just love how you are so honest and transparent and real, because you talk about, you know, the beginning of your relationships, like a long time ago. So you were actually previously married.
Yes, I was previously married 2 weeks shy of 10 years.
Wow. Okay.
And that was over 10 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what happened with that?
Well, my unreadiness, that's what happened. I lacked discipline in that marriage. I was unfaithful in my marriage, and decided that it was best for us to walk away from the marriage and file for divorce. But in that 10 years, I said I had to do the work. I had to go ahead and get in therapy. I went through Celebrate Recovery. I had a personal therapist. I started practicing abstinence in my life to kill that Goliath in my life.
Well, what are some of the things that you might have discovered during that time frame?
That I needed some healing. You know, we carry a lot of childhood trauma that shows up in our adulthood. The Bible says when I was a child, I spoke as a child, but when I became an adult, I put childish things away. We don't really know what that looks like in our relationships. And so when you start unpacking things that you've experienced, things that you saw as a child, you'll recognize that as an adult, that child is leading that relationship if you don't heal that inner child.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, talk about, I mean, you really went deeper with the Lord too.
Yeah.
Talk about how your relationship with God truly just, you know, aided in that healing journey.
You know, I get excited when you mention stuff like that because I'm telling you, I spent a lot of time on my carpet. You know, I believe in carpet time. I believe in laying on your face and worshiping God and reading your word. And so I read a lot of stories in the Bible, and I recognize that we are the same people that are spoken about in the Bible. I had some King David in me. And so when you can see yourself in the Bible, and that's what I love about the Bible, it's a mirror reflecting who you are and then God's goodness to those fallen souls. And so that's what I did. I just got really, really, really rooted and grounded in the Bible and my relationship with God.
Wow, I love that. Well, I can't have you on this show without talking about your podcast, Dear Future Wifey. It is so popular. So many amazing guests you've had on the show. Okay, talk about just how did you start that? I mean, was it the Lord? Did he give you that? Like the concept? Just talk about all about it.
God told me, he said, I can't heal what you won't reveal.
Wow.
And I said, okay, God, all right, so we about to get real. He said, I want you to launch this podcast, and I want you not to try to be an expert trying to fix everybody else. I want you to sit as a student and learn from your guests. And I was like, because at first I felt like at the end of each episode, I was supposed to drop some gem and leave somebody with this powerful quote. God said, that's not the season for that. I want you to sit down and learn. And so I launched the podcast on April the 15th of 2020 in the heart of the pandemic. We were, quote unquote, sheltered in place. And so I sat and said, all right, I'm gonna interview people that are married, people are single, people who don't even believe in relationships and marriage, and see if I can learn something from each guest, and that's what I did.
Yeah. Okay, talk about the title of it, Dear Future Wifey.
Dear Future Wifey was birthed because I said I wanted to write letters to this amazing woman that I believe that God would bring into my life. Not knowing who she is, not knowing where she lived, what geographical area she was, and said, I'm just gonna write and keep my heart always present to bring in love and not grow in bitterness. In these social media streets, we see so much negative commentary about relationships. And I said, I didn't wanna intake all that negativity. I wanna make sure that I keep God present in my mind, present in my heart, and know that I could become the man that my future wifey could be proud of.
Well, the good news is your wife is now your co-host on the podcast. Talk about your beautiful forever bride.
Well, I got me an Ashley.
Yes, come on, we love Ashley.
I got me an Ashley, and she was born and raised in Pasadena, California, and I mean, she's a very private person. She has a company called Doorhawks where she manages the VIP list for a lot of major events. And so to bring her into the spotlight, you know, you have to make sure that you're aligned with somebody that was willing to do that. And she was like, all right, you know, this is uncomfortable for me, but I trust you. And anytime I get nervous, I'll just look at you.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. I mean, you did not reveal, like even in engagement, you didn't reveal who your fiance was until the wedding.
Yes.
And you've got quite the following on social media. Like you guys guys live streamed the wedding.
Yeah, 28,000 people tuned in to our wedding on November the 22nd. It was live streamed. I coined it the mystery bride. I didn't want people putting their fingerprints in the wet cement before it dried.
Yeah,
and so I said I want to make sure that we could build something strong and solid so that when we did pop out in social media and in this world, then we have something solid.
Yeah, well, you guys are a beautiful couple. You're doing amazing. She's gorgeous. But I also wanted to point something out really powerful.
Okay,
your dedication in the book, I thought, was so profound. I've not seen this before. But you dedicate this book first to every woman whose heart I mishandled, to the woman of unmet shared vows, to the women I gave undeserving access to my life, and lastly, and most importantly, to Miss Ashley R. Whitfield. You are the grace after the grind, the reward of every tear shed in the classroom of my becoming. You inherit the healed version of me, the man who failed forward into faithfulness. This book is for you all. I am the student. Love is the curriculum. That is so beautifully put, and also, I thought it was so amazing. I saw on your Instagram. I mean, you dedicated this book to Ashley before y'all were even engaged. Talk about that.
Yeah, you're about to get me emotional. You got to ask me a question after you just read that to me. I'm getting extremely emotional about that. Because that is true. I was on a journey, and I recognized that it's certain people that you hurt in the journey. It's people that hurt you. And so I dedicated this book before I proposed to Ashley on July the 13th, and I had to turn in the final manuscript around May, and I said, hey, I'm putting it out there. And so it was very important for me to lead with intentionality.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and integrity. And that is in and throughout this entire book, truly.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Absolutely.
But you almost made me cry over reading that dedication because it was, I felt it was very important to put that in there because a lot of times we pop out married and you've left a trail of tears behind where people are like, well, why can you show up like that in my life?
Right.
And even when I dedicated to my ex-wife, to know that she and I are great friends this very day, but knowing that I couldn't carry the covenant that I committed to when I was 28 years old. And so I want to make sure that I honored her in that as well.
What tips and suggestions might you have for maybe couples out there?
For couples, I say that understand the vows that you took. If you are married, I want you to, love the person that you're with. Be intentional. Continue pursuing that person. A lot of times we're only pursuing that person up until the day we get married, but dating that person should always happen daily. And I don't want to leave out just the single people.
I was gonna say, don't forget about them.
I can't leave the single people since I'm over here, as a left hand ring wearer, that I want the single people to love yourself while God is molding you. And I always say love isn't about finding the right person, it's about becoming the right person. So know that this is your time for readiness. This is your time for preparation, and it starts with loving yourself. Let other people be blessed by the overflow.
Amen and amen. Laterris, thank you so much for being with us today. It was such a joy talking to you. Thank you for the book. Thank you for the podcast. God's got amazing things in store for you and Miss Ashley R. Whitfield.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right, everyone. Well, Laterris's book is called Student of Love, and it's available nationwide. Make sure you get your hands on it. Gordon, over to you.
Well, still ahead, she dreaded being poked and prodded and drinking that yucky stuff. So this woman refused to go to the doctor, and she just put up with her pain. Watch how she's healed overnight. That's coming up, and then my favorite part of the show. Ashley and I will be praying for you. Stay with us.
You've got everything you thought would make you happy. A promising career, plenty of friends, and a growing family. But life seems empty. Something's missing. Only God can bring real meaning to life. True happiness comes from knowing Him. Discover how God can change your life. Watch The 700 Club.
A few years ago, Brittany was looking for a good resource to help her son learn more about the Bible. So they began watching Superbook together, and now it's become their favorite show.
Single mom Brittany Millerons is intentional about what her son Laron views. Since 2022, Superbook is the main show they both enjoy.
When I first saw Superbook, I really was blown away. I didn't know they had something like that.
Actually, I believe that first time we didn't watch just one, we started watching multiples. You know, it made us want to see what else you guys had. I just like how they turned it into an animated series and they take the kids back in time like they're actually in the Bible with Jesus or the prophets or whoever the story is about.
It's a God cartoon. It shows the stories of God like David and Goliath, Jonah. It makes me know God a lot more. That's how basically I started liking God.
Brittany says her own life struggles inspired her to find better resources and tools to teach LaRon about the Bible. As she watched Superbook with her son, she discovered it also helped her face her own problems.
Superbook has planted seeds. You know, even with some of the stories, I refer to Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego. I refer to that like with my son, like I tell him, you know, we're walking through the fire, but we're not gonna get burnt. It makes sense what I'm telling him.
I liked it because it was teaching you how to always follow God. You could do anything with God.
LaRon finds Superbook relatable with memorable stories. In addition to watching the many episodes available, there's one feature that really stands out to him.
My favorite thing is about Superbook is that it has its own app. They have games for it. When Jonah had got swallowed by a whale, there's this one game where you gotta try to not hit nothing and try to swim through.
Over the years, Brittany has shared Superbook with her family and friends.
I introduced it to my best friend as well, and she has 2 children, and they would sit on the couch and watch it. To this day, it's not like, oh, this is a kid show, I don't want to watch it. This is like a kid and a family show and an adult show where they can watch it together and get an understanding.
Because of LaRon's enthusiasm for Superbook, Brittany has made it a staple in their lives. She's thankful to have a resource helping her son grow closer to God.
Superbook makes me want to know more about the Bible. I want to see some stories I've never heard of. I don't know who made it, but if I do, I'd say thank you for making this masterpiece of art.
For them to see the actual things, you know, taking place, I think it makes an impact on them. It's not just words anymore. I can tell you it's reaching in my life, and the people that I introduce is reaching in their life. I think it's vital that they continue to make Superbook.
That thank you for Superbook goes to you if you're a member of the 700 Club. You're part of making that masterpiece, that wonderful salvation tool, education tool. We want the stories of the Bible to be available to the children of the world. Superbook is now worldwide. Season 1 is in over 70 languages. There's a map showing all the different places where Superbook right now is being broadcast or available. We have YouTube channels in all of those languages. We have this wonderful app that you can download. All the episodes are on it. And here's the best part. We want to make it free. Free indeed for every child, that they can have the opportunity to hear the stories of the Bible. And just what you heard, that I fell in love with God because I heard the stories, I saw the stories of the Bible. You can be a part of it by joining the 700 Club. Superbook has become one of the greatest evangelism tools that CBN has ever created. In over 60 years of our history, this thing has just gone around the world, and hundreds of millions of children are watching. But we want to reach even more. We want to reach the whole world with the gospel, with the stories, so the knowledge of God can cover the earth as the waters cover the sea. You can be part of fulfilling that wonderful prophecy and just say, yes, I want to be a part of this. I want to join the 700 Club. At whatever level God is speaking to you, say, yes, I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of helping children to know God, helping families have wonderful Bible times together. It's an incredible series, and you're a part of every single episode, every single language that's translated, every single app download, every single transmission of this wonderful program around the world. You can be a part. Ashley?
Well, up next, a woman experiences a healing miracle right in her own home. Watch how it happens, and then Gordon and I will be praying for you when we come back.
Superbook fans. Here's something else you'll love. It's the new Superbook Bible app. It's packed with games, activities, and Superbook episodes that you can watch for free. Oh, no! There's trivia, a fun daily devotional, and answers to your Bible questions. Plus, an easy-to-understand Bible the whole family will enjoy. You can even create your own Superbook character. Ta-da! Whoa!
Millsburg Falls man coming.
Sorry, pardon me. Sorry, excuse me. Ouch!
Are you getting this?
Earn super points to win daily prizes too, and so much more. Time to get back to my adventures. See you soon. It's the new Superbook Bible app. Free downloads on iTunes, Google Play, and Amazon.
Rose worried she had a hernia. She was nauseous and felt pain around her stomach, and it kept getting worse until one night she woke up and watched the 700 Club.
I woke up one more button area and they prayed, and Ashley said, "There's a lady watching."
I believe there's somebody watching with almost like a strain in their abdomen. Around their belly button, just something was happening, a wound, a tear in the muscle. I just believe God is healing you of that in the name of Jesus right now. No matter what the condition was, the results of that, I just pray that and believe that God is healing you right now.
I said, well, since I'm the only one in the room, that's for me. So, I claim that for me. That night I went to bed. I got up the next morning, and that's when I wasn't hurting anymore. I wasn't nauseated anymore. And I knew God had healed me. And that's been over a year and a half now. I'm just so thankful and so grateful. And He wants to do that for everybody. He wants to heal us, and He wants to be good to us. And sometimes we don't think we deserve it, and we don't. We don't deserve it. He just does it because He loves us, and we're His children.
Wow, I am just absolutely amazed by Rose's testimony. I don't know Rose. I didn't know Rose in that moment. I'm so grateful that she shared what God has done in her life. But guess who did and does know Rose and knows every hair on her head and knew her even before she was knit together in her mother's womb and has heard every prayer that she has prayed? That is her Heavenly Father. That is your Heavenly Father. I just feel like a lot of people are watching right now and you're experiencing a lot of doubt and fear. You hear Rose's testimony. You believe God can heal, but you're not sure He wants to do it for you. And we just want to come against that fear and doubt right now in the name of Jesus. And please be encouraged by Rose's testimony and my words right now that yes, God does want to heal you. He is ready, willing, and able. You just have to say yes to Him. Say yes to who He is. He is your Savior. He is your Heavenly Father. He is the great physician. There is nothing too hard for Him. No prayer too big, no prayer too small. And so we're about to enter into our favorite time of the show where we just invite the Holy Spirit to do what only He can do. It's not me, it's not Gordon, it's the Holy Spirit healing people today. And we just believe that He is going to set people free. And if you need more encouragement, more fuel for your faith, here's another answer to prayer. This is Valerie by email. She said, I just noticed I woke up without hip pain after weeks of suffering. Yesterday, I sent prayer requests to 3 ministries and prayed with Gordon Robertson on the 700 Club. He said to declare healing and command the pain to go. Praise God. We rejoice with you, Valerie.
Here's Dawn from email. I had shingles in my left arm that caused horrible pain for months and only slight relief for 4 months. The pain was in my left hand and pinky. The numbness and tingling in both the pinky and the ring finger have persisted, and the shingles is horrible. It can sometimes leave lingering nerve pain. I was watching the 700 Club today, and before Ashley started to pray for healing, I got on my knees to pray. The moment my knees hit the floor, Ashley began to speak of the exact symptoms in my left hand and arm. I cried out, "Thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus. I am healed." Let your faith make you whole. That's what Jesus would tell people. Your faith has made you whole. And you read that in the Bible and you go, well, how do I get that? Now, in the story you just watched, she said something really profound. I didn't deserve healing. None of us deserve it. But here's a thought for you, and I hope it encourages your faith. Does a child deserve a roof over its head? Does the child deserve a warm bed to sleep in? Does a child deserve food on the table? Does the child deserve the hug and the care and the education and all the things that you lavish on the child? Well, no, but we can't imagine as parents not doing it. Think that. Your Heavenly Father can't imagine a universe where He wouldn't do that. What does He want to do? He wants the will of God in heaven to invade earth. That's what He wants. He wants His will to be done in your life as He intends for it in heaven. Now, in heaven, there's nobody sick. It's just illegal there. It's not allowed in God's house. You are the temple of God. Your body is His house. So let's act that way. Let's believe that way. Let your prayers be heard, and then with the authority given to you, speak over that disease. You're illegal now. You don't belong here. You have to live. What you just heard, command that pain to leave, command the disease to leave. You have the authority. Let's pray. Let's believe. In an act of faith, in an act of belief, lay your hand on that area that needs healing. We'll join together with you. God will do all the rest. Let's pray. Lord God Almighty, we come to you believing. We believe in Jesus. We believe in His sacrifice. We believe that by His stripes we are forgiven and we are healed and we are restored to what you originally intended. You want us to be your children, and you are a loving Heavenly Father. Stretch forth your hand now and heal us. We command sickness to leave. We command pain to leave. We command all infirmity to leave our bodies now, in Jesus' name. Ashley, God's given you something.
Yeah, I believe someone's watching and you just put your right hand over your heart. And I believe God is healing somebody of heart disease. There's a tightening, you can't breathe, you have your extremities get swollen because the blood flow is restricted. I believe you also have palpitations. It's not looking good. The doctors have not given you a good report. But I believe the Lord is literally almost like resurrecting your heart to be normal again and to operate at an optimal level so that you can live a healthy and fruitful and active lifestyle. In the name of Jesus, just receive this right now. We thank you for this, Lord.
There's a man with your left hand over your abdomen. You've got some kind of rupture there, and I believe your name is Larry. God's healing you. He's taking all that pain away now. In Jesus' name, amen. If you've been healed, let us know. Let us share in your good report. And if you need prayer, we're here for you. All you have to do is call us. Here's a word from the Gospel of John. By this, we will know that you are my disciples, if you have love for one another.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting.
The scheming.
This is not a period we should say bow and go. Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Friendships are beautiful. They can enrich our lives, support our growth, and sharpen who we become. But what happens when friendship lines begin to blur? Hey there! Welcome to your favorite women's television magazine show, where we discuss real issues that speak to living a whole and fulfilling life. Today's conversation is one many silently struggle with. We're talking about navigating friendships with the opposite sex, and we're joined by a guest to help us unpack this important discussion. Victoria Yusuf is a minister with the Redeemed Christian Church of God, a marriage counselor, author, and gospel worship leader. She has written over 35 books on Amazon and released songs such as Beautiful Name, Worthy, and Supernatural Grace. She's married to architect Adeolu Yusuf, and they have 3 lovely children. Oh, that's
Thank
so
you.
heartwarming. How are you doing? Welcome.
Thank you
You
so
look
much.
great.
Thank you.
I'll disturb you with questions today. Are you ready for my questions?
More than ready.
All right. So, but before we go into the conversation of the day, let's do an icebreaker so we're all relaxed and we're good to go.
Okay.
You ready?
Sure.
Okay. See this icebreaker thing here? I'm trying to guess the question answers for you, but I'll allow you to do it since you are a relationship coach. I'm not a relationship coach, so me to how to learn. All right. So I'm going to read scenarios.
Okay.
And then your response will be either yes or no. Or you can say it depends. So we have three options, yes,
All
no,
right.
or it depends. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right, so it's basically called boundary check because we're
Okay.
talking about navigating friendships with the opposite sex. All right, number one, having a best friend of the opposite sex while single.
No.
While single.
No.
Okay, no best friend, so it doesn't create issues, complications. All right, number two, calling someone you're not dating my person or my dear. You see on Facebook then, back in the days, somebody, I just met you, say hello dear. Who is your dear? Example. So what, is it yes, no, or it depends?
It's a no.
It's a no, definitely. We don't know me. When did I become your dear? What's
Exactly.
that? I've been suspecting that behavior.
No,
That means you
it's
tell
a
all
no.
the girls too, dear, my dear. I mean, I'll be thinking you say my dear.
And you'll be thinking you are the special
No,
one.
no. All right, so I agree with you on that. Sharing relationship problems with a friend of the opposite sex. Yes, no, it depends.
No.
No. Okay. I need to ask you, why did you say no with that?
Because you become vulnerable and they can use it against you later on.
Say no more. I think I get I get the response there. Spending one-on-one time late at night with a close friend. It's a close friend. But it's late in the night.
No.
All right. Good. Being emotionally closer to a friend than your partner. That's, you're married, but you have emotional ties with a brother in the church or in the office.
Capital no.
Capital no. Capital no. Awesome. And the last one, setting clear boundaries early in a friendship. Some people are afraid because it go run or the woman will run away. But what's it? Yes? No, it depends.
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Let me clap. All right, we're going to get into the conversation just in a moment. All right. Yes. Stay with us. Living the Life will be right back. This conversation, me, I'm particularly interested in it because I work with young people as well. I'm still young anyway, but I'm married. All right? All right, Living the Life will be right back. Yes, we're good to go. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right, straight to my first question. Is it possible to have a genuinely platonic friendship with the opposite sex, whether between a married and a single, between singles, or between married people?
It's possible,
okay,
but it has to be very guided, and the people involved have to be very intentional and careful, because there is a tendency of becoming overclose with that opposite sex, and then you can, the devil can easily lure you into sin.
That's a foothold.
Yeah, so one has to be very careful when you're having the opposite sex as your friend. Just among the singles and among the married couples, it's extremely dangerous. So I don't usually advise anybody to do that, because you might feel that, oh yes, it's platonic, I don't have any emotions,
just a colleague,
just a close work and all that. But there is a high tendency that it can go sour if care is not taken.
Awesome. Now, what makes a relationship with the opposite sex unhealthy? Because it's healthy and, unhealthy. What makes it? What are the elements? What are the things that make relationship with the opposite sex unhealthy?
When you start talking late into the night, when you're keeping secrets among yourselves, say, oh, just like when we tell our children, if somebody tells you something and say, don't tell mommy or don't tell daddy, you know there's something fishy about it. The same thing with adults. When there's an opposite sex and you're just saying, oh, this is just between me and you, and don't tell any other person, you start sensing that, oh, there must be something about this that they don't want others to know.
True.
Whether in work or in the church or wherever you are, when you start having an opposite sex that say, no, this thing that we are doing has to be hidden. You know that there's something to it. Then when you start seeing somebody flirting with you unnecessarily, it might sound or start as a compliment, but when it's now coming repeatedly, over and over.
Repeatedly, but not as it's wrong for the person to compliment you.
If it's just complimenting, it's fine. But when it's now going ahead to becoming like a daily thing or a regular thing, whether you are careful or not, when somebody is just flirting with you, you will know that, okay, this is beyond compliments, it's going further. So once a person starts complimenting you negatively or like flirting with you and like, wanting to touch you and all that, you know that, no, this is now becoming unhealthy. You have to be extremely careful with that. Then when it comes to maybe buying you gifts, like the Bible says that
the gift of
gifts can blind. No.
Okay.
The one that talks about gifts can blind somebody's mindset or something. Because when opposite sex is buying you things over and over, you might feel, oh, this person's so generous, this person's so nice, and all
begin
that.
to think about them in positive light.
Before you know it, when the person is now flirting or asking you certain things to compromise some values and some things that you've guarded or as your morals, you say, oh, it's not really bad. Actually, the person is kind. The person compliments me. The person calls me late into the night. Is this person I can easily talk with? Is this person I can associate with? This person understands me. You don't know when you just let down some things and fall into sin. So that's why one has to be very careful to remain having a healthy relationship.
Awesome, awesome. Now, for some people, they struggle to define, boundaries. How do you know? I know you touched on that. It's certain parameters that you know, okay, this thing has, this is unhealthy. But for people who are struggling, some people struggle to just keep boundaries.
Yeah.
Because let's say it's a family friend. And we found out that there was a time a family friend, a close family friend, almost, got too close to me. And I figured because, his uncle or his auntie, it's a brother in the family, So with people who struggle to keep boundaries, what are the measures, certain measures they can take?
To set boundaries, if you don't set boundaries, you fall into problems. Either as an individual, in relationship, in your work, or wherever it is that you need to set boundaries. So it's extremely important that we set boundaries. Without boundaries, you let everything go. Everything is acceptable. So for people that struggle with boundaries, when you have been beaten once or twice, you will realize that you definitely need to set those boundaries.
Yeah.
So you now have to know that, okay, there are no late night calls, no hanging out to the opposite sex, no unnecessary hidden secrets and things like that. Then you don't compromise your morals because of an opposite sex. So like what you said, when I was much younger, I almost fell into sin also because I didn't have boundaries. I counsel people. So I was like, okay, it doesn't really matter. It's the work of God. I can actually chat with people, counsel people late into the night. But when I started seeing certain things, I was like, no, this is beyond. So now I have time. And you have to always book ahead before we have a session. So without setting boundaries, if you struggle to set boundaries, you just have to. Because it's that setting of boundaries that will keep you safe. No matter where you are, no matter what value you think you are giving to the society, if you don't set boundaries, you will shoot yourself in the foot. And at the end of the day, people will be like, I thought she's a marriage counselor. I thought she's a Christian. I thought she fasts. I thought he does this. I thought he's the head of them or he's a pastor. Because
just
of
one unguarded moment.
Exactly. So boundary setting is amazing and can save you a whole lot.
All right. Awesome. See me listening intently. All right. We'll take a break out. We'll continue the conversation. Yes, I'm sure that you're following the conversation. It's something that you need to really open your heart. There are no closed doors here. We open your heart and just be open as you hear this conversation. It's going to help you. Living the life, we need to go on a break. We'll be right back after this time out. Just wait, stay there. Don't touch that dial like they used to say. We'll be right back.
Ask Auntie D your questions and God's answers. What an amen, that he always has an answer of peace, direction, and courage. For you are foolish. So I pray for you that you be delivered from foolishness and come into the wisdom of God that will profitably redirect you and teach you that your fit no longer fits you or your friends. Having
their life, and we're talking about navigating, friendships with the opposite sex. Where do we draw the lines? And yes, my amazing guest Victoria she's doing well with the questions. So we're going to be talking about emotional intimacy. There's emotional and there's physical. People usually think, oh, the physical is physical. Now we can know that this is wrong, right? But we've seen, even research has shown that emotional intimacy can be even more dangerous sometimes. Can you speak to that?
Emotional intimacy is more dangerous, and it happens first before the physical. So it might be there for months, days, weeks, and maybe years. And people will be thinking, oh, there's nothing to it, they're just friends. You're just friends with the opposite sex. You just call each other. You just go shopping together. He just pays for this bill, or she just does this and does that for you. No. Emotional intimacy is more dangerous because it's difficult to come out from. If it is the physical one, you can go for therapy. You can go for counseling and say, oh, this is actually wrong. Your spouse or your partner could easily identify it. But emotional intimacy is of the heart and of the mind. So that person has to be intentionally conscious of the damage they have done to themselves or to their physical relationship with their spouse for them to be able to heal, and if they are willing to heal. Because some people might feel, there's nothing to it. I just like this person. Some people might be married to somebody, but they are in love with somebody, or they are having emotional intimacy with someone else. So, in fact, I can't start going into details for that, but it is something that it's a big thing. It's a big thing, and it's a big issue in a lot of relationships, because many people might not know that they are emotionally intimate with someone else of the opposite sex. They might just feel like, oh, I'm actually just daydreaming about the person because I like him or I like her. But it is difficult to detach from it, and it takes a deliberate action for one to be healed and delivered from that.
Awesome, awesome. And I think, yes, like you said, it's of the heart. It's of the heart, and it starts sometimes with just a simple. I almost fell into that, funny enough, because it was like, okay, I even thought, I said, no, I should have married this person. This is the person who's to marry, because this person is listening to me. No, the time I was telling my husband, was like, yeah, you're not serious, because like you don't know, he's a devil in disguise, but you feel that at that moment this person has more sense in that sense. So yeah, it's very critical that one looks at it is an issue of the heart. Yes, and that way you're able to get help and sort it out. Now, let's talk about discernment, because for you to be able to identify there's an issue. Like you said, some people just say, no, it's nothing. Yeah. Me, it was the Holy Spirit that said, this information, this person that's, okay, how is your family? That is not a normal conversation. It's the Holy Spirit that opened my eyes to see. So it requires discernment. Now, what role does discernment, play in navigating these friendships? And when you discern and realize, oh, I'm in the wrong place, how do you communicate that? Whether it's in between married people or even single people, and all of that.
Okay, let me first start by saying, recently I was having a conversation with my husband. I said, one of the best fruits I've ever requested the Lord to give me is discernment. Because I realized that, yes, you could speak in tongues, you could prophesy or be joyful, be all day serving the Lord. But if you don't have discernment, there are certain rooms you're not supposed to enter, you get into, and you're thinking it's a blessing. But when you are able to discern certain things, like the Bible says, test all spirits. If you don't test the spirits, you might just feel, oh, it's a blessing. Oh, I'm in here for a blessing. I'm here to impact lives. Or I am employing this person to come and help my business. But if you don't have that discerning spirit to know that, oh, this person is actually green snake under green grass. You wouldn't know, and you get hurt over and over. So in relationship, one has to be able to have that discernment, to be able to set boundaries.
Yeah.
Because
how do you communicate that? Because that's the thing, when you say, okay, no, this, I won't take this. Or I will, this is, don't call me by this time. Let's not just let the conversation, when it starts like this, you just end. So, you know, how do you,
when you want
without
to communicate,
making them feel hurt?
That's if you don't want to. But the truth is, you shouldn't make people feel hurt when you're setting boundaries. However, there might be some cases that you won't really care a hoot about what they feel. You aligning with God and aligning with your own purpose is what matters. So how to communicate is being conscious of people's emotions, how they feel, and things like that. And then your timing. Like I'll tell couples, before you say certain things that are very touchy, you look at the time and then your tone. The way you approach that person. Yes, you want to set boundaries and you want to communicate it effectively, but you should be able to say it at the right time. For example, you can pray about it, you can fast about it if it's that important. So you know the right time and the right place to talk about it. And then tell them, oh, it's because I need to fulfill my purpose. It's because I need to do what is right with me and God. So for me to be able to do that, I need you to stop calling me about this or calling me a dear, like what he said, or calling me my love and
my
things
love,
like that. So it's very important that we set boundaries so that we can actually work better, either with the Lord or have a better platonic relationship free of any emotional entanglements and loads and baggages and all. So it's important that you communicate it well and let them understand, because you could actually think you have communicated. Maybe the person didn't understand, or the person is getting offended. So you should be able to calmly tell the person, oh, I don't want you calling me. I need to spend more time with my spouse. I need to do this, I need to do that. And even though you are trying to give explanations, in some places you don't need to. You just tell them and that's all.
And that's the end of discussion. All right, one last question. What advice would you give to someone who feels emotionally entangled in a friendship but doesn't know how to reset boundaries? What one last advice? If you want to look at that camera and just share with them, because you're here already, so why just go ahead and share with them what they need to do. They're entangled in such a situation and don't know what to do about it.
First of all, go back to the Lord. Ask the Lord, in what aspect, or in what way should I set boundaries? How do I come out of this? And then be willing to come out. Because it's one thing for you to know the issues, and it's another thing for you to be willing to come out and get healing. If you need to go for therapy, please do. Don't feel that, oh, it's too expensive. Your life, your future, and those related to you or around you matters. Your health, your mental health also is very important. So you need to identify the issues, get back to the Lord, fast, pray, and then have a good relationship with the Lord before you even think of outside help and say, oh, I want to go for counseling or I want to go for therapy.
Awesome. I think we've covered a lot. When you said before you even go for therapy, you were talking, I don't know, behind the scenes we're talking about mentorship, accountability partners.
Yes.
And I think that's also a very key thing.
Very important. It's good to have mentors
people you can talk
and
to.
trusted leaders.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Why do I feel like the conversation just started? Honestly, thank you so much, just for being able to just share and allow the Spirit of God to just help us lead the conversation today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
God bless you. We'll continue. Maybe online, because these are usually online conversations. I think we should have more online conversations around this.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank
All right.
you.
This conversation has been eye-opening. Learn to place boundaries. Boundaries are not walls. They are rather wisdom. We hate to say goodbye, but this is where we draw the curtain on the episode today. But you can keep in touch with us. You can reach us through the contact details on your screen. Remember to partner with us to produce more episodes of Living the Life and other CBN programs. Follow us on social media and visit our website for more inspiring and uplifting content. Until we come your way again soon, keep living the life. Bye.
Bye.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy. And our government seem to be incapable of protecting.
The scheming.
This is not a period we should sit back and go. Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigue.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe it was for that reason in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Fresh attacks hit Riyom communities in Plateau State as gunmen killed 9 family members, while 10 persons have been confirmed dead in Otukpo local government area of Benue State. Catholic cleric call for unconditional release of all kidnapped victims across the country. An independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, extends deadline for submission of presidential candidates to July 14th. This is the news on AIT. I am Oyedia Orum. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has extended the deadline for political parties to submit the list of candidates for the 2027 presidential and National Assembly elections. In a statement issued on Sunday by INEC's National Commissioner and Chairman of Information and Voter Education Committee, Mohammed Haruna, the Commission says the new deadline is now midnight on Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. The initial deadline in the revised timetable and schedule of activity for the 2027 general elections was Saturday, July 11, 2026, according to INEC. The extension followed an appeal by the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, on behalf of political parties that were unable to upload their names and personal particulars of their candidates within the earlier timeline. While INEC explains further that the extension underscores its commitment to ensure inclusivity in its practices while acting within the ambit of the law. It urges political parties to take advantage of the additional window to ensure that all required details are uploaded before the expiration of the new deadline. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, backed by the Federal Capital Territory FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, says it has uploaded the names of its presidential and vice presidential candidates, as well as National Assembly candidates for the upcoming 2027 elections to the nomination portal of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The PDP, which said this in a statement by the National Chairman Abdurrahman Mohammed, it described the process as a demonstration of the party's resolve to fully participate in the 2027 general elections. Abdurrahman also discloses that the party is currently uploading the names of the governorship and state houses of assembly candidates as it pledges to build a stronger and more united party. The development comes hours after the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, announced the extension of deadlines set for political parties to submit the names of their presidential and National Assembly candidates through its online nomination portal. Now, 9 members of the same family have been killed in a fresh attack on Camp and Kum communities in Riyom local government area of Plateau State. The Birom Youth Molders Association says one of the residents sustained critical injuries as renewed calls emerged for stronger security measures to protect vulnerable communities. The Birom Youth Molders Association, in a statement signed by National Publicity Secretary Wan Teng Wang, says 9 members of the same family were killed in a fresh attack on the Camp and Kum community in Riyom local government area of Plateau State. According to the association, armed attackers stormed the communities at about 11 p.m. on Saturday, with the assault lasting for more than an hour into the early hours of Sunday. The group said one of the residents sustained life-threatening injuries and is currently receiving medical treatment, describing the incident as another tragic setback to peace efforts in the state. It said the recurring attacks continue to inflict heavy human and economic losses on affected communities through the destruction of lives, homes, and livelihood. The association called on federal government and security agencies to strengthen security operations, dismantle criminal hideouts, apprehend those behind the attacks, and ensure they are prosecuted. It also appealed for urgent humanitarian assistance for affected families and displaced persons, while calling on the international community to support efforts aimed at addressing the worsening humanitarian and security situation in north-central Nigeria. At the time of filing this report, the Plateau State Police Command had yet to issue an official statement on the incident. About 10 people have been confirmed dead following separate attacks by suspected armed herdsmen on community in Otukpo local government area of Benue State. The latest wave of violence began on Saturday when suspected herdsmen attacked Akwachi village in Uboju community, killing 2 persons and leaving several others with varying degrees of injuries. The attackers reportedly struck again in Otukpo Nobi community in the early hours of Sunday, where 8 persons were killed and several others injured. The attacks also triggered protests by angry youth and residents who marched to the Ochidoma Palace in Otukpo town to express their frustration over the worsening security situation, demanding urgent government intervention. Confirming the attacks, the state governor Hyacinth Alia, in a statement by his chief press secretary, Teso Kula, He strongly condemned the early morning attacks by suspected armed herdsmen on Akwachi village and the Otukpo Nobi community in Otukpo local government area. He described the attacks as not only a breach of peace, but also a barbaric and inhuman assault on the sanctity of the life and collective soul of the people of Benue and a direct attempt to sabotage the progress of the state. Governor Ali also issued immediate directive to all security agencies operating in the state to liaise with their counterpart in neighboring state and once again swing into action with renewed vigor by intensifying surveillance and patrol across the affected communities and border areas. He further directed the security agencies to relentlessly pursue the perpetrators, ensure their arrest and prosecution, and deploy additional personnel and resources to protect vulnerable communities and prevent further attacks. The Archbishop Emeritus of Catholic Archdiocese of Abuja, Cardinal John Onayekon, has welcomed the release of the abducted Oyo students after about 56 days in captivity, describing it as a relief for their families and the nation. But the Cardinal, however, says the government should not celebrate yet, insisting the victory will only be complete when every Nigerian still in captivity is freed and the country is safe for all.
Speaking at the 25th anniversary of the Catholic Men Organization of Nigeria in Abuja, Cardinal John Onayekon urged the federal government and security agencies to intensify efforts to end kidnapping and other security challenges across the country. The Cardinal stressed that every Nigerian deserves to live in safety and freedom, stressing that the fight against insecurity must continue until lasting peace is achieved nationwide.
Okay, we can be saying, oh, thank God, we thank our president and so on, but it should not have happened in the first place. I'm praying and hoping that the government will not believe that we have done well now, that we have released these children. We should not forget that there are others, maybe hundreds out there that are still in the hands of terrorists, asking for all kinds of ransom. Until we can move around freely and safely in Nigeria, we cannot congratulate ourselves.
Other speakers at the event challenged Christians to take more active role in politics and governance, arguing that shying away from public service because politics is perceived as dirty only allows poor leadership to thrive. They urged believers to see political participation as both a civic duty and a normal responsibility.
We intend to also make our people to be involved in day-to-day life and to also see how we can help the country, not just believe that basic governance is for some people. We too want to promote our members to be part of it. If the king says a dirty game, then you have the bad people there. We will go there and see how we can sanitize the place and make it better.
So we're using this medium to call upon our brothers, our civil members, as much as possible to get involved. This is the only way we can change the narrative of the wrong politics that has been played in our country.
The takeaway is that, yes, CMO activities are being promoted, CMO activities are being highlighted, but the work out there is still enormous.
Founded 25 years ago by Cardinal Onayekon, the Catholic Men Organization of Nigeria was established to unite and mentor Catholic men for spiritual growth, responsible family life, and leadership in the church and society at large. Aicheda Majapodumi, AIT News, Abuja.
Now, you may recall that Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde visited 39 rescued pupils and 5 teachers from Urire local government area at the 2-Division Nigerian Army Medical Facility in Ibadan, pledging comprehensive medical care, psychosocial support, and government assistance for their full recovery. Welcoming the survivors, Governor Makinde expressed relief and gratitude that all 39 pupils and 5 of their 7 abducted teachers had returned.
First, I can see that they were happy to be out of captivity, just like any of us. They are glad to be back. Some of them are still very frail, they have to do quite a bit of medical intervention, post-traumatic issues, to be addressed. But we have the team ready to do that. With the plan right now, we'll watch them over the next 48 hours. So by Monday, we think an assessment will be done, and maybe there'll be a formal transfer from the military to the state, and then we can manage the process from that point forward.
According to him, the state government have mobilized a team of medical doctors and mental health professionals to provide treatment and rehabilitation. The victims were freed by security operatives after spending weeks in captivity following the attacks on their schools in Orire local government area.
Thank you to our troops, the officers and men. We lost some officers and part of our troops as well. So all the families that have lost loved ones in this whole process, we want to assure them that their loved ones will not have died in vain.
Ogun State Police Command has arrested 43 suspected criminals during a fresh raid under its ongoing operation, Kusaye, bringing the total number of suspects prosecuted since the operation began to 76. The police said the operation targeted a notorious criminal hideout at Ishiri-Olofe along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. The information is contained in a press statement. He explained that a coordinated operation was carried out by operatives of the Special Weapons and Tactics SWAT unit following credible intelligence that the location had become a hideout for suspected cultists, drug traffickers, prostitutes, and other criminal elements. The police said 28 male and 15 female were arrested during the late-night operation. Items recovered from the scene include substances suspected to be Indian hemp, loud and other hard drugs, 10 mobile phones, 4 power banks, a rechargeable hand fan, as well as a crossbody bag containing 2 ATM cards and a national identity card, among other exhibits. According to the command, all 43 suspects have been charged to court and remanded in a correctional facility over offenses including criminal conspiracy, membership of an unlawful society, unlawful assembly, conduct likely to cause a breach of public peace, possession of suspected cannabis, prostitution, operating an unlicensed brothel, and other related offenses. The police also disclosed that some of the suspects are providing useful information to investigators while follow-up operations are ongoing to arrest other members of the suspected criminal network. The Commissioner of Police, Ogun State Command Bode Ojajuni, commended the professionalism of the SWAT operatives, describing the operations as another major success in the ongoing crackdown on crime. He reiterated that criminal hideout joints, brothels used as cover for criminal activities and other black sport across the state will continue to be identified and dismantled. The commissioner also urged residents to support the police with credible and timely information, assuring them that the command remains committed to intelligence-led policing and the protection of lives and property. Now, scores of terrorists over the week suffered heavy losses when Nigerian troops backed by local vigilante hunters repelled an attack on the Dan Auto community in Berry Ward, Mariga local government area of Niger State. While confirming the incident in a statement, the information officer of Mariga local government area, Mohammed Nura Salisu, says the joint operation was a success. According to him, the gunmen were forced to retreat into the forest as residents reported seeing the terrorists evacuating the bodies of their fallen members as they fled. Although the exact number of casualties could not be independently verified, security forces have continued clearance operations in the area. Authorities have advised residents to suspend farming activities in affected communities until the operation is fully concluded. And to more stories now. A 38-year-old South African lady, Jessica Will, and has been arrested by operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, after she was found to have concealed 14 large blocks of heroin weighing 5.7 kilograms in her luggage using She initially denied traveling with check-in bags, but after operatives were able to quickly establish that the 2 bags containing the drugs had tags which tallied with the claimed tags attached to her passport. She recounted and admitted ownership of the bags, adding that she forgot she checked in the 2 bags. She claimed to have traveled from Cambodia through Doha to Abuja. Intelligence leading to her arrest indicates she's a member of a transnational drug trafficking organization along with her husband, partner, who is based in Cambodia, from where they operate their drug network along the Cambodian-South African axis. Another successful interdiction operation, NDLE officers at the Terminal 2 arrival hall of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Ikeja in Lagos, on the 28th of June 2026, intercepted a commercial motorcycle operator, popularly known as Okada rider, 48-year-old Onyechire Daniel Chinadu, following his arrival at Madagascar via Addis Ababa aboard an Ethiopian Airways flight. A thorough search of his backpack, which he had checked in, led to the discovery of 87 wraps of methamphetamine concealed within clothes in his bag. In a statement, Onyechire claimed he has been working for 15 years as an Okada rider at Okafor area of Lagos before his Uganda-based friend recruited him into drug trafficking. Now, 2 alleged illegal miners have been arrested during a coordinated enforcement operation at an illegal mining site in Osun State. The information contained in a statement by the Special Advisor on Media to the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Lara Owewise. It says the suspect, Danladi Issa and Musa Kabiru, both in their 20s, are in the custody of security agents, given information that would help investigators fish out their sponsors. The operation, which was carried out by officials from the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development in Ogun, Oyo, and Osun State offices, in collaboration with security agencies, targeted illegal artisanal mining camps at Ijesa along the Ile-Ife Road. Speaking during the operations, the Southwest Zonal Mine Officer Ajibade Ganiyu, who led the team on the enforcement exercise, said the operation forms part of the federal government's sustained effort to enforce compliance with the Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act, protect the environment, safeguard lives, and preserve the nation's mineral resources. The ministry says the illegal site has been sealed off in accordance with the law. Now, Zamfara State Governor Dauda Lawal has unveiled a multi-million-dollar lithium processing plant in Boko, Zumi local government area of the state. The governor says the project is aimed at harnessing Zamfara's vast solid mineral resources and promoting industrial development.
The Zamfara State government is of the view that the unveiling of the lithium processing plant in partnership with the private investors mark a major milestone in the state mining sector. It described the project as the beginning of a new era, focused on responsible mining, industrial growth, job creation, and sustainable development of the state abundant mineral resources. Governor Dauda Lawal says his administration has remained committed to transforming Zamfara's mining sector by moving from informal mining activities to an organized, value-driven industry capable of competing in the global economy.
As we mark the commencement of this project today, let us determine to build a Zamfara state where security enables investment. Investment creates jobs, jobs reduce poverty, and prosperity strengthens lasting peace and overall development. On behalf of the government and the good people of Zamfara State, I congratulate the stakeholders who made this event possible. It is now my honor and privilege to officially unveil the Zamfara Lithium Mining and Processing Plant.
Representatives of the investment partner says the project is a significant step towards establishing a world-class lithium processing value chain in West Africa. They added that the initiative will further strengthen industrial cooperation between Nigeria and China.
Today is a project that represents an investment of approximately $200 million, making it one of the largest and the most technological advanced mineral processing facilities on the African continent.
The Emir of Marwiki, Bashir Ismail Ari, whose emirate hosts the processing plant, welcomed the investment and expressed optimism that it will create employment opportunities and improve socio-economic well-being of the people in the community.
On behalf of the entire people of Marwiki Emirate, I wish to assure our esteemed investors of our maximum cooperation and our commitment to provide a conducive and enabling environment.
When fully operational, the lithium processing plant is expected to process about 6,000 tons of raw minerals daily, equivalent to nearly 2 million tons annually. The project is expected to boost Zamfara State internal generated revenue, stimulate economic growth, and encourage local entrepreneurs. Damina Yusuf, AIT News, Gusau.
Up next is Business Report.
Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Welcome to Business. Attention this week will be on Nigeria's June inflation report, with analysts forecasting a slight moderation in headline inflation after the increase recorded in May. The National Bureau of Statistics is expected to publish the June Consumer Price Index on July 15. Market analysts project headline inflation could slow to 15.8%, supported by improved food supply, a relatively stable exchange rate, and lower global crude oil prices, all of which are expected to ease price pressure. However, economists caution that inflationary risks remain elevated. Transportation caused stubborn cost inflation, weather-related disruptions to food production, and potential foreign exchange volatility could continue to put upward pressure on consumer prices, while a lower inflation reading could signal that price pressure are gradually easing. A stronger than expected outcome may reinforce the need for the Apex Bank to maintain its tight monetary policy stance. The Naira is expected to remain under mild pressure in the new trading week as market participants monitor foreign exchange liquidity, demand from importers, and the central bank's intervention, even as Nigeria's external reserve continue to strengthen. The local currency extended its losses at the official foreign exchange market during the week ended July 10. According to data from the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Naira closed at 1,381 Naira to a kobo to the dollar on Friday, compared with 1,370 Naira recorded a week earlier, representing a depreciation of 11 Naira 70 kobo or 0.85%. Trading data showed currency came under sustained pressure for most of the week, weakening on 4 of the 5 trading days. Meanwhile, activity at the Nigerian foreign exchange market remained relatively robust. Experts believe the growth in Naira's external reserve to $51.7 billion could provide additional support for the foreign exchange market in the days ahead, helping the central bank manage volatility despite persistent demand pressure. And that's it on business. To other stories now, the Akwa Ibom State Governor Moeno has sympathized with victims of the recent flash floods that affected parts of the state and called for collective action to prevent future occurrences. The governor gave the assurance on arrival at the Victor Atta International Airport in Uyo after official engagement outside the state.
Heavy rainfall in the past few days triggered flash floods in parts of Uyo, the Akwa Ibom State capital, leaving a trail of destruction and damaging homes, businesses, and other property. Governor Umoeno described the situation as unfortunate and expressed sympathy with affected residents. He assured them that government has activated emergency measures to mitigate the impact of the flooding. The governor disclosed that construction firms and relevant government agencies have been directed to evacuate floodwater, the sealed blocked drainage channels, and restore access to affected communities.
First of all, let me sympathize with the families and homes of those that have been affected by this flash flood. We have a responsibility to clean up our surroundings, take away refuse from waterways, unblock all our drainages. We go out on weekends, clean our drainages. These are the things that we should do, and then government will come. Those that have to be distilled, they will draw the attention of government, then we'll come and do.
Governor Eno stressed that addressing flash floods requires collective effort by both government and citizens. He urged residents to refrain from dumping refuse into drainage channels, regularly clear gutters around their homes and business premises, and pay close attention to weather advisories, emphasizing that prevention remains the most effective response to flooding.
NIMET had warned the responsibility lies between government and the people.
The governor reaffirmed his administration's commitment to safeguarding lives and property through sustained investment in drainage infrastructure. Idonset Ikono, AIT News, Uyo.
The Ondo State government says it remains committed to reducing maternal mortality through sustained investment in the health sector. The State Commissioner for Health, Banji Ajaka, stated this during the launch of the distribution of family planning equipment and training kits to selected healthcare facilities across the state.
Seldo, Ifedore, and Ondo West local government areas have the highest maternal mortality rate in Ondo State. To address the challenge, the state government, in collaboration with development partners, has commenced the distribution of family planning equipment and training kits to selected primary and secondary healthcare facilities. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, Ayodele Adiji, who represented the Commissioner for Health, said the intervention will improve the clinical skills of healthcare workers, strengthen service delivery, and boost confidence in the provision of sexual and reproductive health services across the state.
The lives of babies and mothers is very, very important to us in Ondo State, and we are working assiduously to make sure that we have a minimal reduction, maximum reductions, or the lowest maternal mortality rate in Nigeria and Africa.
Development partners also encourage women to embrace child-based spacing through family planning, noting that it promotes healthier mothers and babies while reducing maternal deaths.
Every woman has a right to space her children. Every woman has a right to life. Part of the opportunity for our women to be able to access these particular services.
These tools will strengthen the ability of our exchange providers to translate knowledge into practice, to improve service delivery, quality of service delivery, and to reduce preventable complications, ultimately to save lives.
We train them on the PACT, MVA, infection prevention control, family planning, various contraceptive pills.
The latest initiative is expected to improve the quality of reproductive healthcare services, save lives, and further reduce maternal mortality across Ondo State. Olusola Adesina, AIT News, Akure.
Now, primary health care system is critical to the achievement of universal health coverage, but despite its importance, the utilization has remained inconsistent in most states across the Federation. To change these narrative, especially in urban centers like Lagos State, for the overall benefit of maternal child health, some critical stakeholders in the sector are advocating for greater collaboration between government and the media on the availability, usage of data for reporting.
Lagos State has 319 registered primary healthcare centers distributed across the local government areas in the state. While government seems to be putting much effort in terms of funding as well as other commitments into the system, they are grossly underutilized as many residents still engage in self-medication and women patronizing more traditional birth attendance. How to find a lasting solution to these and many more informed this workshop by the International Society of Media in Public Health in collaboration with Engender Health for journalists and other relevant stakeholders in Lagos.
People just think it's either they do immunization, that one we are very well known of, and then they take delivery. They think that's about the only two things we do. It's breast and cervical cancer screening. There is the issue of TB services. There is HIV services. In some facilities, they provide dental services as well.
At ISMPH, we firmly believe that when health institutions and media professionals work in partnership, evidence becomes more than numbers on a report. It becomes a catalyst for informed public discourse and improved health outcomes.
We cannot really report accurately, but if there is a collaboration, governments can make this information and resources available, that you don't even need to go about looking for them. And this will enhance our own work. We also need some form of capacity building, because it's not everybody that can interpret data.
Salient issues such as health insurance, overdiagnosis of malaria came to the fore at this gathering. Ushomowa Daniels, AIT News, Lagos.
The former chairman of Nigeria's National Human Rights Commission, Professor Chidi Odinkalu, says rescuing the nation's university system is critical to putting Nigeria back on the path of sustainable development. While speaking at a public lecture organized by the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, University of Jos branch, Professor Odinkalu described universities as a center of intellectual excellence that holds the key to national transformation. The lecture theme, Silence in the Ivory Towers in the Face of National Disaster and Destruction, brought together academics, students, and other stakeholders to examine the country's challenges and the role of higher education in addressing them. Professor Odinkalu urged members of the academic community to nurture courageous, critical thinking graduates who will champion positive change and contribute meaningfully to nation building. The chairman of ASU, University of Jos branch, Professor Jibrim Hu, says the theme of the lecture was carefully chosen to stimulate honest conversation on the state of the nation and generate practical solutions to its numerous socio-economic and governance challenges. The public lecture had in attendance the current ASU president, Professor Chris Piwona, and commended his local chapter at the University of Jos for putting together the thought-provoking this course. Now, from romance scam allegation and a major courtroom verdict to a surprising TV exit, it's another busy day in entertainment. Ike Ubuna denies being linked to an alleged online romance scam. The Top Boy star Michael Ward has been cleared of all rape and sexual assault charges, and Ariana has exited the upcoming season of American Horror Story. Details coming up on an entertainment and lifestyle.
Nollywood actor and model Ikechukwu Ubunna, known by the stage name Ike Ubunna, has denied involvement in the romance scam of a 49-year-old American woman, Kimberly Ann, who alleged to have been in an online relationship with the actor since 2025. Ike took to his Instagram to deny the allegations he described as malicious, warning the general public against imposters who have repeatedly used his name, image, and identity to deceive unsuspecting members of the public. He explained that he has been invited by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to provide information that could assist with investigations. Have you been following the rape and sexual assault allegations against Top Boy actor Michael Ward, whose career and personal life have been put on hold since January 2023? Ward was on Friday found not guilty of 2 counts of rape, 2 counts of assault by penetration, and 1 count of sexual assault by the Snarebrook Crown Court in London. Jurors unanimously acquitted the BAFTA-winning actor Ward for all of 5 charges after deliberating for 5 hours, 25 minutes. Ward stood quietly in the dock with his hand covering his mouth as each verdict was read aloud before he broke down in tears. Michael Ward has said he hopes to rebuild his life after being unanimously cleared of all the charges. And finally, U.S. singer, songwriter, and actress Ariana Grande has dropped out of the 13th season of the American Horror Story. The Oscar-nominated actress was announced as a cast member of the upcoming season back in October 2025, and fans were excited to see her reunite with TV creator Ryan Murphy, who she previously worked with on Scream Queens. Ariana's exit is due to scheduling conflicts with her Eternal Sunshine concert tour. Filming is set to be underway, with cast members returning to the franchise for the first time in years. And that is an entertainment news. I am Chidera Isido. Have a fabulous week ahead.
Now, the government of Nigeria has expressed deep condolences on the passing of His Highness Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, the father, Amir of the State of Qatar, on Sunday, 12 July 2026. In a statement issued by the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kimebe Ebienfa, the government described Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa, who served as Emir of Qatar from 1995 to 2013, as a distinguished and visionary leader. His transformative contribution to the development and modernization of Qatar have left an indelible mark on the nation and the wider region. The statement further noted that His Highness' wisdom, dedication to progress, and commitment to international cooperation will be fondly remembered by the people of Qatar, the Gulf region, and international partners. On behalf of the government, the people of Nigeria, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bianca Odumegwu Ojukwu, also extended sincere condolences to His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad, the Emir of the State of Qatar, the Al Thani family, and the brotherly people of Qatar. Nigeria stands in solidarity with Qatar during this period of mourning and prays that the Almighty God grants His Highness the Father eternal rest in paradise. Now, the United States attacked Iran early Sunday morning over an Iranian strike on a vessel in the Strait of Hormuz that set the container ship ablaze and forced its crew to abandon it. Iran responded with attacks targeting several countries in the Gulf, including Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and Oman. The outbursts of fighting raised new questions about efforts to reach a permanent end to a war that began on February 28.
The Strait, a key transit route for oil and natural gas, has become the key sticking point in negotiation, and repeated fighting over the past week has left negotiations in danger of collapse. The U.S. Military Central Command said it hit some 140 targets in Sunday strikes, far more than in the 2 previous rounds of attacks, and went after missile and drone launch sites, ammunition dumps, communication equipment, and other sites. It said the attacks would weaken Iran's ability to threaten civilian shipping. Iran made a poor choice. Now the pay. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth wrote online. The U.S. has launched 3 rounds of airstrikes targeting Iran in the last week over Iranian attacks on ships heading through the strait, using a route seeking to avoid the Islamic Republic's territorial waters. Iran retaliated by attacking nations in the regions hosting U.S. military forces, while insisting it alone must control the strait and potentially charge vessels for traveling through it. The era of one-sided deals is over, Mohammed Bagher Khalibaf, the Speaker of Iran's parliament and a main negotiator, wrote today. He also says, "We told you, keep your word or pay the price. Reality is knocking." End of quote. About a fifth of all traded oil and natural gas passed through the strait before the war began. Iran's grip on it during the war led to a global energy crisis, though oil prices have sharply dropped since wartime highs of $120 a barrel. Qatar's military said it intercepted incoming Iranian fire, with explosions heard in the neighboring United Arab Emirates. 3 people, including a child, were wounded as a result of falling shrapnel from the interception of Iranian attacks, Qatar's Interior Ministry said, giving no further details on their conditions. Meanwhile, major alerts sounded for the 3rd time on Sunday in Bahrain, an island kingdom in the Persian Gulf home to the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. Kuwait's military also said it was intercepting incoming fire. The Omani State News Agency said drones struck sites in northeastern Oman in the area that sits on the Strait of Hormuz. Iran had previously claimed attacks on Oman. The attack came after the 2 countries held talks on Saturday. Sirens also sounded in the United Arab Emirates, but the government said missiles did not cross into UAE borders. The UAE so far hasn't been targeted in the most recent round of Iranian attacks. The last attack on the Emirates, home to Abu Dhabi and Dubai, came in May when a drone sparked a fire on the edge of the country's sole nuclear power plant. Iran also made a series of claims about attacks elsewhere that were not immediately confirmed. In the Strait of Hormuz attack, a Cyprus-flagged container ship was hit by Iran and suffered significant engine room damage, and a civilian crew member was missing, according to U.S. Central Command on Sunday morning. All of the crew, including the missing member, were Indian nationals, according to India's Ministry of External Affairs. India condemned the attack and said it was working with Oman on a search and rescue operation. It called for free and unimpeded navigation through the strait. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Centre, overseen by the British military, said the ship had been traveling on a route hogging the shoreline of Oman, thus being the way ships have entered and exited the Persian Gulf while avoiding Iranian territorial waters. Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard said multiple vessels disregarded our warnings and instructions to correct their course and proceed along the approved route. One of them was struck by a warning shot and brought to a stop. End of quote. Iran said that the strait would remain closed until further notice and said it would consider targeting additional enemy bases in the region if it faced more attacks. Iranian state media reported U.S. strikes across swathes of the entire country, including southern Iran in the province closest to the Strait of Hormuz and military sites in the province near Tehran. Attacks followed more diplomatic talks about the strait. The latest violence followed Iran and Oman's foreign ministers meeting on Saturday to discuss the strait. The narrow strait sits in both Iran and Oman's territorial waters, but has long been considered an international waterway. Oman said it and Iran agreed to continue discussing the Strait of Hormuz at the technical and political levels. However, Iran offered no statement about the strait being open to all, something sought by the Trump administration. U.S. President Donald Trump suggested last week that an interim deal in the Iran war was over. But mediators, including Pakistan, Qatar, and Egypt, have continued efforts to reach an agreement.
A powerful typhoon has made landfall in China, the second to hit the country in the week, with nearly 2 million people evacuated from areas in the path of the storm. Typhoon Bafi, which spans 1,000 kilometers at its widest point, roughly the width of France. The first came ashore in the coastal city of Taizhou on Saturday evening before making a second landfall in Wenzhou around midnight.
Though it has weakened to a severe tropical storm, it still presents a risk because of the huge volume of moisture within its rain bands. The storm is expected to gradually diminish in its intensity as it moves northwest. On Sunday morning, the center of the typhoon reached Hangzhou City in Zhejiang province, Chinese state media reported. Forecasters said the typhoon would move to eastern Anhui on Monday and to the northern Yellow Sea from the Shandong Peninsula on Tuesday. More than 1.7 million people were evacuated in Xinjiang and thousands in neighboring provinces. State media said schools, work, and outdoor activities have been suspended in Xinjiang, while 400 flights and dozens of train services have been cancelled. The city of Winzhou, home to around 10 million people, is close to the path of the storm, with authorities evacuating hundreds of thousands of residents. Beijing had ordered the evacuation of 100,000 people to avoid risks, officials said. Bavi began a super typhoon, battering Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands last Monday, with wind speeds of 290 kilometers per hour. As it made its way through the Pacific, weakening to 144 kilometers per hour winds, it struck the Sakishima Island, part of Japan's Ryukyu Island chain, between the country's main islands and Taiwan. At least 5 people were injured and thousands were without power.
Well, it's time now to bring you sport reports. World number 1 Jannik Sinner has successfully defended the Wimbledon men's single title. The 24-year-old Italian came from a set down to defeat Alexander Zverev 6-7, 7-6, 6-3, 6-4, capturing his second Wimbledon crown and 5th Grand Slam title. The victory also marked Sinner's 100th career Grand Slam match win as he celebrated in the presence of the Prince and Princess of Wales, Prince George and Princess Charlotte in the royal box. Sinner becomes just the 10th man in the Open era to successfully defend the Wimbledon's men's single title, further cementing his status as one of the game's dominant players. The Amateur Basketball Academics Aba has stressed the importance of developing basketball referees and technical officials from grassroots, describing early capacity building as essential to the growth and credibility of the game in Nigeria. The call came at the close of the Aba Referees and Technical Officials training program tagged Dream Alive in Abuja. The organizers said the initiative is designed to equip young officials with modern officiating skills, game management techniques, and a thorough understanding of basketball rules.
It has been a really great experience in this 3-day camp. I learned a lot of things. I learned about how to tell the table, how to work smart, how to be confident, and how to believe in yourself, even when you are wrong in some calls, because nobody is perfect. How to be confident when you are reporting to the table.
Okay. Do you play basketball?
Yes, I do.
But why do you like officiating?
I came for the officiating to gather more experience, and whichever one works. Maybe if basketball doesn't work, I can easily switch to referee.
Before I start basketball, officiating is my passion because I used to see many referees officiating a game before I start basketball. My future dream is to be a FIBA referee.
These kids, to be sincere, a lot of them have been abandoned, and we don't want to leave them like that. Officiating is not for the retirees. It's not a retirement thing. Let's have kids officiating this game. They love it. They watch it every day. They have passion for it. So this is their dream. Why don't support them? That's why we could name it Dream Alive.
Today, history is being made. We are now getting new crops of referees. The referees that we have in basketball are aging. They are aging, and we were worried at a point in time, just like the coaches we have are aging equally. When we finish the referee, I think with Coach Emmanuel Order's intervention, the coaching clinic will start.
Participants were urged to embrace continuous learning, professionalism and integrity. Well, the program marks the beginning of a long-term plan to produce internationally recognized basketball officials capable of serving the game at the highest level. Nigeria's para-badminton team delivered an impressive performance at the 2026 Uganda Para-Badminton International Championship, winning a total of 14 medals to underline the country's growing dominance in the sport. The Nigerian contingent finished the competition with 9 gold and 5 silver medals, recording podium finishes across the wheelchair and standing category. Among the standout performers were Brown Emmanuel, Ifanacho Oheri, Chukwuemeka Ijoma Gift, Obinna Precious Musu, Unana Jeremiah Chigozie, and Eneojo Elijah Agada, who all claimed gold medals in their respective event. The president of the Badminton Federation of Nigeria, Francis Obi, he praised the team's performance, describing it as another step towards qualifying more athletes for Paralympic Games. He also commended the Abia and Bayelsa state government, as well as the Police College Badminton Club Lagos, for supporting the athletes' participation at the championship.